they basically tied her to the anchor and threw her overboard alive.
This is Ken Behr, a former criminal who went from distributing and smuggling marijuana and cocaine to working undercover for the DEA.
They don't have bullets in Jamaica. So what they do is take you out to the field and 3 guys with machete hack you to death. The Colombians chase them. The cops chase the Colombians. The Colombians shot them, killed them on 95 with the cops behind them.
Ken is the author of One Step Over the Line, Confessions of a Marijuana Mercenary, where he reveals all his darkest and most shocking stories and secrets.
And there's a secret pocket. This secret compartment would hold $40,000 on each side of this. And the guy looks at me in broken English. You don't have to take the weed, but the money's not leaving. And then I look up and each guy opens a coat. And there's an AK-47, an M16, an AK-47. If you show me a kid that does poorly in pre-K or does poorly in first grade, I can tell you how many prisons to build in 18 years. The war on drugs created the gang. There was no Pablo Escobar. There were no cartels. What created the cartels was building the business. Nobody loved the war on drugs more than the cops, the politicians, and the lawyers. I'll tell the list of the amount of times the American government has smuggled drugs. It's not a small list.
Now he's here to share his incredible story with us.
He goes to reach for his gun. He goes, open the truck. You're going to Lawrence House of Detention. They don't even have toilets. You have to shit and piss in buckets. I did the right thing when I got arrested and kept my mouth shut. 100% of what I say is true. And I'm not proud of this story.
Ken, thank you so much for joining us. Welcome. This, as you were just saying before camera, and I cut you off because I was going to start with that, is that we've had a very Fed-heavy week here.
Yeah, back to back.
Two
Tuesdays,
former FBI.
Wednesday.
And now we're getting a perspective of the total other side here.
Well, you are, yes. That's so it's Fed week, and I'm the.
You can balance it out.
Yeah. Hey. At the end, the 2 guys come in and arrest me. That's the end of the show. I get handcuffed.
I mean, imagine that.
Well, I've had a lot of handcuffs on me, so I brought my own.
Oh my gosh!
No, just kidding.
Is it the one that you use in your bedroom, or you use a different one?
No, not the furry one. You don't want to go into jail wearing the furry ones. That's not a place.
Not a good opener.
Nah, not the pink furry ones.
Oh my God!
You'll definitely get a happy cellmate, I'm sure.
Oh my God!
Yeah.
I have so many questions. I don't even know where to start. Well, we'll start with thank you. Thank you for joining us and wanting to be here and talk so openly. I know you've done a lot of shows and this is not your first rodeo, but
no.
It's always fascinating to see people that have gone through just so much experience and talk about it so openly. And even watching your interview with Matthew Cox, right?
Yeah, great guy.
Yeah.
Okay.
I don't even know. I know you have
no.
Places
That's
you
what
to start, but
that's exactly what I did. I started watching, and I was like, you know what? I'm gonna stop right now because I don't want to duplicate anybody.
I want to learn it for the first time.
I want to learn it the first time. I want to learn your story. I know the basics, what you did, how you did it, what happened to you. And the happy ending at the end, because you're not in jail, you're still here, you're still kicking.
There's a happy ending.
Exactly.
Yeah,
so
there is happy. And I want to thank you guys for having me.
Absolutely.
I mean, this is a big show. For people that don't know, like being like a roving guest, so to speak, you get on this, you're like, dude, I call my guy. You're not going to believe this. I got on Trilogy. So
we just love to have hear good stories. I mean,
and the thing is, you guys are really crime focused, which is a little easier for me because you know the base of what as criminals do.
Well, and one of the most interesting facets of it, of any time we do this, and we've dealt we do a lot with like cybercrime and stuff, and talking to like ex-scammers who have kind of changed their lives, and the go-to most interesting part usually for me is like the Breaking Bad is why it's called that, but like the moment that you stepped over the line, or however you would like to call it, but when did that start, and what was the first thing that you crossed over from being civilian to this now life of crime, or this life of darkness?
So it didn't happen like that. Like, you'll hear people say, like, I was sitting in my living room, I got a phone call, and a friend of mine said, hey, let's go rob a bank. And you said, well, what the hell? It wasn't like that. It was a transition. So I'll tell you the backstory. And I was raised in the 1960s in a little town called Wayne, New Jersey. And it was the Garden State. And we grew up on a farmland. My father worked in New York City. My grandfather had a little farm, and we had a house on the farm. It couldn't have been more, the time, Norman Rockwell, middle America, little house on the prairie, kind of like just no crime, no anything, just quiet. You know, the carpenter's daughters would babysit us. Everybody knew everybody. My grandmother used to ride a bicycle at 70 up the hill to go trade apples for onions.
Uphill both ways, right?
Yeah, exactly. Right. Right.
This is still happening in Belarus, by the way.
Yeah. But
This
I mean,
is
it's a
still
quiet
really-
life.
yeah.
It's a good life. And at 1969, my father was working for a family business. I know it's a long time ago, guys.
I know. I just love 69s. That's why.
Oh, it's just in general.
We're children at the
Hold
end
on,
of the day.
hold on, then I'll throw in a giggity, giggity. And so we moved to New Orleans, where the family's business had originated. And now I'm moving from, like I said, the Norman Rockwell quiet northeast of cows, cow pies, you know, bales of hay, farmland. All of a sudden, I'm in like the Sodom and Gomorrah of the Deep South. You know, I mean, like, wow, they have like strip joints, Bourbon Street. And it was also the changing of the times, right? 1969, Woodstock, Bob Dylan, you know, free drugs, rock and roll, you know, Eric Clapton, Led Zeppelin, all these things were coming of age at that time too. So all of a sudden, my father passes away. So now I'm a 13-year-old kid without a father. And let's put it this way, 70% of the people in jail come from homes without a father, right?
Mm-hmm.
You know? I also, at that same time, failed first grade. And it turned out what I didn't know until I'd find out years later, and was I had profound dyslexia. So I just couldn't learn like everybody else. And my wife's an expert in early child development, my current wife, and she'll tell you they know about this stuff. She says, if you show me a kid that does poorly in pre-K or doesn't go to pre-K or does poorly in first grade, I can tell you how many prisons to build in 18 years. You talk about Matt Cox, right? Matt Cox did what, 13 years,
13
whatever?
years, yeah.
He failed first grade.
Wow.
And neither Matt or I are dummies. Matt's a sharp guy. He just didn't fit on the little conveyor belt for the blueberries. And neither did I. I remember one year, I guess the next year or something, I was just waiting. I'm in first day of school, second day of school. Third day, the teacher comes up and goes, okay, Kenny, go to the little round table in the back with Johnny. And I remember thinking I was like, what? Johnny's an idiot. You know, I'm smart. I can learn this. But there was no process for that. And I don't blame my life of crime on that, but I'm just showing you that the statistics prove it.
Oh, 100%.
Right? You know, fatherless, failing in school, finding other things to cling on to. But that wasn't the real big thing. So my dad died. Then the first thing that happened is someone offered me to smoke a little weed. And I remember my father having the talk with me in the swimming pool. We were upper middle class. We had money. Don't do drugs. He knew I was hanging out with a new kid, Frankie Monteleone, whose family owns the Monteleone Hotel. I mean, they're worth, you know, billions of dollars today, but a super rich kid with no father. His father and mother were divorced. So what is, you know, you would think inner city kids are the ones to get involved, but kids with money can find drugs theoretically, right? So my father died. I smoked the joint. The next thing
age 13?
Yeah. No, that's nothing. The next thing I did was a 4-way hit of Orange Sunshine Acid. And I only did a quarter and not the 4-way. You know, I didn't do all the whole thing.
I have no idea what you're talking about, but yeah, please.
Well, it's, I swear to God, it's a little piece of paper blotter about this big. They call it blotter acid. And then you cut it with a razor blade into 4 little things and put it on your tongue.
Wow. What is the reaction when you take these
You're
type
tripping
of
like
It's like
balls.
a hallucinogen.
You're hallucinating. I mean,
you see things?
Yeah, I saw you back then. I had no idea. I was a visionary at 30. So
take a pill in Ibiza. Remember?
I saw scary monsters. No, yeah, you're really tripping balls for like 8 hours.
Wow.
And it turns out through my drug experience, I've done coke, I've done heroin, I've shot coke, I've shot heroin. I basically just smoke weed. And I've done those things a couple times. I'm not saying I was ever, but I'm just saying out of all my experiences trying different things.
You never got hooked on anything else?
No, well, I got hooked on cocaine, but just sniffing it. I mean, I would never do like after like a couple times tripping, I'm like, I don't want to do that again because I don't like being high that long.
Yeah.
I'm a guy that even now when I smoke weed, I smoke a couple hits and put it out. Like I don't want to be. So tripping didn't trip for me, but I tried it. And then I tried mushrooms which are real popular right now. Back in the day, we used to go out into a cow field, look for cow pies and the mushrooms grow out of the cow pies, take them back, boil them and make tea out of it. I mean, we didn't buy it at a store, right? So anyway, going back to the story, I'm in New Orleans, and it's starting to be like that, right? Little marijuana, LSD, different things people are experimenting with. It's 1970.
Mm-hmm.
It's not that people really know. We're just learning. And my mother decides in 1973 to move us from New Orleans to sunny South Florida to get us away from the drugs. Yeah, I know. You can tell a 10-year.
Wow.
You can tell
Mecca.
You can tell a 10-year-old that, and they'll start going, really?
Yeah.
Oh my God.
Mecca of drugs.
Right. And it's like, I mean, she should have read the headlines.
Yeah.
Right. I mean, if she would have moved this to Palo Alto, I might have been Bill Gates, in 1973. No, she moved us to South Florida. I'm 16 years old now. Got a car. I'm driving. We're going to school. And all of a sudden, these kids are showing us like these killer buds. People are into a different way of looking at marijuana.
Mm-hmm.
Where New Orleans was more city drugs, speed, secanols, acid. I'm sorry, go ahead.
No, just like out of curiosity, I love the history of New Orleans.
No, I love New Orleans.
And specifically Florida, because everything was happening with 70s, 80s, 90s.
Yeah.
We're going to talk about Pablo Escobar and all the drug trafficking.
Yeah.
You were 14, 15 in New Orleans?
I was 13 to 16, 12 to 16. I lived there 4 years. Then I moved to Florida.
What was the social life from pubs? Like, is it like everything that you read in books, see in old movies? How was this vibe of music, of
everything? Yes. So at 14, you're expected to be in the bar. You know what I mean? Like I snuck into the bar and I'm sitting there and I'm hiding in the dark so and I had long hair. I had hair down to my ass. So after my dad died, what was my mother going to do? I mean,
oh my gosh.
I remember, this is 1970. Like people get beat up. Hippies were getting beat up. One time, me and my buddy were cruising around like 2 a.m, fucking, snuck out of the house. And we go to this like royal castle and we see there's a guy in there with like shoulder length hair and these 2 big rednecks go walking out. And the one goes, we ought to take that hippie and take him out here and kick his ass. And me and my friend, we're like 14. We're hiding behind the Coke machine out in front of the building. Like, fuck, if they think he's a hippie, what are they going to do to us? And, I'm sorry, I dropped the F-bomb. Is that
No, please do.
Okay.
We fucking cost these podcasts. So
don't worry.
Be you, please.
It's a sign of intelligence.
Thank you.
See, and that's the wrap.
Finally.
I'm out.
Fuck yeah.
Thanks,
Finally.
guys.
Love that. There's the intro.
Yeah. So anyway, we're running around like little hippies and we're trying to get high in New Orleans, but New Orleans was like that. I mean, the music, the bars. I mean, the first drink I ever ordered was a tequila sunrise because of the song, just another tequila. And I didn't know anything. And I turned to one of my friends who was like 19, long hair. After a couple of days of drinking tequila sunrise, I look at Joey, I go, these things are horrible. And he goes, well, why do you order it? He goes, it's the only drink I know from the song, And he goes, well, why don't you do this? Tequila sunrise is tequila, orange juice, grenadine, and a cherry. He goes, just tell him you want a screwdriver. I go, what's that? He goes, vodka and orange juice. I go, yeah, orange juice I drink in the morning. Because I mean, when you're a kid, let's face it, alcohol's terrible.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
I stole one time while my dad was still alive, a friend of mine talked me into, I had larceny in my heart at a young age. My older brother is like the straightest guy in the world, like total lawyer. My younger brother hadn't come of age yet. I brought him of age. Don't worry. He came down my path. But if there was any problem, it was Kenny, the middle child. So one day, me and my buddy steal my dad's drink scotch out of his, which was horrible.
Yeah.
I mean, horrible, right? So we go, well, how are we going to make the difference up? So I'm thinking, gee, scotch tastes just like Listerine and it's the same color.
Oh, no.
So I poured Listerine in my dad's scotch. So he comes home from a hard day's work and he used to sit on the couch, not take off his suit. He was an executive. He would pour himself one drink, just one, rarely anything more. And I'm in the other room. All of a sudden I hear, Kenny.
And that's that original brown, disgusting Listerine. Like that's not the blue, better stuff. That original Listerine
that's not
sucks.
The funny thing is I learned to drink scotch later on, and the scotch my father drank was terrible. It was J&B. I don't know how they got a case of it or something. It was horrible. I drink good scotch. But anyway, so funny because as a kid, like I'm saying, you're like, well, this is horrible. Anyway, moving forward, I didn't drink much in my whole life, but I did do drugs. So I'll tell you a story that'll explain to you New Orleans because you ask. So Frankie family owns the Monteleone Hotel. Frankie has since passed and he died drug overdose or whatever, but tragic story. But so he's a diabetic, a child diabetic. So, it was tough. And he had needles. So he goes, hey, there was a guy, Al Clark, who was a famous hippie in the French Quarter, like well known. He goes, hey, Kenny, I made a deal with Al Clark. We're going to go down to the Quarter and funny you should bring the story up and we're going to trade him some of my diabetic needles for some pot. I go, all right. And I mean, I'm still the farm boy. I haven't seen shit in my life. I mean, I don't know anything. And I remember when Frankie tried to explain to me a transvestite, like the guy like in sex change walking down the street, I go, what? Like, say what? Like a cow dresses up to look like a bull or vice versa? I mean, I was so naive. Mm-hmm. So his brother drives us down to the Quarter, to the hotel, because the family owned it. So he dropped us off. We didn't have driver's license, probably 13 I didn't have a license, so I was 13. And he's probably 12. And we walk back into the Quarter and like back where the movies in like the Dunge brick, like 1800s building in an alley. Exactly what you see when you think of New Orleans. And we walk into this room and there's all these heroin people there. And there's a woman that's probably in her 20s walking around in her underwear and a little tank top with her boobs kind of side boobing. And I'm thinking, I've not seen boobs other than National Geographic. You know what I mean? Like I never actually saw them where they don't hang down. These are nice, and she's stumbling around. There's a guy literally laying on the kitchen table with nothing but a pair of bell bottoms, pale white, skinny. And what had happened was he was a junkie and he was overdosing or kicking. And they tried to get him to send him to the hospital. And when the hospital figured out he was a junkie, they brought him back in a van and kicked him back out in the alley.
Damn.
Yeah, because they didn't give a shit. I mean, this is 1960, 70. So they put him on the table and the guy has got a cigarette burn on his chest. You know how you put a cigarette down on a table? Yep. He's got a burn. They tried
to bring him alive?
He was alive, but he was, like in and out of not overdosing, probably withdrawing or something. So, and he's got a peace buckle on, the old hippies peace sign, big buckle, bell bottoms, extra wide bell bottoms, no shoes, no shirt. And I just remember to this day, and they give him a second cigarette. And I'm looking going, he's going to burn another line on his chest. Here's the people walking around, the girl with the side boobs, to this day, cute. And I'm looking around going, I ain't in Kansas anymore, bitch. This is like I had never seen. Yeah. And we come back out of there. Frankie had made the deal with Al. And I go, okay, how many joints did you get for the rig? The needle, they call it a rig. He goes, 1. I go, what? I mean, I might be from the farm, but there's 5 junkies in there that are shooting heroin. They need a clean needle. You should have gotten like 5 joints. Yeah. And he goes, I said, why don't you trade him more needles? He goes, well, I don't want to. They count them. He's nervous about being in. I go, but you should have gotten. So that's when I figured out, 1, he was not the brains of the operation. I was the businessman.
He's not the negotiator.
No. Yeah. But like, wow, when you talk about the seedy side of New Orleans. And so I think one of the things that's always interested me as a kid growing up is the soft white underbelly. The soft white underbelly of society. I drove a taxi at 18 in Miami on the night shift and would pick up all these weird people. And, I just think I gravitate, even though I'm an immigrant farm boy, I kind of gravitate to the dark side of what makes people and what makes them click. And, that's one of the reasons I call the book One Step Over the Line. It was because the name of the book is One Step Over the Line, Confessions of a Marijuana Mercenary. So I am the marijuana mercenary, right? But what happened was, as a young kid, I was stumbling around in my 20s after partying and, hangover or whatever, and selling drugs in my 20s and just starting to build a big operation. I remember thinking to myself, there was a song out called One Toke Over the Line. One toke over the line, sweet Jesus, one toke over the line. And I go, I didn't take one toke over the line. I took one step over the line. And that was like in my 20s. I go, that'd be the name of my book, One Step Over the Line. Now, since then, someone came out with a song, One Step Over the Line, which kind of muddies the waters. But that was a thought of mine. And then 40 years later, I wrote the book and came out of the closet. Because remember, for years, I was the guy next door pushing the red lawnmower.
Yeah.
Like I was the guy getting up in the morning, putting on my clothes, going to work legitimately. None of my neighbors, not even my current wife or my kids knew, or my brother who was with me for a lot of it, knew the depths of what I really had done. You know, the smuggling, obviously the jail time they knew about, but I was the guy next door. I was the guy next door that nobody knew until I finished the book and said, this is the story. So let's go into the story.
How did you get from then to just using to then selling? Like
So,
when did that,
yeah.
when did that step happen?
Yeah.
Can I actually, before we're going to go from New Orleans all the way to
Florida.
the main chapter.
Yeah.
The last question.
He's obsessed with New Orleans.
Yes.
Apparently.
Last question about New Orleans, and we're closing the chapter. What is this culture about voodoo, about all these, how do you explain this? It's like we went to Africa, we went to Nigeria, and voodoo is like number one.
Oh,
thing.
I have.
So why is in New Orleans is like this?
Would you guys want to see the dolls I made for you? Just in case the show doesn't go. No, I'm just kidding. That's what's in the suitcase. I have a friend down the corner going, no, dude,
Lovely.
I
That's
swear
why
to
my
God.
assets.
Card readers. There is a lot of like.
I'm going to tell
why?
you. I'm going to tell you something because I believe it. And when you're in New Orleans, it's a culture, but it's also fucking real, man. I mean, I'm going to tell you something that after my dad died, we lived in a big house, and my dad's best friend had hit it big and one of the first computer millionaires. He had started was one of the developers of ADP, automatic data processing. He was on the cover of Time magazine. I mean, he bought my dad this green robe for like $300, which back then would have been like $2,000 or $3,000. I remember when he gave it to him. So my dad died and I had the robe, I kept it in my closet, and we had a maid, and the maid used to walk around the house. We had to let her go. She'd go, Mr. Behr, are you here? I feel your spirit. And I'm like, Mom, the maid's losing it. She's afraid that. And we used to tell her, Vincey, Dad loved you. It doesn't matter if he's here or not, right? Whatever, right? Years later, my mother went back to the house, and the people that she sold it to, she said, hey, remember me? She goes, yeah. She goes, they go, man, they go, dude, this house is fucking haunted. And we go, what? The guy goes, there's a guy that floats around here in a big green robe. And like we've had lights, like I'm yelling at my wife, and all of a sudden a lamp will just fly across the room.
In that house?
And the one my dad died in. And I'm like, I'm telling you, I know it's crazy, but like my current wife, she sees people. Like she sees, I don't want to say it here but she can literally walk up to someone, sit down next to them and go, who's Rose and why is she wearing a white dress? And the woman will go, oh my God, my mother was Rose. That was her nickname. And we buried her in a white dress. So I know the voodoo is weird, but I don't believe that it's fake. I mean, it's hard to wrap our heads around, but dude, they're serious there. I've lived in Jamaica, and Jamaica's the same way, dude. They will curse you. And in New Orleans, the same thing. And we have a lot of it in Haiti, and we have a big Haitian community in Florida.
Very well.
So I don't. All I can tell you is that us that have grown up in New Orleans, it's kind of a cultural belief. I don't think there's a lot of people. My older brother would tell you, it's bullshit. My younger mother, but there's a lot of people that live in the suburbs of New Orleans that are lawyers and doctors that'll go, man, don't be messing with that, man, without some gree-gree. And, they're just like, yeah. So I'll give you, that's a crazy story, but I'm telling you, that's the truth. I still have the robe today. Wow. What I used to do is, when I was single, if I pick up a chick and the girl go, like she spend the night, I go, hey, you want to wear a nice robe? And I'm looking up going, hot, right? Hot. 27, right?
Oh my God.
So,
goes without saying, but this is sponsored by Incogni. Incogni, thank you so much for sponsoring Trilogy Media. Incogni is a service that actually actively works for you to remove your info off of public databases. Now, you probably might be thinking, well, I never give my information to public databases. You don't have to give it. It's already there. I challenge you to sign up for Incogni. even if it's just for the reason for you to see how many public databases your information is on right now, that not only have you not even heard of these databases, but you weren't even aware that they knew all of this stuff about you. Data gets harvested and shared and sold and spread like viruses all over the place. I personally have been a customer of Incogni for years, and it's in the thousands of how many data brokers they have removed my personal information off of. They do it automated. They do it affordably. You don't have to do a damn thing other than just sign up and trust them and just let them do their thing. They'll handle all the objections for you. It's awesome. You need to try it. Incogni.com/trilogy, the link in the description below, will get you 60% off an entire year. Everything's automated. You don't have to do anything. And they're going to remind you with privacy reports routinely showing you how much work has been done, how many data brokers have removed your information based on their request. Everything is documented. Everything is there. The proof is in the pudding.
So
I moved to Florida. Then
you guys moved to Florida.
Right.
What happened there?
I took the rope.
So how did you get from you were using a lot, but when did you start selling?
No. So as soon as I got to Florida, it was like a whole different thing. Everybody was selling weed. Everybody was. So me and my brother, my mother was at work, and we would have everybody come to our house and party because she was at work smoking joints, and we started buying ounces of weed and selling quarter ounces. And back then they would actually sell like a 3-finger bag, or you didn't even weigh it. It was like by the finger, but the weed there was so much better. I mean, the people there loved it. And that was because if you go to my podcast or you go look up a guy named Tommy Powell, he wrote a book called Reefer. I got lucky enough to interview him. And he was the first person to go to Colombia and bring back a big load. Like
of coke or weed?
Weed. So let me explain to you, and we can talk about this a little more, but when I started, there was no Pablo Escobar. There was no Carlos Slater. Carlos Slater used to sleep on a friend of mine's couch. There was no Medellin cartel. There was no Guzman in Mexico. There were no cartels. Yeah. What created the cartels was building the business. Once you put up a wall and said, hey, we don't want Americans to have what they want. We want to stop this. It put the price of the product up more to make it more lucrative, to make it. Look, Vegas wouldn't have been built without the mob and prohibition. 100%. Prohibition is what made the mob money. Not, before that, they were nickel and dimers. So, unfortunately, the drug wars, and I talk about this, the wall that we tried to put up to stop it just made a huge business out of it. The prior Mexican president said, we don't have a drug problem. America does. We're just a pass-through point, so we can get into more of that in detail. But so when I moved to Florida and I started selling weed, and we started, all of a sudden, then we got like Coke. And we'd buy a quarter ounce of Coke, 7 grams, and sell grams and half grams. And, we'd get high. Remember, back then, if you wanted to smoke a joint, roll a joint, give a joint away, whatever, you were committing a crime. I mean, you could get a year in jail if you were caught with a joint. So you were a criminal by nature, just by the fact that you smoked it. Or just to get it, you either had to buy it from somebody. So most people said, let me buy a couple ounces, break it down, make some head stash. Right? I mean, the time that we had to go into the French Quarter, me and Frankie, my family owned a department store. I could get anything I wanted in a department store. I called my mom, can I get new underwear or pants? I'm a kid, I don't want anything. And he had a hotel. We could go stay at the hotel, not the room, but we could eat lunch there and sign for it. What we couldn't do was sign for any weed. Like there's no place to go, hey, mom, dad, we're going to, or, no dads, but so we had to be creative. And that's what created the drug business. So we were selling, people would come by our house. They nicknamed our house the BB&G, Behr's Bar and Grill, as a joke. People would come by and just party, smoke joints, buy weed. And we just got better at it. I guess, my family had a department store. We had the natural retail genes and me and my brother, and then Quaaludes. Quaaludes they were called Soapers, Quaaludes, 714s, because on the front it said 714. And those were the party drug that got you laid. Like you eat a Quaalude, you and a girl eat a Quaalude, you're going to probably have sex.
That's the Wolf of Wall Street drug. Right?
Exactly. Yeah. I mean, how funny was that? Yeah. Where the guy goes, they keep eating them.
Yeah.
Totally. I hardly ever ate Quaaludes. I only ate a half because I don't like to get out of control. Uh-huh. And I still back my car into a tree.
Oh
I remember a girl that was eating Quaaludes like the Wolf of Wall Street. She was coming down the street in her dad's Cadillac. Kim Barton was her name. And she hit like a railroad tie that was like a landscaping tie and then went home. And the cops showed up and they go, we think you hit that. She goes, I didn't hit the fence. And they point to the car and there's a big railroad tie sticking out of the front of the car.
A little like Wolf of Wall Street.
Just like the Wolf of Wall Street. Yeah. So
I drove perfectly.
He thought he got home perfectly.
yeah, exactly. And that was Quaaludes. So we sold Quaaludes. And the funny thing is, my mother, when we got her phone, remember, we didn't have cell phones. We had the phone hanging on the wall with the 22-foot cord in the kitchen. My mother could stretch all the way to the living room yelling at us while she was cooking. And I remember one time going, wow, she's really pissed. She's bitching up a storm. And she stretched that phone cord all 24 feet. That's like crazy. Anyway, we get the phone number 962-0714. I mean, we didn't ask for it, but you couldn't have asked for a better phone number if you were selling drugs. Like we could have had a sign flying over the beach. In town, out of stash? Call Behr's 962-0714.
It's like literally the
yeah. And like, no matter how high somebody got, they could always go, all I got to do is dial 962-0714 because that was what was on the front of the Quaaludes, 714. So they called them 714s. That was the nickname for Quaaludes.
So where you get like when you're starting to sell and so like where like what was the culture like of you where were you getting?
Well, I mean, everybody was selling to everybody up until a point. And we always figured we're 16, 17. My brother was 14, 15. When you turn 18, we're going to stop. We're going to go to college because what happens is back then, 18 and younger, you go to juvie.
Just about to say, and after 18, you're going to get prosecuted, go to prison.
You're going to go to fucking Rayford.
Yeah.
Right. You're going to go to prison. Before that, you're going to go to the Sheriff's Boys Ranch.
So does that remove the fear of it? Like,
well, you figured if you get in trouble, you're going to, not that Sheriff's Boys Ranch was a good place to be.
Yeah.
But you're not going to real prison. Right. And listen, I used to race cars and people say, how do you race cars when you see someone next to you catch on fire or hit a wall? Because it's never going to happen to me.
Right.
That's how you get on a runway to catch a load of drugs. That's how you fly to Colombia when you know your last friend died there. Jeez. It's never going to happen to me. That's the mentality of a high risk individual. I got this. I'm better than them. So what happened was I started building my little business. And then I turned 18. My brother, we figured we'd stop doing it, but I didn't. And what ended up happening was two things happened when I turned 18. One, my friend Frankie Montleone came down from New Orleans to go to the University of Miami. And so I might have been 18 or 19. And he introduced me to a guy named Sandy Harlan Perkoff. And he was an older guy. He was his 40s. He was my mom's age at the time, but he was he looked like Paul Newman. He was just a good looking guy. Women loved him. And he was a con artist, he was worked in the mob when he was a kid, just a guy that, made money. And he decided to become a yacht broker because he was new boats. Frankie's father had backed him to go to Florida and buy boats and bring them back to New Orleans and sell them. And there's a lot of smugglers. Now this is 72, 73, 74. All of a sudden people are going from bringing in a sailboat with a couple 100 pounds left on the deck, rolled up in a sail bag, to starting to bring freighters in. Like the first load that Tommy Powell brought in, he went down to Colombia with a shrimp boat and it could only get 16,000 pounds. He wanted 20. There wasn't an organization or a group that could give him 20. He had to go to different farmers. And that's what I mean. With the drug wars became organizations that could put up. Other friends of mine, within a year or two, were going down and getting 200,000 pounds on a freighter.
Oh my God.
So it just, 50, a normal load would be 40 to 60,000 pounds that we would bring in, one of the guys. So
anybody in your family knew what's going on? Like at least your mom?
When
you turn 18 and
my mom pulled me aside at one time and said, why are you doing this? She goes, you're not making that much money. You could just go get a legal job and, smart, get into business. You're going to make more money legally than you're ever making doing this.
So she knew it, huh?
Yeah. And she was right. She was right.
Of course.
But
Mother's always right.
Always right.
What was the answer? Why were you doing it?
Young and reckless?
Yeah. For the excitement. I did a 300 kilo offload and I'll get into that. And the money wasn't enough for me. I was making more money doing other things. I didn't like to do smuggling trips because smuggling trips are too many loose ends. Like as a drug runner, as somebody that would take the stuff and sell it myself or buy and sell to my customers, you have a life expectancy of like a quarterback. You're protected. You're insulating yourself between layers. When you're a smuggler, you're like a wide receiver. You're running out there and you're going to get clobbered. And eventually you don't have control of the customs, the DEA, planes breaking. It's just a very much more volatile business, but it pays a lot more.
Right.
So, it pays 100 times more, let's say.
Well, walk us through from being a street dealer, like happening right now, you're dealing only for your friends. And then you're like, fuck it. I want to go big. I want to be a millionaire. I want to run these.
Yeah. And so, right. So then I don't think I ever, one of the problems in my life into this day, and I tell my kids, regret's a wasted emotion. I don't believe in regret. I don't believe in jealousy. I've taught in fear. Fear is good because fear
it saves you.
Yeah, but I think I never had a plan. After my dad died, I always say my whole life's been fight or flight and reactive. I told my kids, I've raised them to be proactive, have a plan. What are you going to do in life? I just never did. I just bounced off the walls.
You went with the flow.
Yeah, I was always reactive, and then once I got so deep in, I've been in fight or flight life. I won't walk into a restaurant. I won't sit with my back to the door. And I can probably tell you, almost everybody in the restaurant and what the relationship is to the people they're talking to. And, who's wearing a pair of jeans that, I stare people down. And that's just a life of doing this. Even after I got out of it, it's been 30 something years. But, when you're trained as a kid, as a 13 or 15-year-old. So what happened was at that exact time, Sandy came in and he made me his right-hand man because he would come in town from New Orleans, call me up. Hey, what are you doing?
With his boats, right?
No, yeah. He was trying to buy the boats down here. He was living in a little trailer that he had bought just to crash in. And I would go down there and do errands for him, go run down and do this. Well, he ended up hooking up with one of the biggest smugglers in the world to buy and sell his boats and planes. That was Donnie Steinberg. And I'll never forget, I was sitting there, Dave Jackson, who was a big time yacht broker and a friend of Sandy's. And later on, that name's going to come back in this story. But Dave Jackson, I was a kid, I watched him tell Sandy. I remember where I was standing. Hey, Sandy, you take Donnie and Pete. They're too big for me. I got too much to lose. He has, 5 offices in countries and, big business. He goes, I can't deal with these guys. So then Donnie Steinberg and Sandy Donnie's building Donnie's operation was so big, the U.S. government called him the company. And he was actually, at one point, they said he's bigger than Pepsi. One of the last things he did was bought a fleet of 747s to fly weed in. Never did coke, just weed. But he would bring in 200,000 at a time. I remember Donnie sitting with me one time looking through like a High Times, and they had a thing called the Hit Parade. He's like, what the biggest bust of the month were? And he's like, that one was mine. That one was mine. Huge smuggler. At the exact same time, one of my pot dealing partners, Terry, who was living in Florida, I think it was 1977, something like that. He moved back to Ohio because his father lost the construction business, and he's working at the Ford plant. And he calls me up. We were selling lids together, ounces in high school. He goes, I think I could sell some weed up here. I go, well, come down. I'll throw you a couple pounds. So on his weekend off, he drives in his car. He had a black Trans Am, drives down to Fort Lauderdale. I throw him 2 pounds and he drives back. It's 19 hours each way.
Yeah.
So, I mean, he did that in 3 days.
Ohio, yeah.
Yeah. And believe me, I've done the drive many, many times myself. And since that day. So he calls me back. He goes, dude, I sold them like instantly. I can sell some more. So I said, well, come on down. At that point, I got a bail from Donnie, a 50-pound bail, which is about the size of a bale of hay or a large suitcase. Terry pulls up and I'm living in the little trailer because Sandy's made so much money. He bought a house on the water. And I'm just crashing there with my girlfriend. And Terry pulls up and we're parked in the middle of the street like at night. Like we're on a dead end street, but still there's apartment buildings.
Seriously.
Yeah. There's apartment buildings, people walking around, and we're trying to shove this bale in the trunk of the car.
God.
Well, it turns out the trunk isn't big. The bale doesn't fit in the trunk. So we're like, the hell are we going to do? Cut it in half? So finally we pull out the spare tire, pull out his luggage, throw it all in the back seat. Sorry. And I'm worried. I'm like, Terry, you're driving down the street and the cop pulls you over and says, what's with all the shit?
What's that?
Yeah, what's in the trunk? Right? And he goes, fuck it. I go, at least put a blanket over it, throws the bail in the trunk and drives back to Ohio. Last time he ever worked at the Ford plant. By the time we got done 12 years later, he could have bought a Ford dealership. Because what ended up happening was that opened up a lane, as they say. And me and him started, by the time, within no time, I had 3 cars, 3 drivers. I used to do it myself, just drive back and forth a couple times with 300. Each trunk will hold about 300 pounds, give or take.
Who supply you with the weed? Who give you
people would just give it to me. They had so much weed laying around Florida. I'd just go to either Donnie or one of the people. And sometimes I'd have to put up some money. Like when it got to the point we were moving 1,000 pounds at a time. So I used to pay $240 to $245 a pound. For 1,000 pounds would be $250,000. And to put that in today's money, that would be like $1 million today.
Yeah, right.
So I would throw down like 80 grand cash, go to some house, there'd be 40,000 pounds or, whatever number of pounds was in the house. I have a special pocket knife that I did not bring because I can't fly with the knife, but I had this buck knife. I'd pop it open, bring a magic marker, cut open all the bales, climb up 40,000 pounds like you're climbing up a mountain of weed. It's like a mountain.
It's like the Dark Knight Joker on the pile of money. Like it's literally.
Well, think about it. Yeah. If each bale is 50 pounds, 40,000 pounds is like 200 bales or something like that. Climb up there, cut them out, mark my mark and throw them to the side. Send my guys back as an example with the cars. The cars would pull in and we'd put and then we had air shocks in the cars because you can't have the cars driving down the street with 300-400 pounds in the back. So we'd put these air shock and we put the air filler most of the time was in the bumper. We didn't do that. We put it in the wheel well so that it looked like somebody pulled over to put air in the tire, but they were really putting it in the wheel well. And at some times when someone would bring in a load and now you have a big load in town, they need the weed out. So they'd call me up and they go, hey, can you take 2,000? Sure. I just go to National Rent-A-Car, rent a couple more cars, put air shocks on them and start driving them back and forth to Ohio till we move all the load up there and then wait for them to sell it. And I'd go up and get the money. But can you imagine the rent-a-car people getting like 4 or 5 renters later, they go, wait a second, there's air shocks in our cars.
What is air shocks?
I mean, I know conceptually, I know, but I don't.
So the shocks are springs normally, right? What they would do is they'd have.
It keeps the car from being slanted.
Right. They'd have air they'd be like an airbag or like a system in the shock. So when you pump air in it and it would raise it.
To offset the weight of the driver.
Right. So the car's driving down the street like this because there's a 24-year-old kid driving a freaking Mercury Marquis, middle of Virginia, with Florida driver's license. He's driving his mother's Cadillac. And we didn't do Cadillacs. We did Chevy Caprice Classics, Mercury Marquis, Bonnevilles. We didn't do Lincolns or Cadillacs for obvious reasons, Did
you ever have any oh shit moments like you got pulled over and they were going to search it or did you ever
two things happened. Because I wasn't always, after I started making money, I wasn't in the car.
You weren't driving.
Rarely. But one time, 2 things happened. One time we had my friend's sister driving. She's a good looking chick and the car threw I think the drive shaft broke or something, Cops pull up and she goes, hey, my car broke down. Cops go, okay. Then she's got 300 something pounds in the trunk. They tow her to a local shop. She goes and gets a room for the night. They put it on the lift, replace the part and send her on a road. And I'm thinking, how could they not smell the 300 pounds? Because it reeks. It's not like it was in like triple sealed like they do today, triple sealed, vacuum sealed.
How much would she get in jail if she will got caught from that load? 300 pounds.
Probably at that time, there's 2 guidelines. The new guidelines and the old guidelines. On a state charge, she might have gotten 3 years. Negotiated.
So how was it wrapped then? If it wasn't
just in they usually come in. So I actually, for later on, I actually brought a piece of a bail with me.
No shit.
Part of the show and tell.
All right.
Yeah,
I'm excited.
Never done that, but we have a piece of the bail. So it's wrapped in burlap and then duct tape wrapped around it. Lots of duct tape. If you were in a checkout line at a hardware store and you saw some guy with a lot of garbage bags and like 20 or 30 rolls of duct tape,
you knew exactly
what he was doing. Yeah, he's patching. The kilos used to come in duct tape too, and I'll tell you the stories about that. But going back to this, so another time me and my friend Kelly, who had been my co-defendant in the end, he had this idea to bring 1,100 pounds in from Jamaica. And I had lived in Jamaica and I had brought weed out of Jamaica. My first trip was 600 pounds. as a kid. I was like 19.
How the hell
20.
did you do that?
A friend of mine flew in a private plane and we loaded it. He did it all. I ended up selling it. But what happened was me and a friend of mine were driving that load up to Ohio to sell it to Terry. Me and Big Jeff, and Big Jeff and I had smuggled it in, had been the team that smuggled it in from Jamaica. Me, Big Jeff, and Bob Silverbullet. And we're driving in the middle of the night. And I'm not proud of this story, but one thing people will say that, oh, he's a liar, his book's a liar, blah, blah. Buddy, I didn't come out at 68 years old and spend 7 years to write a book. I am telling 100% of what I say is true. And I'm not proud of this story. We're driving in the middle of the night in Kentucky, and we got a trunk load of weed, and it's pitch black. And all of a sudden we come up on a car, and the car had rolled. And a guy comes running out into the light, and it's pitch black, middle of nowhere. And he's like, help me, help me. I rolled the car, and my father-in-law was sleeping in the back seat, and I think he's dead. And me and Big Jeff are looking, and there's nobody out there. And we're looking at each other. We're thinking, we got a fucking trunk load of weed. If the cops are going to come, and I look in the mirror and I see a semi headlights in the back, maybe 2 miles back. And I'm looking, going, I'm in my mind going, he's going to be here in a minute. The semi's maybe a minute away. If we don't leave right now, or we got to stay or go, because if we leave and the semi sees our license plate in our car, and he gets on the radio and says, if you leave the side of the road of a, fatality accident, they're going to come looking for you. Mm-hmm. I mean, that's, humanly not the thing to do.
Yeah. And
I'm just looking, and I'm going to get out of the car, and the guy's flipping out, and the car is sitting there on its side, headlights shining on the back, and Jeff just looks at me and goes, hit it. And I just put the car in gear and just punched it. And the guy's like, dude, help. What can I do? I've got a trunk load of weed. And it's, there's a lot of things, like I say, regret is a wasted emotion. You can never go back. And there's nothing I could have done for the guy. The semi would have been better because he'd have a CB radio mm-hmm. and maybe medical kit in the truck. But we had to make that decision in a split second. And we did. We left the guy there. And so that's one of the things that on the road. And I said, like, in the end, I didn't go on the road that often. But that was in the very beginning. And
when you feel regret, how do you fight that? You're human. I'm sure it still crosses your mind sometimes.
Oh, man.
Is it just a mentality of training yourself to not let it affect your current day's decisions? Or,
Well, I've spent my whole life trying to do the right thing by people. I give every day. I try to affect somebody's life in a positive way. I can't go back. There's if we keep talking, I'll bring up more things that,
right.
Certainly have
with
affected.
The girl in a boat.
So I'll go tell that story. So we'll segue. You guys are going to get me into like the,
hey,
but so
we're here for the ride.
So Frankie had gotten busted in New Orleans doing a coke deal. And because he was a big name, the Montleone, you go to New Orleans, the Montleone name is on top of the city. It's on top of their hotel. It's in the biggest building in the French Quarter. And it says Montleone, a big, like, the Hollywood sign.
Yeah.
That's what New Orleans has, the Montleone. And the kid had a big name, and his father, the story goes that originally the great grandfather was in the mob, and they made a deal because they made so much money legally to be not involved. But I don't think the grandfather, there were business people from the 1800s, the family's very wealthy at this point, right? And Frankie's kind of the black sheep of the family. He's the fuck up. Everybody else.
He's the one who's doing it.
Yeah, he's a fuck up, and he gets involved with coke, and he goes to sell the DEA or somebody a couple grams of coke, and what the cops do is, this is conspiracy. And they say, hey, can you get me an ounce? Frankie probably didn't know where to get an ounce. He's just talking. He goes, sure. Now they got him for selling an ounce of blow in 1977, I think it was, in New Orleans. Big thing. So somehow my name comes up, and I talk about it in the book, but I think what happened was Sandy's, my bad dad. I always say, if my dad taught me how right it was to be good, Sandy taught me how good it was to be bad. He had larceny, and I loved him like a father. He was my father image, so to speak, my second dad. And I think his daughter was involved in the thing with Frankie because they were from New Orleans. Somehow my name came up. And remember, you always want the guy from Florida. Like in all my stories, they'll say, oh, the guy from Florida. You know, no matter where I got busted, if you were from Florida, now they got something. That's gonna stick, because that's where the drugs come in. So I'm closer to busting, you know, busting drug dealers is all about getting notches on your cop's gun belt so you can get raises and promotions and that of boys. I mean, it's more about that and asset seizures than anything about taking drugs off the street, you know, whatever the cops jump up and say.
Yeah, but also, is it a point that cops were so fucking dirty in Florida, especially like when you start, you know, making so much money, you start paying off the cops. So
yeah, not me, but there were plenty of stories of that. Yeah, I mean, Miami River cops, which I talk about in my book, is a phenomenal story, which I know in detail, that where these cops were robbing drug dealers, and they robbed this freighter that come in on Miami River, and the guys on the boat were from South America. A bunch of them jumped in the water to get away. They couldn't swim. So by daylight, they had like 5 bodies floating in the river, and all of a sudden it came out. They arrested like 200 cops, judges. I mean,
everybody's on the payroll.
Yeah, everybody's on the payoff.
Why you never did this? To protect yourself.
I didn't have anybody to pay off. They didn't, I didn't know anybody. But I'll tell you the story about Brenda. Mm-hmm. So what happened was, back to Frankie. So Frankie brought my name up in the case. So Sandy, who I did not know till later in the years that his daughter was also involved in the case, knew I was doing a lot of blow. I was his right-hand man. Like, Sandy had me forging titles. One of the things that Sandy and Donnie would have me do.
You've been doing coke, right? At that time?
Yeah.
When you
sniffing it. Yeah. But I mean, I wasn't, sometimes you stay up a little too late. But one of my jobs was in the very beginning is they'd have all this money and they needed to put the money to work. So they'd give me a Learjet, a couple $1 million in suitcases. And they took me one time. They said, come with us, or you can come with me today. I'm going to take you on a Learjet. Went down to the Caymans, met the bankers. The next time they call up, hey kid, you're going by yourself. They were just setting me up. I mean, he'd done that to me before. He brought me to a bank, introduced me to a banker. All of a sudden one day he goes, come over here. He goes, hey, take this $10,000 and deposit it in the bank.
And bankers knew exactly.
Oh yeah, this wasn't Wells Fargo. This was the Sunshine State Bank of Florida. They had 2 locations.
Oh my God.
You know what I mean?
Classic.
Wow. Right. And so I go down and I hand the guy $10,000 wrapped in aluminum foil. It looked like a brick of something, but and I remember this. I went back, and this is poignant in my story too, just not to diverge, but the smuggler, Peyton Cromwell, who had given me the money to go, the deposits to buy a boat that Sandy was selling them to, do a trip, said, let me tell you something, kid. He goes, when I land in Colombia and I got my little plane and the little Indians are wearing straw hats, bringing bucket brigade bales to me to load up 1,000 pounds, 2,000 pounds. He goes, there's American military cargo planes parked right next to me with American soldiers in uniform driving forklifts, putting bales. Yep. And I used to tell people that, and people didn't believe me. But then, as we'll go into later, the Iran-Contra scandal in the 80s of drugs for guns, right? I can give you, I'll tell the list of the amount of times the American government has smuggled drugs. Yep. It's not a small list. Yep. It's a long list of being involved. But going back. A lot
of amazing documentaries. It's fascinating.
Right. When people say, you're full of shit, Google it.
Yeah.
Like, you know what I mean?
Well, nowadays, after like 20 years later, when it's like, secret files, not secret anymore, government was doing and founding wars exactly the same as you, but you're not government. That's why you in prison and they're not.
That's exactly right. So I'll tell you the story about Brenda. So I'm living in Jamaica on the run. Sandy goes, go down to Jamaica. I have this friend of mine, Al Lipton.
What made you to go? Because of Sandy's story, right?
Yeah, the story in New Orleans.
Sandy's case.
Well, yeah, Frankie Montleone's case in New Orleans. Sandy's daughter's involved. I found out later.
Who tipped you about that?
Well, I don't remember how I found out, but Sandy's like, kid, you got to leave the country for a while. You need to dry out. You're partying too much. And he wanted me out of there, not knowing. But later on, I figured out because of my tie to him. I'm his right-hand man. His daughter's there. He didn't want me because I'm the guy that's smuggling the money to the Cayman Islands. I'm the guy forging all the titles. I'm the guy running around picking up the boats. You
just knew too much. You've been involved too much.
Yeah, and I wasn't running. I wasn't smuggling drugs. I wasn't doing anything like that. but he wanted me out of the country. Mm-hmm. So I go down into Jamaica and I'm living at a friend of his place, Al Lipton's, and just hanging out for like 6 months, being
what a life.
Yeah, great life, right?
What a life.
I'm sitting there smoking weed, hanging out with all the tourist girls and
listening Bob Marley, actually. Yeah. Witnessing Bob Marley in real
Bob
life.
Marley lived up the hill.
I just about to say that. Living in the same freaking neighborhood.
Yeah, because I was in Negril and Bob Marley, I don't know, he might have passed. I don't remember if he was still alive at that time, but he lived in Orange Hill. Orange Hill is where all the good weed's grown. So that's where all the Rastas live. It's on the side of the island where Kingston's on the other side and Mo Bay's in the middle. That's where the airport is. And then you live up, all the hippies, everybody goes to the Negril.
That's the capital, right? Kingston.
Yeah. Right. And I'll tell you a story. When I worked for the DEA, I had to go back to Kingston. And at the time, Kingston was one of the most dangerous places on earth, and, but anyway, so I'm in Jamaica, just living life, loving it. It's beautiful. You really, it's funny, like most kids when they're 18 or 19, like they'll go to Europe or something. Yeah. I went on the run,
What did you do for 6 months? What was your daily routine? You wake up and you go to sleep. Tell me that half a year process of living this life. So
I wake up, and a lot of it was through the soft season. It wasn't the tourist season. So like,
you're still using it, right? You're still on drugs.
No, I mean, I'm smoking a little weed. I'm not doing any blow.
Okay, you're not doing blow, nothing.
No, there wasn't a lot down there, and I didn't try to get any. There was some people, I'd do a couple lines maybe while I was there. But I'm just smoking weed, and I'm working at the hotel to cover I'm living there. So I wasn't paying them, but I was working there. Mm-hmm. And they didn't need me to work there. It was just a favor. Al was a cocaine smuggler.
Did you have access to money?
I had brought my own.
Okay.
I brought money with me. I had thousands of dollars I brought. But I didn't really need it. I mean, to go out to dinner and stuff, but I was living for free. And each bungalow had an outside shower that you'd have to walk down this, flower lined path and you take a shower. It was a propane shower. So, but you have to bring enough matches because the wind would blow it out. You'd be or it was raining. So funny, the house I live in now and almost every house I've had has an outside shower. Like I take a shower outside. If anybody wants to come by and take a look, I take a shower outside every day. I have an outside shower to this day. Wow. And I always tell my wife, I built that area for you to do yoga and meditate. You don't take, no, she never goes to the outside shower. But, and I think my neighbors are happy I wear a towel from the bedroom to the shower, I mean, I'm polite about it. But anyway, so I'm down in Jamaica and all of a sudden my friend Bob Silverbullet, who was a really talented smuggler, who lived next door to me in the trailer next door at the time. I was living in Jamaica, but I still had the trailer. I don't know what happened to that. I remember. But anyway, Bob was my neighbor at one point, and he was a big time smuggler. He was a pilot and a boat captain. He was talented. And Big Jeff, who was kind of a guy that I took, Sandy was dating his cousin. He was a football player, a linebacker at LSU on a scholarship, blew his knee out. He was living in New Orleans. So he moved to Florida because he was going to go work with Sandy and, with cousin. And I took him under my wing. And he was a big football, Big Jeff was like 6'3", 290-pound linebacker. And me would go walking along together. And, everybody's going like, so in Florida, nobody wants to meet anybody. So, but I wanted to introduce Jeff and get him in the game and have him start making money and selling drugs and so I just call everybody up and go, hey, I'm coming over and I'm bringing the big guy. And so they thought the big guy was my boss, right? I'd get there and just be a big guy.
Big guy, yeah.
But who's going to argue at that point? And Jeff ended up becoming a smuggler and getting into the business because I introduced him to everybody. So anyhow, I'm on the run in Jamaica and Big Jeff and Bob Silverbullet come down. And I go, what are you guys doing here? And there's a hotel up the mountain. I was staying at Samsara, which is still there today. It was named after two German shepherds, Sam and Sarah. Sarah had died and Sam was on his way out when I was there. So I tried to take him to the vet and try to protect him, but the Jamaicans don't care, So Sam, I couldn't save him. But Hank owned a place called Ixtabi. And that was a couple, if anybody's been to Jamaica, there's Samsara, Ixtabi. And then on the top of the hill is Rick's Cafe. And that's the bar where everybody goes to. And then they have the cliff where the cliff divers will jump off. And occasionally some drunk tourist will do it and kill himself or, end up in the hospital because, a 300-pound guy shouldn't jump off a 50-foot cliff. But I go, what are you guys doing here? They go, well, to be honest with you, we're working with Hank on a load to smuggle back to America. And I go, I want in. Let me do it. And they go, well, what I said, because Bob had the plane, he had it all. He had a landing strip, a plane, he had it all. So I go, how much money are we putting up? They go, 16,000. That's just to pay. You don't pay for the weed. You pay for the cops. You pay for the runway. You pay for, because if it's in Jamaica, if you said, all right, how much is the weed? 100 grand, here's 100 grand. You may not get the weed.
Yeah.
You might get a machete party. And I'll explain what that is. Yeah. They don't have bullets in Jamaica. Guns and bullets are life in prison. So what they do is take you out to the field and 3 guys with machete hack you to death.
Yep.
So if you get
no life in prison for that, just.
Well, you might get life in prison, but you are definitely getting life. Like it's over the minute, you're not going to survive that. You might be you're going to look at your arms and legs being hacked off.
Oh my God.
So, and I'll tell you how that came into play when I worked for the DEA. But so I'm down there and I go, all right, I'll tell you what, I'll put up $4 grand and we'll split the load 3 ways. And I'll sell it. I'll bring it to Ohio because I still had my Ohio gig. And they go, all right, you got a deal. So they said, but where's the $4 grand? I said, I got it at home in America. I'm coming home. Already been there 7 months. So we flew to the Bahamas first because you don't want to fly right back from Jamaica because customs might say, and I put on this huge hibiscus red flowered shirt, like the most.
Like a tourist.
Yeah. I mean, you couldn't have been any brighter. I had a drink. I got at the bar with an umbrella in it. And those guys went first because they flew down together. And we don't know if Interpol's looking for me. I don't know what's going on. So because we would be down there knowing like, hey, I'll tell you, one time we're all eating dinner. I think it was this trip. Me, Hank, Bob, Big Jeff, Paul, who got busted smuggling coke out of Peru later on, and a few other people. And this girl comes up and goes, hey, can I take your all's picture? And we all mutter, Interpol. And as soon as she goes to take the picture, everybody's like that. There's a whole big table of like 10 people. Not one person's,
oh my God,
smiling and doing cheers.
Everybody's doing this. So Brenda was somebody that I had met down in Jamaica. And she was a woman down there, like in her 40s, who, man, she used to, I was 20 something years old. If you go to my website, there's pictures of me in Jamaica. And I'm just a kid. And Brenda's looking at me and I'm like, fuck, she's eye raping me every day, And I'm not getting, like, it's not like I couldn't, have a little fun in Jamaica, but Brenda was, I'm a kid. I'm not messing with Brenda. Turned out her daughter came down. And so I ended up, having a relationship with her daughter. So I leave Jamaica. I bring a load in. That load, Bob flew it in. We got it out of the plane. He brought it down. We brought her up to Ohio and sold the whole thing. We all made a bunch of money. A couple months later, I hear Brenda's daughter calls me. She's in America, and we had a relationship. As the kids say, we were talking. And her mother was murdered. And what happened was Brenda finally found somebody to put a trip together. A guy on a sailboat. She fronted the weed up from one of the local growers, and Brenda was like always difficult. Like the island can make you crazy. Like you would see people in Jamaica that they would look normal. Then one day, next day, like it's a Jamaican person riding around naked, a 300-pound woman on a moped naked. Island fever.
Yeah.
And there's times when you just got to, and that's when you just got to go back to the mainland. And, Brenda was starting to get island fever. She was a little wacky, hard-headed Italian woman. You weren't going to tell Brenda, she was tougher than nails. She was a smart, tough woman. And what I heard happen from her daughter was, and this is what happened. She said, I'm giving the guy the load to head for Miami, maybe 600 or 1,000 pounds, small load. And at the last minute, she goes, I'm going along. I want to keep an eye on my load. And they got
on a plane.
No, in a boat.
On a boat.
A sailboat. Yeah. And I guess the guy didn't want her to. She insisted. And what I heard was right when they got offshore, she started going off and like just making it difficult. And the captain of the boat, maybe because he didn't want to cut her in on the money, maybe because she was being unreasonable, because she could be difficult. Believe me, she was a tough little woman. They basically tied her to the anchor and threw her overboard alive. And what happened was they had a kid on the boat. They had the captain, a first mate, and a young kid that was along for the ride. And when they got into the beach, they let the kid live, and the kid went to the police and said, hey, this is what happened. I mean, can you imagine being like a 19-year-old kid seeing someone thrown overboard? They hit her a couple of times with the oar, I guess, or something, tied her to the anchor and threw overboard. So,
well, that's what, sorry, just a little bit ties. That's how Russian thugs, Russian mafia, they will put you in concrete, in a bucket of concrete.
Right.
Send you aboard.
Right. That's the old Italian, they call it the Italian shoes, right?
Yeah, the concrete shoes.
Yeah. Right. And
so they all got busted?
They all got busted, and the daughter, was stayed with me for a while, and you just see the pain. Listen, when I was growing up in high school, by the time I was graduating high school, I already had a friend of mine's brothers who had died in plane crashes in Colombia, in DC-3s, or been found dead in bathtubs. Friends of mine, like Merrick went down to Colombia, they found his body in a bathtub. It's a dangerous game. So when people talk about, again, none of this would have happened if they hadn't made marijuana illegal. Marijuana, nobody's ever died from marijuana. You can eat aspirins and die, right? It was made illegal in 1939 because this Republican firebrand politician wanted to build his name. They had started a division called the Anti-Narcotics Division. It was a federal division. They brought him on to run it, and he had run it from the 1930s. I read this the other day, all the way to Kennedy, which was in 1960s. So he was in charge of the drug wars, or they had a thing called the marijuana tax, where they told everybody that all you had to do is pay a tax, and then a lot of it was, believe it or not, the first marijuana wars and taxes in 1930s was to villainize Mexicans because they were having, the best political thing is to find a common enemy.
Yeah.
I worked for Hitler. That's what they were doing. They were blaming the Mexicans and they were deporting the Mexicans. But the war on drugs goes back way before that. But going back so that's what happened to Brenda. And
you were at this point when, walk us through to your peak. So you start doing this, you got back in business, you left Jamaica, everything is happening. Walk us through what happened next. How did you get to the level when
and can I add a question just to kind of put with that? You watch movies and TV shows about drugs and cartels, and the people running them are terrifying and scary, and obviously stuff that happened to Brenda is horrifying, and all these people are dangerous people, as you said. But you said when you were starting out, and I asked you how you started dealing. He's like, oh, it was just friends. Everyone gets it.
Right.
How does that go? Do you remember a moment where you remember it shifted from just being socially nice to then you're dealing with the most dangerous people in the world? Did you notice that, or did it just kind of happen and you wake up one day and you're already in it?
Well, you're exactly. And here's the thing: the marijuana guys were never the dangerous guys. We were just hippies. If somebody ripped me off, it would be better off just to go make more money than chase them. Because if you chase them, you're going to kill somebody, or you're going to beat them up. You may not get the money. Certainly if you kill them, you're not going to get paid. Yeah. And you're bringing the cops on you. Yeah, isn't it easier just to do another trip? 99% of the marijuana guys had just started out, bringing a couple 100 pounds in through Mexico, or bringing a few things in. Again, Tommy Powell, who's a really good friend of mine, and you can read his book Reefer and see his podcast episode. Both Matt Cox, I got him on Matt Cox, and he's done mine too. He was just a guy selling weed in college towns, and all of a sudden, in the end, he was one of the first really big smugglers in America. There's another guy named Bruce Perlowin who does his own podcast. They call it Making the King of Pot, and he was one of the biggest smugglers in the world also. And what he ended up doing was, with another friend of ours, Daryl Boyd, it convinced him, hey, stop smuggling in Florida, go to California. They're not looking at that route. So Bruce tells the story. One of the first bales of marijuana he ever sold, I introduced him to Tommy, and they started talking. And Bruce goes, wait a second. When you brought that first load of 16,000 pounds in, you fronted it to this guy? And Tommy says, yeah. And he goes, but he fronted it to me. So it was just a network of pot guys. And what happened was the original cocaine smuggling. I remember Al Lipton, the person that owned the hotel in Jamaica. When I left a couple $1,000s there, and I left with a guy to watch. And when I went back to get it, because I didn't want to tell anybody I was leaving, so I just left in the middle of the night. And a couple $1,000 doesn't sound like a lot, but back then it would be like 10,000 or 7,000 to 8,000 today. So I went down to see him one time at the Mutiny Hotel, fancy hotel, all the drug deal. The Mutiny Hotel is part of where Scarface was filmed, the bar scene. I mean, it was the place. Everybody would hang out. So he had a room down there one day, and I go, Al, I'd like to get my money back. And he goes, that was last year. We're keeping your money. You never, you did a trip, you made money. But Al told me, he goes, kid, listen, when I bring cocaine in, I sell a pure kilo of cocaine when I started selling grams and ounces was between 57,000 is what Al was selling them for. So they were between 57,000 and 60,000 a kilo.
For a kilo.
Right. Now you could take that kilo. Remember, this is 1970s. So that's like 300,000 today. Or you could take that kilo and cut it 4 to 1.
And mix it.
Wow. Now all of a sudden you're turning it on 60,000 into 240,000, which is like $1 million today. So when you think about how fast you can make money with cocaine, it didn't take the Colombians long to figure out a bale of marijuana holds 50 pounds. The same bale would be 25 kilos, and a kilo is this big.
A brick. Yep.
A brick. It's just a big. So you could fit a lot of kilos in the same plane. If you have like a cigarette boat might hold 1,000 or 2,000 pounds of weed. A DC-3 would hold 5,000 pounds of weed.
It's all about the quality. Like you don't need quantity that anymore because
and the other thing is someone could do an ounce of weed in a month. Someone could do an ounce of blow in 2 days. I mean, for a group of people. So the product was way more, valuable because it was way faster, disseminated into society or dispensed into society. So I think that's what changed a lot. But again, the war on drugs created the gang. There was no Pablo Escobar. When I started selling drugs, Guzman didn't, Pablo Escobar, like I said, the Medellin cartel, Carlos later, none of those guys existed. It was just me and a bunch of pirates and kids, guys listening to Jimmy Buffett and, sailing boats and going on planes.
What does the logistics of that look like when you enter a plane or a boat to the border and you have however many thousands of pounds of drugs in it? Like where are they? How is it not discovered more easily?
Well, I mean,
by customs and stuff.
You don't call customs when you're coming in.
Sure.
Okay. So it just depends how you do it. Like, you'll just load the boat up. One of my friends got busted in coming in Port Everglades. Fort Lauderdale, Port Everglades is the main port in Miami, and then there's the port of Miami, and a sport fish with like 4,500 pounds just coming in the cut, and he got pulled over by customs, and it's just the boat's full of it. Other things, you try to do hidden compartments and stuff, but
like, are they all searched or is it
no? It's so
searched?
hard.
It's so randomly, right?
Yeah, but remember in the beginning they didn't have listen, as I say in the book, nobody loved the war on drugs more than the cops, the politicians, and the lawyers, right? Because remember when I got busted, I've been busted twice. The first thing the lawyer says is, how much money do you got? I mean, if you're a nickel and dime thief or a small time crack dealer or something like that, you don't have enough money to pay a lawyer.
Right.
But if you're somebody like me, the guy goes, well, I need a deposit of 80 grand. All right, I'll have that for you tomorrow. And if you're bigger than me, it could be 200 grand.
Yeah.
The lawyer's job is to figure out how bad your case is, how scared you are, and how much you're willing to pay. And the politician's going to get elected because he's going against the drug war, and the cops are loving it. When we first started, we had the boats. I had one of the first star scopes. If you ever, you'll see like in Navy SEALs, they have those binoculars that are strapped to their head that turn daylight into night. I mean, night into daylight. Yeah. I had one of those in my trailer. I mean, but it was it was like this. It wasn't a.
I don't remember which movie. I think it's Sofia Vergara. She played.
The cocaine madam.
Yeah, cocaine madam.
I can't think of her name. Yeah.
They will find apartment in Miami, the corner unit. They will put couple models over there, big freaking stuff that you can see exactly where the patrol going and communicating with others. Right. When there is nobody in the water, you can bring, like cocaine. So it was like, it's just unreal how it just.
If you read Tommy Powell's book. I'm sorry, Bruce Perlowin. If you listen to his podcast, they made so much money. They actually had their own pier in San Francisco that they could back the boat right up the fishing boat and take off the 40 to 50,000 pounds. And he owned the pier next to it. He was building houseboats. So they would build a houseboat and it would be the cover for these boats in the mountains. And he's not the only guy. He had a Winnebago full of radio and electronic equipment. And in radios, they have crystals, right? When they have different frequencies. So you have frequencies, they're predetermined in the crystals. And what they would do is they would make their own crystals. And so they'd have sub-frequencies. They could have the police frequency. I mean, back then, everybody had this thing called the Bearcat scanner. And what the Bearcat scanner did was scanned all the police channels. So what people would do is buy those and then have electronic gurus fix them up. And they could scan all the police channels, all the customs channels, and they would just sit in these trailers
and just listen
and watch patrols. And some people, I'll tell you, I'll tell you a story about when we brought in 1,100 pounds into St. Pete Airport, right? So, and then I'll keep telling you smugglers. And here's the fun. I want guys to know that I never considered myself a smuggler. I was a drug runner. I would take it once you brought it in, because smugglers had a life expectancy, like I said, of a couple trips and they get busted. And I just never wanted to do it. I always figured, I'm not going to.
What's the actual difference?
Well, one person's bringing it from a country to America. And what I would do is move it or sell it. I would
domestically.
Domestically. It's like
so it's Jamaica to Florida versus Florida to Ohio.
Right.
It's just the location.
Right. And people would say, well, you were smuggling it to Ohio. I go, no.
There's no borders from Florida to Ohio.
You will be distributing.
Yes. Anytime someone said, well, I was a smuggler. No, you didn't crack a border. You weren't a smuggler. You can keep the name if you want it, but you're full of shit. Yeah. Right.
But you did crack borders.
Well, it turned out I did 12 smuggling trips. It's like, and people, one of them, I'll tell you, the cocaine smuggling trip. I don't know what, someone said to me, why did you do it? I go, well, when your mom says, if Johnny jumps off a bridge, would you do it too?
Yeah.
And the answer is like, well, does he live or just break his legs? Because if he just breaks his legs, yeah, I'm probably going to do it. So, but I'll go into that smuggling trip because that was 300 kilos of coke. But this one trip, I already lived in Jamaica. I'd already done some other smuggling. We brought in the trip from Jamaica. I smuggled all that money to the Caymans, multiple trips down there. I'd been in, I don't remember when this falls into, but my friend Kelly, who I ended up getting busted with in Ohio when I got busted the second time, wanted to bring 1,100 pounds in from Jamaica.
Coke.
No, pot.
Pot.
Yeah. And his uncle Ralph had a twin engine plane and wanted to do the trip and came to Kelly. He had the connection. And I know Jamaica run-ins, as we say in Jamaica. I go, no, you just this isn't the way it's done. You really got to nail this down. They're like, Ralph's got the plane. He's got the connection. I need you to help me do the offload and sell it in Ohio. I said, all right. He goes, I need your expertise. Will you come along? I said, all right, I'll be involved in the offload and the trip. So I grabbed 20,000 cash just to have some spare money. And I mean, people, this is 1980s. That's like $80,000 or $60,000. I just grabbed that. One time I had a girlfriend. Me and my friend went out drinking. And I had this girl I picked up on the beach. She was my girlfriend. She had the key to the house. And she calls me on the beeper. We didn't have cell phones. And I go, what's up, baby? I call the house. She goes, you left a bag of money in the closet. And it's not like I hid it. In the closet, sitting there was a brown paper bag with $80,000 that I had forgot about. And I'm like, oh, honey. She goes, and she's pissed. She goes, you're putting me in the middle of this. If it's missing, I'm not responsible. That's not fair to me. I'm so sorry, honey. Another time, a friend of mine, we're hanging out, smoking a joint or doing something in my kitchen. He goes, hey, I need a light bulb for the bathroom. I go, oh, they're underneath the cabinet. He pulls out the light bulb box and pulls out 10,000 cash. I go, fuck. I mean, I can't tell you how many times I go, fuck.
Well, that invites a question. How do you run your finances when that's what you do for a living? You can't put it in the bank.
I would just
hide it.
Do you even file taxes? Like, how does that even work?
I wouldn't file. At one point, I started a fake company.
What?
Yeah.
Taxes?
No. At one time, I started a fake company. It was a window washing company. And my accountant
you got to launder it somehow.
He goes, how many windows can you wash? I go, I wanted to buy a townhouse and I had to have some. So I ended
income,
up.
Yeah.
But I have a stack at home of business cards like this thick. And a lot of them were fake companies I started just to hide my income. And a lot of them is because I never had a plan in life. I've always been reactive.
Yeah.
So I bounced from, anyway, I made it.
What was tell us about mafia, cartels, and everything, and your involvements when you're like, all right, we're going big, and now instead of Jamaicans, we're going to deal with Colombians.
So that's not the way let me finish telling you the Uncle Ralph story, because I think it's poignant. So they didn't really have a great plan. They never really done smuggling before. But this is what they were going to do. So I said, all right. So we did it in downtown St. Pete, and we had planned to land on a runway in the middle of the Everglades, which is where you do these things. And they couldn't do it because somehow they got spooked on the runway, like we were staking it out and some car came by. And the other problem is when Ralph landed in the runway, he wouldn't have enough fuel to get back to his regular FBO or fixed-based operation. So we'd have to have somebody out there with fuel, which more professional smugglers, and I'll tell that story. We brought in 300 kilos of coke. We had all that. So Uncle Ralph decides he's going to land right in St. Pete Airport. So I'm sitting in the Playboy Club. And what we did was we had my crew of drivers that were going to move the weed sitting outside of town in a cheap Motel 6. The two offload guys, Lee and Scotty, they're going to be pulling the weed out of the plane and putting it into a pickup truck with a camper top. So at the hangar, we've got the pickup truck with the camper top. We've got an old Volvo 240, the simplest little car. That's Uncle Ralph's beater car. And I'm staying at the Playboy Club on like the 22nd floor or whatever it is, looking out the window with binoculars and a radio and my bag with the 20 grand. Kelly is sitting near the runway in another car waiting for Uncle Ralph to come in, and he's got radio communication with Uncle Ralph. So he's got a VFR radio, whatever they call it, airplane radio, and he's going to talk to everybody else, walkie-talkie, the offloading me. So I'm watching, and then I hear the clicks, code, plane's landing, and I see the plane. I can see the lights of the plane, and I go, all right, Ralph's landing,
That middle of the night.
And all of a sudden I look down and I see coming down the street in St. Pete Beach is Uncle Ralph's Volvo. And it's crossing it doesn't do more than 90 miles an hour. It's a Volvo 240, the old square grandpa Volvo. And there's 5 cop cars chasing it. And every time it hits a cross street, the Volvo goes airborne and hits the ground. And the 5 cop cars, they're like on each side of it, behind it, lights flashing, sparks coming out. I'm like, holy shit. This is right out of a movie, like the Blues Brothers, cars are going airborne, sparks. It was poetic between the colored lights of the cop cars and the sparks of all 6 cars underneath the carriage hitting the ground. And I look down and I see my buddy Lee, who's been in a lot of smuggling things with me, trying to open the passenger door to get out. And I'm thinking, don't do that, because you're going to get run over by a cop car. Yeah. And I could see Scotty, who was a friend from high school, never did anything like this in his life. He's driving the Volvo. I see his arm on the steering wheel go by me. I go, fuck me. So I grab the 20,000. I grab the walkie-talkie, wrap it up in newspaper, and run up 3 flights of stairs and stash it in a stairwell. And I know that looking back, that wasn't smart because the cops found somebody found the walkie-talkie. But it seemed to me better than, and then we had a guy we named Doc. He was a medical student, and he was one of our drivers. And his parents had given him a big his grandmother's car, which had a big trunk. So we had Doc's car. We bring him in we needed more drivers because the load was bigger than, we needed 4 or 5 cars. So we had Doc's car stashed outside the hotel. And this is a contention me and Lee still have. So I run outside. That was the getaway car. If we had a second getaway car stashed right in front of the hotel, key under the mat. I run out there and I'm thinking the cops are never going to figure out that I'm involved, but I got to get out of here because they're going to start closing in the area. Mm-hmm. And if they find me with a walkie-talkie or a knapsack with 20 grand, I'm going to be tied to all the guys that just went down in the 1,100-pound bust. So I get in the hotel. I remember walking out of the hotel, like staring at the exit door going, breathe. It's okay. Nobody's going to figure it out this quick. You're getting out of here. Jump in the getaway car, drive out to the stash area where I have the other cars and the crews waiting. And Lee did jump out of the car, ran through a park, came back to the hotel to get the getaway car, which I had already used to get away.
Oh, shit.
So for the last 40 years, we've argued, like, why did you take the getaway car? I go, how did you get away and go back?
Yeah.
So I get to the stash house and I'm thinking, I walk in, I'm in the hotel room, And I'm thinking we're all, Uncle Ralph is busted. The weed's gone. The plane's gone. Lee's in jail. Scotty's in jail. I walk in and we're all just sitting there defeated. Kelly had already gotten there. And all of a sudden the phone rings and it's Uncle Ralph. And what happened was when the guys left in the Volvo, all the cops followed the Volvo. Here's a 65-year-old guy, Uncle Ralph, going, the only way out of there was to take the pickup truck with the load. Otherwise, he's got to walk down the street. So he jumped in the pickup truck, drove it to the stash house, called the guys that were his mechanics. Oh, the DEA came by and they stickered the doors because, they want to look for seeds and stems, confiscate the plane. It's always about the money. They could give a flying fuck about the weed. They want the plane. Right. And what happened was there was a cargo door in the back of the plane that they forgot to sticker. So his mechanics went in the middle of the night, opened up the cargo door, went in and vacuumed up the whole plane, mopped it all down and cleaned it up and flipped it. So in the end, the only charges anybody got, we got the load, we drove it up to Ohio. I actually drove the last little bit because we couldn't fit it in the cars. So I took Uncle Ralph's Volvo, and I tell that story in the book. And I drive the last couple 100 pounds to Ohio myself just because I had to get the money anyway. Mm-hmm. I had to go there. We had 200 pounds that didn't fit in the cars. So I figured, fuck it, I'll do it myself. But Uncle Ralph, who had never done a drug deal in his life, never done a smuggling trip, what a fucking swashbuckler, Like he had balls. The second trip they tried to do, Kelly and Uncle Ralph, was a cocaine trip. And they had no business doing the first trip. They were not experienced, not talented, didn't have the depth, and they got busted. And Uncle Ralph ended up ratting out Kelly and the families. What I'll talk, when we talk about the DEA later, you'll find out that most people cooperate within 30 seconds. Yeah. Like all these movies where guys are tough and this and that. By the time I got busted the second time in the 90s, all that had left the building. People were just swimming. They were getting, my second charge was 25 years and minimum mandatory. So going back to I didn't really ever have to. Everybody else, I'll give you an example. We did another trip, the 300 kilo trip. Did that in 85, 86. And Nathan, who is a friend of mine I'll talk about later, he was a pilot and he'd been doing some trips out with weed and coke out of Colombia. And he came to me, he goes, Kenny, I need to load up 300 kilos of coke. And Nathan and I had just done another trip. And I'll tell you that trip real quick. This is how you smuggle a load in, like when the customs is watching you. So we had a single engine plane and he was bringing in 40 keys or 80 keys, something small in our world. Yeah. From the Bahamas. So what you do is now you know that they're watching you. They have radar, they have DEA, they have customs. Now it's hot. Now it's the mid 80s. So you're flying in from the Bahamas. And what you do is you drop down to land in Fort Lauderdale Airport, which my house happened to be a mile away from. And on the other side of Fort Lauderdale Airport, the runway butts up to I-95. And on the other side of I-95 is railroad tracks. And right after that was a golf course. So what we did was the pilot would come in like he's going to do a landing. And right as he gets below radar, 200 feet, just getting ready to land, he calls the tower and goes, Foxtrot, Cessna Foxtrot 55999, request a go around. And what that means is they're not comfortable landing. He wants to go and take a second try. And unless there's some life-altering thing, they're going to give it to you because they don't want you to crash in the runway. If a pilot wants to go around, the tower's going to give it to him. Tower comes back, okay, Cessna, font, whatever, blah, 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 go ahead. Well, when he comes off the ground, he stays low over the 95, over the trees.
Lands in the golf course.
And then you have a pilot and you have a kicker. And this is a common practice. Like sometimes they would use a DC-3 with 5,000 pounds. And I'm going to show you how we do it. And they kick it out of the plane into the water. Or if you watched Made in America, Tom Cruise story, Barry Seal, kicks it out into the swamps all the time. So what happens is Tommy, my one friend, all dressed in black, ninja'd up, and Kenny, Nathan's brother, all dressed in black. I'm on one side road, and this is like we call Morgue Road. It's like the morgue's really on this 2-lane dirt road that's behind the golf course. And Nathan is in his Mercedes SL 500 because Nathan's a big smuggler. He's made a shit ton of money. And he's a pilot, so, and he's got a plane. So in this instance, somebody else was flying. They kicked the duffel bags out. Now, mind you, when there's a duffel bag weighing 40 pounds, 50 pounds, whatever it's weighing, coming in at 200 feet at 140 miles an hour, you're not going to catch that.
Yeah.
You know, if it catches you, you're dead.
Yeah.
Like you're not, like what the guys have to do is hug a tree. And that doesn't mean, because if it hits the tree, it's going to knock all the branches down. You might get kibbutzed, you know, you might get hit in the head with a branch or a buck. Anyway, so I pull up in the pickup truck. Tommy comes running out, jumps in the back of the truck on more grown, goes, hit it. And I go blasting through this trailer park that's on the side of the golf course. And Tommy, I pull over enough for him to climb in the front seat, because, you know, we don't need to be driving along with duffel bags. Now, the duffel bags have the Callium sticks. They're glowing. They're like taped to it. So if the cop pulled up behind us and saw two guys in a pickup truck with a bunch of duffel bags with Callium sticks, we're going to get, right. But my house is only about 1.5 miles away down this little road. So we get to my house and we pull the duffel bags in. I pull out a kitchen knife. We cut them open, cut the kilos open, pull out a bag of blow for, you know, ourselves, repackage the kilos in suitcases, throw them in the back of Nathan's Mercedes 560, big Mercedes 4-door. I think it's a 500 SEL. And Nathan looks at me and goes, hey, we got to go. I go, go where? He goes, Eddie Murphy. I got 4 tickets to the concert. He goes, I go, you're kidding. He goes, no, man, let's go. It starts at 8:00. So we literally jump in my car, and the 4 of us, I forgot who it was, me, Nathan, I think his brother, maybe Tommy, we all go to the Eddie Murphy concert. And we're sitting there, and he's wearing, I think, that one where he's wearing the red leather outfit, and he's jumping around on stage telling jokes. I'll never forget, I'm sitting here like this, and Nathan turns to me and goes, you think we should go? And I go, it's a great show, dude, but you did leave like $1 million worth of Coke sitting in the trunk of your car. You know, maybe we should go back. And he goes, yeah, I guess let's get out of here. That's how fast a smuggling trip can go down, or how hard it is to find it. So now Nathan, you know, and by the way, I want you to understand something. When you're a wise guy, when you're a smuggler, when you make a shit ton of money and then one thing loses it, right? One time I went down to Miami to buy a load of weed because weed wasn't around, and I was a new guy. I was a friend of a friend, and it wasn't a big deal. The weed was now more expensive. I had like $100,000 buying whatever I could buy because I couldn't. It was summertime, so there's low products. And next thing I know, I'm surrounded by a couple Colombian guys in dusters, and I go, "Hey!" I look at the guy, the friend of a friend of a friend. Fuck! How did I fall for that? And I go, "Man, this weed's no good. I can't buy it. It's no good." And the guy looks at me in broken English and basically says, Meng, you don't have to take the weed, but the money's not leaving. And then I look up, and each guy opens a coat, and there's an AK-47, an M16, an AK-47. And, you know, looking back, I always say, why didn't I just tell him, listen, buddy, this isn't any good. I've got you. You've got me. Let's do another deal. I'll tell you what, here's $5,000 for your trouble. Keep the weed, and I'll be back, and we'll do another load. But when you see 4 guys with machine guns, and you know, you're in a warehouse. Yeah, hindsight's 20/20 vision, right? So I always regret, why didn't I just try talking to him first?
I'd love to get more context. Yeah, right. It's the voodoo doll thing.
Yeah. What have you guys done?
I'd love to get more context on you said you were busted twice.
Yeah. You want me to go into that?
Yeah. So what was that? What happened there? And how does that work?
So I'm going to tell you that story, but I really think I want to end up with what happened in the cocaine thing.
Okay.
Yeah.
And then we'll go back into this. I think that's a good transition. So 1985, 86, Nathan comes to me and goes, Kenny, I need to get, we just did that trip. Now he's cashed up. Because like I said, you could have a bunch of money and, you know, a plane crashes, something gets busted. You know, and remember Jimmy Buffett said in the song, I made enough money to buy Miami, pissed it away all so fast, never meant to last. Nathan had a Porsche 911 Turbo Carrera, which at the time was the most expensive Porsche you could buy, a Lamborghini Countach, a cigarette boat. I mean, this is, you know, he's buying this shit. We used to go into nightclubs and spend like $6,000 a night on champagne and just partying with girls. Now, I didn't bankroll that. That was Nathan's money. He had more money than me, but that's the way we rolled. You know, the big guys paying the way. I would bring about a 1/4 ounce or a 1/2 ounce of blow in bags, and just all of us are partying here. Don't bother me to go. Yeah, These nightclubs have locking bathrooms where you can go in and turn it and lock the bathroom so you can do blow. I remember being in there like me and some chick, and I'm putting blow on the counter. She's sniffing the blow off the counter. I'm sniffing the blow off her ass. We're just everybody's, and this is Miami.
Right out of the
We're all
movies,
partying. We said, all right, see you later, sweetie. We didn't know each other. We didn't go home together. It's just I seen people like girls coming up, some guy just taking blow, putting it on his leg, and the girl just sniffing it off his leg. See ya. It was the wild times like you see in the movies.
Mm-hmm.
So Nathan comes to me, goes, hey, I want to load, I have a twin engine plane. He made some money, and he'd made a lot of money and went through it and gotten, he was on the run from the cops, and, he was under fake ID, him and Lee and everybody. So he goes, I need to load 300 kilos of cocaine. Do you know anybody? So I had a friend of mine, Ronnie Vest, who was, how they always try to extradite like Escobar and all these people out of Miami, out of Colombia. Now they do it, they just go down and take them. It took like the president would go pick
Venezuela.
Yeah, but back then, my friend Ronnie had been busted bringing a load of weed out of Colombia in a trawler. And so they extradited him to America to do time. He's going to do, I forgot the old guidelines. He might have gotten 10 years and done 7 or 8. I don't know what they would have done. Anyway, the Colombian government goes, we want you to extradite somebody to Colombia. So the American government goes, no problem. You can have this guy, Ronnie Vest. So this poor guy who's from New Orleans, I knew his parents. He's just like a boat captain, kind of the last guy on earth, right? That, mild, meek.
Mm-hmm.
They put him in a plane and they ship his ass back to Colombia. So now he does 3 years in a Colombian prison and meets his wife, because in Colombia prison on the weekends, they open it up and all the townspeople come in and they get to hang with their family,
Really?
Conjugal visits. Ronnie had a hamburger stand and he would sell hamburgers and make money. And he met his wife there and moved back to America and then sent for her. And they had 2 kids and he had a life in America. He lived in Atlanta. But at that time, he was just back. He'd gotten back from the prison. So he knew people.
Yep.
So, that's
Yeah.
how Carlos later met George Young. They were in prison together. And that was what started the movie Blow. And later it brought Escobar and the whole cocaine superhighway that he developed. But anyway, so I set up a meeting with Ronnie, with this Colombian guy in Miami at this fancy hotel, the Intercontinental, and which I had actually done drug deal in the past. So we go down there and it's Nathan and me and Ronnie and this Colombian guy. And what people don't understand is you don't see a Colombian guy. He's not like some Viva Zapata guy with a gun belt and a straw hat, like, like something out of a movie. This is a businessman dressed sophisticated in a $400 a night hotel, and the Colombians don't believe in people smoking marijuana. It's loco weed, and they don't believe in doing cocaine. Yeah. It's for the peasants. So this guy's down there, Nathan, and we go down there. We're in Nathan's,
sharp, sober. Yeah.
Oh, yeah.
Because it's all about business.
Right. We're dressed crisp and he's dressed crisp. But I'm kind of looking around the room and it looks like you see like girls' underwear. And I go, maybe the Colombian had a little fun last night with his mistress. It definitely wasn't his wife. You could just see. And Nathan and I are talking. The guy's talking about loading the 300 keys. And there's several ways to do it. One is we fly down to Colombia. We give you the money, $5,000 a kilo, $4,000 a kilo. You give us the kilos and we leave. The other way is we're going to give you a partial payment and you're going to front us the rest. The third way is the Colombians say, you're going to come down. We're going to give you 300 kilos. 100's for us. We'll give you somebody in Miami. We'll give you the phone number. You're going to give it to them. And then the 200 you have. And we're going to tax you 100 kilos for the trip. That's how we're going to pay for everything, So in this instance, the guy wanted us to carry a third of the load for him. And Nathan was like, no, I'd rather just buy my whole load and bring it for myself. And everything's being negotiated. And I guess Nathan wanted to show the guy we were cool. Or maybe he just wanted to get fucking high. But he pulls out this big stogie roach and lights it up and starts smoking it in the guy's hotel room. And, you just don't do that. I'm looking, as soon as I did that, I go, fuck me. You just blew the deal. And, I didn't say anything. But first off, you're smoking a joint in the guy's hotel room. Second off, they just don't like that, and sure enough, get the phone call, guy decided not to go with us. So I'm pissed because I would have made a big hit as a commission for putting the deal together. So Nathan calls me up a couple of weeks later. He goes, hey, I got the 300 kilos. Do you want to help do the offload? And I don't want to do, he was going to pay me $20,000 for the night. And that's bullshit money. Now remember, back then, that's like 60 grand. That's what somebody makes in a year.
Yeah.
I'm going to make it in one night. But I just was making money doing my shit to Ohio and other deals. But, everybody else was doing it. And so the reason that I did it was for the excitement. A lot of this, from the very beginning till today, is about adrenaline. Yeah. One of the reasons I did it was I was racing cars and I needed the extra 20 grand to fund my racing, which was costing $6,000 to $10,000 a weekend. Jeez. So, you wouldn't know by looking at me. I'm living in my townhouse. Yeah, I've got 3 jet skis. I got a cigarette boat, maybe 2 of them just for fucking off, trying to buy them and flip them. I wasn't running dope with them. I had, a Porsche I'd got from a guy that got busted. That was a badass Porsche. But, I'm not super rich. I'm just burning through the money as fast, never meant to last, right? And so Nathan's going to bring this load in, and I agree to do it. And he finds a road in the middle of nowhere in the Everglades. We prep for days. And when I'm talking prepping, and it's all in the book, so you can get into detail either in the audio book or the digital book. I go into detail about the moves, but we're all dressed in camouflage. And one of the things that we were doing, which is against me, but they knew what they were doing, is keeping us up on speed. We've been eating speed for days because it's a military operation and it's a hurry up and wait. And you're just getting prime. Gas the cars, get the fuel for the plane, get the radios, get the backup radios, get the starlights, get the nav, get all the equipment to build the runway, the radio, the big radio going into the trees. It's a fucking military operation. And Nathan comes in and, I go into great detail about it, but he lands the plane in the middle of the Everglades. And as he's coming in, we get the clicks on the radio, and me and Tommy run up and we take out Callium sticks on strings, on fishing line, break them and lay them in the middle of the runway. And then on the sides of the runway, we put these beacons that are flashing. And then we also have these things called starlights where this is the 80s, and these like military issue LED little lights that are so bright that once you put a battery on them, if you look at them, it just blinds you. Nathan said that he told the co-pilot, he goes, come out, the road's black. He just knows where he's going because of the navigation. And he hits the radio, click, 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 to let him know that, and Lee is sitting in the tree with the radio up, and we're sitting with walkie-talkies around the runway. And then Lee yells out, Nathan turns to the co-pilot, and all of a sudden Lee goes out, yells through the radio, hang fire, which means set up the runway. That was Nathan's theme song. He loved that, Rolling Stones, Hang Fire. And we run out, me and Tommy, and I run down this road and I'm laying down these Callium strings and then running back and and I look back and there's a fucking runway. And Nathan said he looked up and he turned to his co-pilot, and all of a sudden the runway just went, the dark road as black as this just went boom. And it's a runway. And this happens in a minute. And Nathan said he turned to the co-pilot and said, look, it's MIA and I know fucking customs. So he brings the plane in, MIA is Miami International Airport. And I go run up and get in this car we had. And this car was set up with special lights to shut off the tail lights. So if we had to run, we could shut off the tail lights and the front lights and go dark. Because obviously you're not going to run from the cops when you step on the brake and the red lights come on. So I pull up and I'm driving through the mist of the night, and I've been up for days on speed. And I looking at those lights in the dark pitch black with my eyes dilated from being racked out on speed. I was blinded, and I just driving through the mist, and I'm just like, somewhere the plane's got to be here. Slow down. Because, your adrenaline is at a level 9. And it turns out that I'm an adrenaline junkie. Like just taking off in a plane, I'm like, come on, baby, in the jet plane. I'm like, I want to get back in one of my sports cars. I'm just an adrenaline junkie. And that's what drove me to do a lot of this, was the excitement. Anyway, I get the load. We get it back to Fort Lauderdale, sell it. And
sell it to who?
Nathan sold it all. I didn't need
these connections.
I got to sell, I got wholesale price on what I could sell. So I might have sold 10 or 20 keys. The next trip, we're going to do it again. Now, why am I doing it again? I was not a guy that did this shit, but hey, the other guy, Tommy's doing it. All the guys are, doing it. We go out there a second time. And this time, Nathan said, I said, buddy, you're not paying me 20 grand. He goes, I'll tell you what, I'll let you guys buy into the trip. So each of you give me whatever you want, and you can get the kilos that cost. So I'd buy them for $5,000, the same price, plus a couple bucks for him that, for his expenses. So when I started selling cocaine, it was $60,000 a kilo, 57. I couldn't buy a kilo. I could buy an ounce.
Mm-hmm.
The coke that we got off the runway that night, I would get for $10,000 and sell for $11,000. And by 1980, there was so much blow in America. Even with the huge demand, there was so much blow in America that you couldn't get more. I couldn't get more than 10, 11. If I had it on the runway for 10, I could sell it for 11. I didn't have a 12,000 buyer. Wow, that's how tight the market was. Jeez. So the next trip, Nathan didn't make it. He was coming out of Colombia, and it's more involved than that. I talk about it more in the book. We had to go down to smuggle him back into America because he crashed a plane down there. It's complicated, but basically he crashed on takeoff, and
where in Colombia?
Yeah. Remember, you have 300. You have 2 pilots in the plane, so that's let's say close to 400 pounds, 100 and something pounds a guy. You've got the 300 gallons of fuel that the plane might hold with wingtips. You've got 300 kilos of coke, which is another 700 and something pounds. And then you got all the fuel in the behind. What they do is we had these fuel tanks. And I mean, sometimes we use rubber bladders. And what Nathan was doing was he had fuel tanks in the plane, 6 of them. Each one would hold like 50 gallons, let's say. And then he had rubber hoses coming from the engine and brass tubes. And as the plane would run out of gas, the pilot or co-pilot would go back, pull the tubes out of the cans, cans.
Up in the air.
Yeah. While they're flying, the plane's like, pop, 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 pop. We're running out of gas. Jump in the back, pull the hoses and drop them in the second set of tanks.
Oh my God.
Drain those down, drop them in the third, so.
Go in order.
Yeah. And so when I tell you that, I've lost a lot, so I have, to this day, you'll see, I have this little leather pouch that Nathan owned. So after he died, we each took 1 momentum or 2 momentum. So,
did he die or he got executed?
No, he died in a plane crash in Colombia.
Yeah.
All they found was his backbone and his gold chain.
Oh my God.
Lee went down there, that's what the Colombians said. And the Colombians had no, they would just have basically on the runway, they have a front end loader. As soon as the plane crashes, they send the tractor, dig a hole, push the plane in the ground. Because you don't want the cops to fly over and see a helicopter plane, a smoldered plane. So
they have to bury immediately.
They buried the whole thing. The co-pilot had a wife and kids. Never, the wife and the kids never knew what happened to him. And Nathan, I know he died because I was in the runway and we're waiting for the plane and waiting. And all of a sudden the Colombian guy calls Lee on the cell phone or on the radio. And Lee goes over the radio to us and goes, screaming, Nathan's dead. The plane crashed. Nathan's dead. Come back to base. And so we all had to come back. That was the second trip. The first trip, we lived like millionaires.
Yeah.
The second trip, I lost a good friend.
Well, question for you.
Wow.
After, and this is something, again, like we never done drugs. I love watching Drug Incorporated Inc. on Netflix. Watch every single episode. Always been fascinating about everything about 80s, 90s, 70s, Miami, Florida, all of this stuff. You as a human, when you distributing, right? There are people running, you're taking this product and you distribute.
Yeah.
How can you sleep at night knowing that this stuff that you're distributing will kill hundreds of thousands of people? But or at least one person going to be dead from what are you doing?
Well, first off, it's kind of bullshit. Second off, I'm doing it too. We're in the middle of it. Looking back, see, crack was a big thing. Like I should have stopped selling coke when crack came out. Because that was, the original cocaine, remember, was done in discos. People would do a couple grams. Let me just explain to you, like 20 to 30,000 people a year die from cocaine. 300,000 die from obesity. So you want to go after the coke boats or the sugar? 300,000 to 400,000 people a year die from tobacco and alcohol, which is 100% legal. I'm not saying cocaine's good. I'm not saying fentanyl. Fuck me, I lost 2 friends to fentanyl. One of my friend's sons, and a girl I was dating, not at the time, but a good friend of mine. It's in the book. I mean, she was part of her boyfriend and I used to do all this together. She was one of the group. She was like 60 years old. She was at the gym. Somebody gave her a joint. She went home and smoked the joint. It was laced with fentanyl and she died. So I'm not a proponent, but we can go into some more stories. But I want to know, Are we really fighting the right war? Marijuana is no longer smuggled into America. I can go right here in California and make a couple phone calls and buy marijuana for $250 a pound. I was paying $250, $240 a pound, $245 in 1970 for 1,000 pounds at a time. I know that right now I can tell you, let's say I've heard rumors that people are smuggling marijuana out of the country. It's a crop we're selling that's going to other countries. And I don't, and I'm not involved, but I know what's happening. So they made marijuana legal, let's say, in most of the state, right? Most of the country's legal. And it's no longer a viable option. If cocaine and heroin and fentanyl and opioids weren't illegal, Carlos Escobar wouldn't exist. I said it before, the Medellin cartel, the business built itself because war begets war.
Should it be legalized, all of it?
That's a hard thing for me to say because I know that I've seen what coke does to people and I know what hard drugs do to people. I also seen what alcohol does to people. But what we're doing isn't working. Yeah. And if you would have told any one of us, especially me, when I was running coke and I was running weed, that one day there's going to be a drug called fentanyl and it's going to kill people while they're doing it, I go, dude, nobody would do that. Right? So what's the next drug? Let's say we can find a way to completely stop fentanyl. There's so much coke in Europe right now that those boats in Venezuela weren't bringing any coke to anybody. That's a bunch of political bullshit, But even if it was, it'd be going to Europe. There is so much coke in Europe right now, they can't afford to sell it. They found 7,000 kilos buried underground because the cost of smuggling the coke from Colombia to Europe, remember you're going 5,000 miles, not 1,500. Why is Colombia in America? 1,500 miles from the tip of Colombia to Fort Lauderdale. 4,000 or 5,000 miles to Europe. So, and they're using submersibles and, all this and containerized shipping. But there's so much coke in Europe, they can't sell it. The market's flooded. So we're not stopping anything.
No, I totally understand. Yeah. It's just like, I don't know. It's just such a moral thing, especially regardless how many people gonna die from whatever you distribute, you're not distributing freaking oranges, apples, or something that can benefit your family. You're distributing something, even if it's not gonna kill people, but it's gonna get them addicted to get to a next level to fentanyl and stuff.
No, just kidding.
No.
I get it.
Did it ever cross your mind?
No. At the time, we were just trying to. So I'm an immigrant farm boy, just trying to build a bigger business, be richer. Not even the money. It was about success, right? My dad once said, if they gave out wooden nickels, he'd want to get the most when, it's a competition to be better, bigger, build a bigger business. And I was doing coke every day and I was I would, like 2 a.m, I look at people and go, hey, we're not doing this anymore. Blow it off the plate and go to bed. Not that I wasn't in situations where I was up for days and maybe shouldn't have been, like it had the best of me, but I was strong-willed and I didn't let it win. But I will tell you that then I didn't think about it.
Yeah.
Today I do.
Yeah.
Today I look back and go, that the weed was one thing.
Yeah.
Harmless.
Yeah.
Is it a gateway drug in your opinion?
Weed?
Yeah.
Only if you make it.
Yeah.
Like my kids don't smoke weed and my kids don't, nobody gave a fuck. It was all about, it was the 60s and the 70s and free love and,
that hippie,
the hippie thing. Yeah. Once you make, I'm willing to bet you go up to Humboldt or Mendocino County, most of the people up there are moving tons of weed. Their kids aren't smoking weed. Mm-hmm. You could give a shit. Oh, fuck, smell that. Dad's in there smoking his weed. You know what I mean? About as much as my Scotch shot. It's like, oh, it's horrible.
Yeah.
So it is a gateway drug if you make it a drug.
Yeah.
If you just say it's weed, I don't think anybody, it was.
It's crazy that it's so illegal or has been, and alcohol it isn't.
Right.
And alcohol is so much more damaging.
I'll tell you a funny story. So my wife works for a Jewish school as a teacher. She's for Chabad. So one Friday night, the rabbi invites me and my wife to Shabbat dinner, which is a big thing. I mean, I don't. My hat says Chevrolet on it. Like I'm not, in that world. I don't have a yarmulke. I mean, I got to wear a hat, and everybody's talking. There's like 20, 30 people, and the food is amazing. And the rabbi's wife goes, "So Ken, I hear you wrote a book."
Uh-oh.
What's this book about?
Oh, no.
And I'm like, I mean, the room goes silent and everybody's looking at me and I'm like, and this has happened more than once. And I'm like, and she goes, and the rabbi does the rabbi thing. Well, if you're not going to tell now, when are you going to tell? It's time to put, tell us.
Confess.
What's this book about? And I said, well, it's about me smuggling drugs back in the day, And I said, I used to be a drug runner and I smuggled marijuana. She goes, and they go, just marijuana? And I go, no, cocaine too. They go, and they go, because marijuana is so benign.
Yeah.
I actually met like an 80-year-old woman on the flight out and we started talking and she goes, what brings you? I go, well, I've got a podcast. She goes, oh, what's the podcast? I wrote a book. She goes, oh, what's the book title? And instead of saying One Step Over the Line, Confessions of a Marijuana Mercenary, I go, oh, it's called One Step Over the Line. Now remember, we're sitting at the gate. Everybody's standing up, getting their luggage. The lights are on. Everybody, it's like 10, 15, 20,
Everybody can hear everything.
And she's like over here. And I had helped her get in the seat, like when I helped her put her seatbelt on. So I stood behind her. I said, if you need me, just call me. I'm right behind you. I'll help you. So the lady and I were talking like this distance. She goes, oh, well, what's the book about?
On the plane.
Yeah. And I mean, everybody's saying, it's not like, and I go, well, I was a drug runner and a smuggler back in the day. And she goes, what did you smuggle? I go, oh, marijuana. Oh, that's, like again, nothing. And I go, oh, and cocaine. And then she looks down and goes, oh, and everybody standing around me is like, and I'm waiting for somebody to hit me in the back of the head with a suitcase. And I'm like, I got to get off this plane before somebody kills me. But let me go into the two stories about how I got busted.
Yeah, I want to hear the DEA
and then the
stuff,
DEA stuff. And because and that's how I got here today. And that's a wrap. So what happened was in 1988, the first time I got busted, Bob Silverbullet comes to me, and because we had done a lot, he was another mentor. Bob was a pilot. He was a boat captain. He had sailed. He had flown. He was tough. I mean, he was a no bullshit guy. Like he taught me at a young age.
I mean, you have to be.
Yeah.
You want to stay alive in this game.
And he would be like, he goes, why didn't you do this? I go, well, hey, excuses are like assholes. Everybody's got one. I don't want to hear an excuse. Tell me what happened. Did the car break down? No, I don't want to hear no bullshit. So Bob comes to me and he says, hey, listen, Bruce, who was another friend of ours, big time smuggler, one of the big guys that run boats and planes. And he goes, he's got 40,000 pounds stuck in Canada that he can't sell. And I'm like, he wants us to smuggle it back into America, see if you can sell it in Ohio. And to Terry. And I'm like,
forget Ohio.
I go, how the fuck does he get 40,000 pounds in Canada? Like the farther north you go. Remember, when I was buying pot for $240 a pound or $245, it was just like the kilos. I couldn't sell it for more than $5 more in Florida. So in other words, if I was selling 1,000 pounds, I can make $5,000. And again, in those days, that's like 20 today, but I'm moving $250,000 worth of weed and making $5,000. But once I shipped it up to Ohio, I'm making $40 a pound. Yeah. So now I ship up 40.
The further you ship,
the farther, right. So Bruce brought it to Canada. I'm figuring he's going to make a fortune. Shit was the worst weed. It wouldn't get a fly. Remember, if you guys don't know this, everybody in California knows, if it's female, it's the only plant that gets you high. If it's male plants, it doesn't get you high. It looks the same, but it's pollinated and it will not get you high. I don't know what Bruce brought. It had spent a year in a freezer in a fish factory in Canada, but it was horrible. So we devised a plan. Bob at this time had sold the Cherokee 6 we used to bring the 600 pounds, which is kind of like, if pilots know, it's called the pickup truck of the air, and we're going to, Bob had a seaplane. So what we're going to do is land in a lake in Canada, load up the weed and fly it into a lake in Maine. And we go up there ahead of time for, it's months of planning, renting houses, buying a truck, checking the roads out, getting familiar with the local dress. You want to dress like them. You want to be like them. Yeah. Turns out they're all named LL Bean and they're a bunch of hillbillies. They might as well move them to Tennessee. It's not much different. But anyway, we're up there and finally we start doing the trips. But the seaplane, how we made the runway at night with the lights, seaplanes can't land at night. They got to see the water. The plane's got to hit the waves right. And somebody could be out there fishing and you could hit a boat. There's no way to light it up. maybe the U.S. military can do it, but we couldn't. Right. We didn't have star scopes, and they just can't. You can't get the depth of perception. So we got to do it in broad daylight. And the seaplane, therefore, isn't going to hold 600 pounds because we have to have it in a couple bags below the windows. It's got to look like normal gear, like, bags, duffel bags, not bales. So we bring in about 200 and something pounds a trip. And what would happen is Bob would leave Canada, land in Maine. I would drive this pickup truck up in these mountain logging roads, sit out there reading a book. I remember one time I was sitting on, standing there, and all of a sudden I looked down, I saw moose tracks and moose shit. And one thing that people may not know, moose ain't friendly. I mean, they may look like Bullwinkle, they may be cute, but they will fucking kill
vicious,
you.
That's your favorite.
And they're huge. Yeah, no, I know.
Yeah. So Bullwinkle's his favorite. Hey, that's good acting. So I like Boris and Natasha, but and there's a story that I won't go into today about that. But anyway, so the plane lands. I pull the duffel bags in the truck, drive it to the stash house. We do that like 3 or 4 or 5. I don't remember how many times till we got 1,400 pounds. Then I take part of the load and I get a rent-a-car because I run it over to Ohio to Terry's. He can't sell it, and I'm back in Florida. And there's a chapter in the book that tells this story. It says why I never work on a holiday. And the thing I figured out after all my drug running is I don't want to get busted on my birthday or a holiday for 2 reasons. Ruin my birthday for the rest of my life and ruin the holiday. And we actually tried to do a smuggling trip on Christmas, and it didn't work. And we're like a bunch of guys sitting in a restaurant on Christmas Eve you stand out unless So, but the real reason I didn't want to do work on a holiday is because all the judges aren't there. So you're not going to bond out.
Oh, you're in jail longer. Yeah.
Yeah. And so what happened was Bruce and Bob come up to me and go, look, we want to move the 1,400 pounds down to Washington, D.C., where Tom Payne, I think his name was Tom, I don't remember his last name, was going to sell weed for Bob. I said, but guys, nobody's going to buy this weed. It's horrible. It doesn't get a flea high. Don't move it. Give up. Yeah, throw the pot away. But if you're paying me, because remember, I just brought in 1,400 pounds, I'm not going to get paid until we sell it.
Right.
I'm part of the smuggling trip. So it's not like I got a salary. I got my expenses paid to go back and forth in the plane and my hotel, whatever, but no. So I'm like, fuck yeah, I want to sell the 40,000 pounds. I want to bring it all in. And so I jump up to Maine, and I figured the idea was I was going to rent a U-Haul truck, put the weed in there, and then just go to a couple garage sales or something, buy some furniture, kids' toys or something, shove it in with it, and drive.
Mix it and drive.
Yeah, and then drive down. And so I had a guy that was my driver that used to drive to Ohio all the time. He was my number one driver. I used to call him actually number one. And as another, I want to introduce him to somebody, and I go, hey, number one's coming with me. Oh, it's number one, Mr. Big. Just my driver, but number one. So he had quit. He got out of the business. He was living in upstate New York, working some company. He got out. We were all trying to get out at this point, kind of. It'd been going on.
And you were at what age? Past 30?
I think it was 1988. I would have been 31. So anyway, I fly up there. I end up renting a U-Haul truck, and it's like a 26-foot truck, some big truck. I go, fuck me. Go to the warehouse, and I had cardboard boxes. I had bounce fabric softener, carpet fresh, plastic bags, duct tape, and I put all the bales in cardboard boxes, put them in plastic bags, put in the bounce, put in the fabric softener to kill the smell, duct taped them up, pushed them in the front of the truck. And the truck's way too big. And then I realized that I can't find any place to buy furniture. Like, it's not like Fort Lauderdale where there's like 1 million garage sales on a holiday weekend. Just, it ain't like that. And I'm running out of time. My problem was, and Bob said to me, he goes, why are you still here? I go, I'm going up tomorrow. He goes, you should have left a day ago. You didn't prep time. And he was right. He's fucking right. So now I'm chasing my ass because I got, number one, I made a deal with him. He had already retired. He was out of the business. He was getting ready to fly home for 2 weeks to see his family and, have a family vacation. And I go, look, buddy, do me a favor. I'm moving this truck. I need your help. Meet me at, I think it was an airport, Boston or someplace. He goes, well, I'm going home. I go, I got you. I'm going to pay you. I usually pay you $1,000 a trip. I'm going to pay you $2,000 because it's a truck. I don't care. I don't want to drive it all the way to DC. I'm going to get off. He had a house in upstate New York. I'll get off at your house. We're going to rent a smaller truck. We'll get the because once you get out of the mountains and into DC and New Jersey and all that, now you're worried about cops more, right? Because, I'm driving through the night through this little, be fine. So he goes, all right. So I pick him up at the airport. He's dressed in his suit. He's got his luggage. He's ready to go home. He just left work. Not his suit, whatever. He got his work attire. And we're driving down the street and we light up a joint, one of my joints, and like smoking it. I go, dude, this one joint's going to get you more high than the 1,400 pounds in the back. But, whatever, I'm moving it. He goes, I don't care, whatever. We smoke it, put it out. All of a sudden, I look in the mirror.
Oh, no.
Yeah, rollers. I go, fuck, we're being pulled over. It makes no sense. Middle of the night, I'm not speeding. Pull over. Turns out that Maine had a thing where you could buy fireworks. Massachusetts had just passed a law where you're not allowed to buy or sell or use fireworks. So the cop thought we were moving fireworks, hence again the name why I never work on a holiday weekend. And we were the only truck out in the middle of the night. I probably shouldn't have done that. It wasn't that late, but you don't want to drive late because you're the only road. Pulls me over and the cop goes, hey, what's in the car? I go, furniture. I'm moving to Connecticut, blah, blah. And he goes, really? Well, Connecticut's that way and you're going this way. I go, well, then I guess I'm lost. I go, fuck, I don't have a map. I better look at the map and blah, blah, blah. And he goes, what's in the truck? And I told him furniture and personal belongings. He goes, open the truck. I go, no, listen, just give me a ticket, man. It's raining. You're sitting out here in the rain. I'm not doing anything wrong. I just want to go home. He goes to reach for his gun. He goes, open the truck. And that is not legal. You can't threaten somebody by gunpoint.
Well, and you have to consent to the search too.
Right. And I didn't. So he put the gun to me or, went to pull it. So I unlocked the truck. He goes in there, pulls out a pocket knife. He goes, cuts the box open. He goes, what's this? He goes, oh, I know what this is. So we get arrested. So now we're stuck on the side of the road in a fucking little holding cell with no food, no bond because
it's a holiday.
It's a holiday. The cops had to literally go to like Wendy's and bring back food for me and my friend. And, drunks are coming in and they're like, one drunk's going, hey, why do you have a blanket? He goes, and one guy looks at him and goes, buddy, I'm going to tell you something. I don't know who this guy is, but I wouldn't fucking fuck with him. I'm like, fuck you, dude. I'm looking at, 10 years. You didn't fucking, I'll kill you. The last thing I need to do is share my blanket with you. So we spend 2 years fighting. That's what you got to do. I hire a team of lawyers and you want to drag it out as long as possible. But I still have to pay my lifestyle. In the middle of that, Bob Silver had bought a load of coke in to DC and maybe 50 keys. I don't know how many. And so I'm literally flying up to Washington, to Boston or to go to court. And
so you got out from the bail, right?
Now I'm still working though. So Bob, I go down to see Bob. I told him I got busted. He's like, look, we told, blah, blah, blah. Him and Bruce each gave me $5,000 to pay for lawyers, which was basically saying, we're going to give you $5,000 to help you. But if we may not might go the opposite way.
What were you facing for the first one?
I don't know, but probably my guess would be 10 years.
For what charge?
Transport. Yeah, they didn't know I smuggled it in.
Right.
They didn't know. They just knew I was transporting it. So, and we're in this hellhole of a jail. I'm telling you, the guy, after we got out of the court, I went to court, right? Out of the jail. And he goes, I told the judge, he goes, now remember, when you're a drug runner, I want to make it look like I'm just a worker bee. I'm not the guy that smuggled it in. I'm not the guy that, owns the weed. So he goes, you guys, it's $40,000 each for bond. I go, all I have is a AAA card. And he goes, excuse me? He goes, the American Automobile Association? I go, yes, sir. They offer bonds. He goes, I don't think they do for this. But the reason I kept my mouth shut is because I want to see if I can get the bond down. You want it, you got to do some time. The longer you sit in there, the better chance of getting the bond down and the more likely they're going to say, well, he's obviously not got money.
Yeah.
He's not the big
not a big fish.
Right. And so we end up going to this jail. I'll never forget, me and number one are sitting in the back of the car and the cop looks over the seat and he goes, now you know where you're going? And I go, like, I'm not from here, I don't know, he goes, you're going to Lawrence House of Detention. He goes, they don't even have toilets. You have to shit and piss in buckets. And he wasn't lying. We get down to this place. It was built in the 1860s. It was like something out of like a movie. And they had just gotten flushing toilets.
Oh my God.
Like I was so really like the stainless steel model with, like the sink on it. Yeah. Like I was like, hell yeah, that's a beauty. But I mean, like there was 4 bunks. It was probably, I remember the new guy always gets the top bunk. I'm so high up that my nose is basically touched. And I look over and there's a rat hole big enough for a gopher to come through and then one light bulb. And I have these cellmates, and the one cellmate, Jose, he was the toughest guy in our little block. And he was our cellmate. And usually when you have a cellmate, your cellmate's going to look after you. Your cellie's your cellie, you know. And Jose and I had been jet skiing every day. I was tan. I had been, you know, riding, you know, playing racquetball, working out. So I was fit, you know, and he was a freaking tank. So after I was in there, I mean, they didn't even have laundry service. I don't remember a shower. I forgot from now, but it was
still the first time, right?
Yeah.
How long were you bailed out though? So how long?
It took me a couple weeks, but you know, but if we didn't get bail, we were fucked.
Right.
Like you're praying for bail.
Did number one ever blame you?
No, he kept his mouth shut. And because it was 1988.
Yeah.
He was one of my best friends from high school. And he stood up.
Yeah.
And he told me the other day, I talked to him the other day, he goes, oh, they told me. If all I had to do, they knew I wasn't involved and just to give you up. But he and I were raised old school.
Yeah.
Keep your mouth shut, get your lawyer, because as soon as you talk, you got no reason to hire a lawyer.
Mm-hmm.
You gave them all the evidence they need to convict you, even though they had it all in the back of the truck. We needed to fight for our freedom.
Mm-hmm.
So I remember one time Jose says to me, hey, let's play some cards. Oh, and so we go in there and Ricky's flipped out, number one's flipped out, and I'm flipped out. He goes, hey, you think we could get in the same pod, the same cell? And the guard's like, oh yeah, let me see what I've got. Like, I'm looking, fuck yeah, because I'm not like, I mean, I'm not telling you I wasn't scared, but I have a different way of living life like that. You know, Ricky was more scared. But I'm not saying I wasn't, but I'm like, that'd be good. And the guard's like, let me see. Because this ain't a fucking Holiday Inn. So now we're in two different pods. And Jose looks at me one day and he goes, hey, let's play cards. And I go, okay. And he goes, we're playing push-ups. So what he does is gets a deck of cards. And whatever you get, that's what you got to do. So it's 1 through 10, whatever the card is. And then Jack, Ace, Queen, King is 11, 12, 13, and Ace is 15.
Mm-hmm.
And we start flipping cards and doing push-ups. And that now it's right out of a jail scene, right? It's it's the hottest summer since they built the jail in the 1860s. Jeez. There's no air conditioning. You know, you're lucky to, I have a cup, which is a Pepsi can that a kid ran on the bars, broke the lid off for me so I could go to the cooler and when they brought water, because there's no cup to drink. So if you didn't have a cup, my brother had to bring me clothes. If you didn't, there was no laundry. Like your family, you know, it was a fucking
that's a hellhole.
Yeah. So Jose and I start doing push-ups and I'm thinking this guy's younger than me, stronger than me, but I got to compete. And we're flipping cards and And now all the guys are sitting around us. There's a puddle of sweat on the floor. Me and Jose are pumping out push-ups. Everybody's got their shirt off. They're all screaming. If they were betting, whatever. I don't think they had anything to bet on, but they're betting. And we get to near the end of the deck, which is kind of like 400 push-ups or something. I don't know the whole number. And I get, and by the way the game works is it's okay if you can't finish your hand, which would be whatever the card was. Let's say you got a 10. You can only do 8. Well, the next card you owe 2 and then whatever's left. Yeah. And I'm pumping them out and all of a sudden I get like a heavy card, like a 10 or something. I do 7 or 8. Jose can smell victory. He goes in and he starts pumping them out. And then the next card I get is like a queen or something. I landed in a puddle of sweat, and gave up. But it's okay because I got cred. Like now everybody knew that guy is tough and that guy ain't much tougher. Ain't much like, me and Jose were tight together. I remember the second or third day I was sitting in my cell. This was a couple days in, but one of the first days, and Jose goes, hey, Florida. So he called me. He goes, you ain't shit since you've been here. You're going to hurt yourself. You got to take a shit. So in the middle of the night, I climb off the bunk, go to the stainless steel model, start taking a shit, because who's used to this, right? And all of a sudden you hear Jose yelling and, he's Puerto Rican and broken. Hey, Ming, emergency flush, emergency flush. So I saved the cell block. What happened was though, when I made bond, I went to court. And it's all in the book. It's more complicated. My brother comes up and it was so hot in the jail. It was so hot that the guys on the tier, we're on the bottom tier. The guys on tier 3, at one point, they trying to throw fire, matches, and lit things down to the garbage cans to hit the garbage cans on fire. Because they're hoping if they catch the garbage cans on fire, the guards will come in and take us out. And then, we'll get some air and get out of there. And I'm like, I'm looking at Jose and go, what are they doing? Because they're all speaking Spanish. He goes, they're trying to set the garbage cans on fire. I go, Jose, you do realize that they could set the garbage cans on fire and they're not going to come get us. Like, we could all die of smoke inhalation. And about a month and a half later, after I got out of jail, Number One sends me a newspaper article that he found in Lawrence, Massachusetts. They had set the jail on fire. They finally pulled it off, and they got out, and the fire department came, and the riot and everything. Nobody got hurt, and nobody got out. But let me just tell you, when we talk about the things that I regret, I'll tell you this story, then I'll go into the rest in the DEA if you want. Man, is this going too long?
No, this is
great.
Yeah.
I'm just going to use the restroom at some point myself.
Yeah.
Okay. Do you want me to finish up?
Yeah. Finish that story.
My brother comes to bond me out. It's $80,000. Turns out the judge still wanted 80 grand, me and Rick. And my brother says,
AAA didn't work.
No, AAA, exactly. Not a discount, nothing. And my brother comes up with 40 because I had 40 in my house. He'll get in Miami, but he's living in Connecticut. He goes, I got 40. He goes, I can get you out, but I can't get Number One out. I go, no way. I go, I promised him when we got busted, I told him 2 men in, 2 men out. We're in this together. Believe in me. Stick with me. I'll get us out of this. I was no way I was going to leave him in jail. If anything, get Number One out and come back for me. Wasn't doing it. My brother goes, all right, I'm going to go to Miami and get the other 40 grand because he's a legal guy. He doesn't have, he's successful, but I said, you need 80 grand cash. So he gets my house, gets the 40 grand I had laying around in the house somewhere, gets his money, turns it into cash, shows up on a Friday night. And they call me up because my brother's there. And I go up there and I think I'm getting out. It's Friday night. By the way, the burn the jail down thing was right after this. And I'm sitting there and my brother's on the other side of the bars. And again, this is kind of like the oldest, like it looks like a prison out of the 1800s, which it is. And my brother's on one side of the bars and I'm on the other. And I'm like, all right, brother, I'm getting out of here. Get Number One. I'm going. And he's like, hey, they're not letting you out. And I go, why not? He goes, because I brought cash and they don't take cash. They need a cashier's check. And it's 5:00 on Friday.
Oh, no.
And there's a guy laying on the floor in front of me and he's in the fetal position and he's got foam coming out of his mouth and he's having a heart attack. And standing next to my brother is his wife and his 2 little young girls of 7 or 10 years old. And they're all wearing matching sundresses. And they're all these cute blonde and and it's so out of context for where we're at. And I'm literally climbing over the guy, jumping back and forth over him, climbing up on the bars, going, get me out. What's going on? Get me out. Yelling at the guard. And the guard is looking to the woman and going, and this guy is sitting there and he's just, and foam's coming out of his mouth. And the guard looks at the mother and says, all I can do is call an ambulance or give him some aspirin. I can't do anything. And I'm just stepping over him, like oblivious because I'm just seeing daylight. And, and looking back, when you talk about things that you don't forget and that you can't believe, when you talk about like all those, I don't watch Blow. I don't watch Scarface. I don't watch, what's the show with the mobsters? I've seen them, but I don't do well. I've had a lot of PTSD. I've had a lot of situations where, like,
giving you flashbacks from your
own. I don't mind reading books. Like on the plane up, the guy was watching The Shawshank Redemption, which
love that show.
The best movie.
Love that movie. Yeah.
But the movie was filmed in Ohio State Penitentiary, where when I got busted the second time in Ohio, we all thought, because this is how stupid prisoners are, that we're going to end up in Mansfield Reformatory, which is the Ohio State prison. I've had friends busted in Ohio that did do time there, and that's one of the worst prisons in from the movie. And I literally made a clip on if you go to my website, I made a clip where I go back to Ohio, go back down to Mansfield Reformatory and film it. Today, it's a tourist attraction. But back then, we were all figuring, we used to drive by it when we were racing cars, me and Terry, we drive by Mansfield Reformatory to go to Mid-Ohio Racetrack, knowing that we're selling drugs to afford our racing. But if we fuck up, we're going to end up in that hellhole. And it was built in the 1860s also. And it's basically, there's like on Halloween, you can spend the night in there. And I could have went in and toured it for like $35. You can tour it. And I say on my video, nobody that's ever done time is going to pay to go to jail. Mm-hmm. Like I may stand outside this thing and videotape. And the funny thing is in the movie, but I mean, in real life, the place is beautiful. I mean, from the outside, it could have been in a Swiss chalet, but flying up, the guy in the seat next to me was watching the movie. And I loved the movie, but there's certain prison scenes and stuff where I kept going like this and just looking away, like, and just breathing, going, take it easy. You've been, this isn't a big deal, but like Blow or any of those other movies or like the movie, what's the television show? The mobster guy.
With Italian?
Yeah.
Sopranos?
Yeah, Sopranos, yeah.
Yeah.
No, I've watched a couple episodes. Breaking Bad.
Mm-hmm. No.
Seen a couple little clips of it.
Can't do it.
Yeah, can't do it. Can't do it. And my wife, there was a time, one time I was in the Bahamas and I was watching some movie and all the power went off in the whole island. We were vacationing and the movie was about the two Miami guys that go to the Middle East and sell arms. And right in the middle of a really intense scene, like they're going to get killed. And it set me into a black place that, literally, I could have killed somebody. People don't understand how PTS. Luckily, my wife cured me. Well, part of it was writing the book. And the part of it, one time I was shaking and going through this whole thing. And she looked at me and goes, ain't nobody got time for this shit.
Tough love.
Yeah.
Tough
so
love,
I was like, all right, I'll straighten out.
Holy shit.
So what happened to the guy, the one that...
I don't know. They brought me back to my cell. And I remember Jose looking at me and going, hey, Florida, people die every day. And that was one of the greatest pieces of advice that I've ever gotten in my life. It helped me deal with going back, the loss of my father, loss of all my friends that have died in either, from medical or mostly from violence, that people do die every day. We're very volatile. We only have
Did you and number one end up bailing out at the same time?
Yeah.
Okay.
Probably on Monday, right? When he went and your father got the cashier check.
And then what I was doing was, he went back to work. The company said to him, he told him, look, he spent his entire vacation in jail. Like he never went home. He came home.
Right, 'cause he went,
He spent 2 weeks in jail. He came home pale and underfed.
Oh my God.
And the guys go, we don't understand. We thought you went to Florida. How come you don't have a tan? And, and he told them the truth. And they said, all right, are you convicted? He goes, no. They go, all right, you can stay on until we'll deal what happens. They just hired him.
Yeah.
And that was so cool because he stayed in the industry, spent 30 years in the industry and retired and has 3 houses and a real life and a wife and a kid. So he really turned his life around.
Good.
But I really almost signed him up for a real fucking, but he pulled it out. But,
you still talk to him?
Yeah. Not too often because lives separate.
Yeah.
And so what I was doing was, I was telling you, there was a point when Bob brought these 50 keys into DC. More than once, I flew up to DC wearing my suit to go to court, met with one of my guys, loaded up the coke, right? Then he had 2 warehouses, one with the drop and one for the money drop, supply and money drop. I'd go back wearing my suit, meet the guy, and because they have to keep flying. Yeah, I had to keep flying up. And I remember Bob telling me when I came out, he goes, look, I got a load of coke that you can sell. I go, Bob, do you know what's going to happen to me if I'm out on bond for moving 1,400 pounds and I get caught with a couple kilos of coke? And my lawyers told us after we beat the case on illegal suppression, I had to go to court. I got tried in the oldest working courthouse in America in Salem, Massachusetts, where they hang the witches. And I'm testifying that I did everything. Like I'm saying I did everything. And it's all in the book. But at one point, there's a tour group. My lawyer goes, listen, by the way, around noon, there's sometimes a tour group. So while you're testifying, you might just don't be distracted. And I'm saying, well, then I took the weed and I put it in the boxes and they're saying, they said, well, he helped you. I go, no, I did it by myself, and because I did anyway, he wasn't there. And there's a tour group going on. I'm like, Focus. So
what was the strategy? Were you just trying to get a plea? Like, why were you?
So what we were saying was that he illegally searched the truck, and we had U-Haul said that the taillight was broken and that he smelled marijuana, and the U-Haul testified in writing that no truck had ever come back with a broken taillight. And these guys, thank God they were cannabis guys, right?
Yeah.
And that there's no way to break the taillight because the bumper sticks out and there's special impact plastic. And so then the other thing was he said he smelled the marijuana. And then I'm in this little one-room courthouse and my lawyer is grilling him going, so what's the most of marijuana you've ever seen in your life? He goes, 2 pounds. He goes, and so you, through the cardboard boxes, through the bounce, through the plastic bag, through the carpet fresh, 20 feet away because the truck was, in the rain, smelled the marijuana. He goes, sir, I've been on freighters of 200,000 pounds. I couldn't smell it. You have a nose like a Doberman. And then the other thing that happened was the prosecutor breaks out the bounce, the carpet fresh, puts it on a legal pad, dumps it out in this little one-room courthouse, like the whole pile, and goes, is this the stuff you use, Mr. Behr, to hide the smell? I go, I can't be sure if that's the brand, but that's a similar thing. And she's talking to me and I'm playing dumb and, because I'm trying to not give her any information. And of course, now she's got the carpet fresh. It's just all over her. She's wiping it all. It's on her clothes. It's on her face. The whole room stinks of carpet fresh. And the judge isn't stupid. You're saying, so I looked at it, I go, that's the stuff.
Yeah.
I think also the judge, he knew my lawyers. He he made a call.
Yeah.
My lawyer, when we got found innocent, me and number one went up and screamed, right? He goes, this ain't Fort Lauderdale. Don't say a word. Don't say a word. Back out of the courthouse. We went out of the courthouse, across the street, behind a restaurant, behind a green dumpster, and started screaming. And then we all went out and had steaks. But what my lawyer said is if you would have gotten busted, remember this is 1988, crack epidemic. He goes, if you would have gotten busted with 1 ounce of coke, you would have went to jail. Yeah. But the weed, it's a constitutional state. They knew the cop was lying. And the cop had already lied in a murder case prior to that. And Mark Lynch, Google him, Mark Lynch, the cop. And the first judge had to recuse himself from the case because they let the murderer go because he had used a threatening thing. So he'd already been kind of shown to be a dirty cop. So the legal system wants to say, look, if you're going to be doing things that aren't right, you blew a murder case, you're going to blow this case until you start doing things our way. Yeah. And then the rest is, I don't know if you guys have any more energy.
I'm going to go to the bathroom. Let's take like 2 minutes break.
Okay.
Yeah, I want to hear
and we can go straight to the
DEA and the show and tell.
Before
that. So the first case was you already found not guilty before you were busted the second time.
Yeah. While out selling coke to pay for the lawyers.
About how much time in between?
Not that much. That's the funny thing. I got busted in 88. I spent 2 years fighting it. Then and like an idiot, I didn't put up bond. The bond was $80,000. I put $80,000 in cash up. So I had $80,000 with the courts in Massachusetts. So I didn't, I didn't want to pay the $8,000 vig to the bondsman. So I just gave him $80,000 cash. And that's how my brother came, right? He put up the $80,000. Well, my 80.
You got it back though, right?
Well, when I found innocent, they appealed it. They wanted the money.
What?
They didn't want to give back the 80 grand. It took me a year and a half to get my 80 grand back.
How is that even? I thought that was the point of the bail, was to give it back to you when you show up to court.
They appealed the case. They knew they weren't going to win under appeal. They just wanted to keep the money.
Oh my God.
All this, when you start talking about the DEA, and you're going to find out it's all about the money. It's all about the assets. And so I got busted in 88, spent like 2 years in going to court, then another year or whatever it took to get my money back. Then I meet a girl. We start dating.
In Florida.
Yeah.
It's still in Florida.
Yeah. Actually, who introduced me to her was the guy, Kelly, his Uncle Ralph had done the smuggling trip. So Kelly was on the run because they busted Uncle Ralph on a cocaine smuggling trip. Uncle Ralph had turned in his nephew because that's the way, I don't care what anybody thinks. That's the way it really happens. You know, I've seen, believe me, don't believe the stories you see where everybody, I'm not saying people.
Families turning on each other.
Yes, over and over again. Don't think that people they do keep their mouths shut. There is honor. But as we got later in the situation, the honor started going away when the time started changing.
Mm-hmm.
When a friend of mine when I started smuggling weed and getting into it, you do 3 years in Club Fed. And you play tennis. I had one friend that got busted as a ground crew, and he went to Club Fed, which is like a no barracks, like it's Club Fed. It's like where judges and politicians go to jail.
Mm.
And he went to flight school. I go, wait a second, you got busted offloading a plane on a runway, and you went to Club Fed, practiced your tennis game. You went to
flight school,
and they put you in flight school
during his sentence. He got to go to flight school.
Yes,
that's insane.
I know. It's like,
so
listen,
he can come back.
Yeah, now you'll make more money and you won't get caught.
Yep.
Wow.
Now go buy a plane and you can really smuggle some drugs.
Shit.
I kid you not. That's the way it was. But they had to do it. And if you talk to prisoners or guys now, but guys in the system, there's the old guidelines and the new guidelines. So you don't want to do state. Like I was looking at state time in Ohio and in Massachusetts. You want to do Fed time. It's a lot better. The places are cleaner. There's real good food. There's jobs. And the feds back then, if you got 3 years, you do 18 months.
Mm-hmm.
Now, if you get 10 years, because sentences have gone up, you're going to do 95% of that time, let's say, if the guidelines are correct, 90 to 95. So you're not getting off all the good time, all that stuff is really out of it. And if the feds charge you with a case, they have a 98% conviction rate. They don't even charge you unless they've already got you.
Wow.
So yeah, so two different worlds. So what happened? So
you met a girl.
Yes. Met her through Kelly. I'd actually seen her. She was a local Hollywood girl. I remember seeing her, when she was like a kid on the beach. And then Kelly had met her, kept friendly. I don't know how he knew the family, but he introduced me to him while I was out on bond for the cannabis case. So I beat the case. Me and her start living together and we get married and we have a daughter. What we did is we had a daughter. She was 1.5. And then we decided, like, when she got pregnant, I said, look, let's get married. She goes, do me a favor. I don't want to get married with a bump. We wanted a normal relationship. We were breaking up, getting back together, partying,
Were you using drugs at the time?
Yeah, we were, but like, it wasn't like we were addicts, but like we'd go out on a Friday night, do a little blow and drink a little, and go out with our friends. Everybody was. It would be, you go into a bathroom, like I said, there was just, everybody had blow on them in the bars, and, it was the 80s. But benign, not, some guy sitting in a room shooting up, just doing some,
classy way of doing drugs.
Yes, the classy way. Yeah, very unclassy.
Sniffing out of her ass.
Exactly. I used to put, the bags of sugar, you get a little sugar pack.
Yeah.
Well, everybody going out at night, like I actually have my little vial I used to put blow in my little bag of tricks here, but it got to the point where people would just fold it up and, have a little plastic bag. What I would do is put it in the sugar bag because I dumped the sugar out, put the blow in, maybe have a couple of those bags on me that hold a gram or two each. And I just fold them up, put them in my pocket. And it was great for when you were driving, like sugar long packs, distances, because you could have a cup of coffee in the cup holder, just drop the pack in there.
Oh, wow.
I remember one time, one of the girls I knew says, hey, you have any blow on you? I go, sure. I go, you can just keep it. I'm going home. I give her the sugar pack. She goes in the bathroom and she comes out. Then I start, what'd you do with the blow? Maybe I'll do one more hit. She goes, what blow? I threw that in the toilet. I go, no, that was the blow. It was in a sugar pack.
Oh my
She goes,
God.
Oh my God, I thought you were fine. And she's like going to run back in the bathroom. She realized, like, she just, it's in the toilet.
Like wasted, yeah.
But so Kelly introduced me to my first wife, Karen, and she had gotten pregnant while we were dating. And she goes, look, I don't want to get married because of a baby. I don't want to walk down the aisle with a bump. So I said, all right, we'll have the baby and, we'll spend nothing. We get along for, a while, then we'll get married.
Mm-hmm.
So the baby was about a year and a couple months when we got married. And I, like a drug dealer, I went out and bought a really nice diamond ring. I threw a big wedding. We went on a, world, honeymoon to Aspen and Vail and, living large. And I'd sold my pickup truck before I left. And I come back, I had a special truck that was built to move drugs. It was like a work truck and it had a secret floor in it that could open up and we could put the weed in or the blow in. And I got my driver, Paco, who was this Peruvian guy. And I go, Paco, we're going to go to Texas and try to find a load. Because what people don't understand back in those days, like people think that when we were moving big loads in from Colombia, there's a grow season. So what people would know back, the old timers, that the marijuana is like corn. It's harvested in October. It's a crop, and then it has to be dried and hung up and bucked and packaged, and you got to dry it out because if it's wet, when you package it, it'll get moldy. And you got to, nowadays, like in California, you get weed, they buck it, they trim it. The trimmers, have to cut it down so everything's real pretty. Back in the old days, you got seeds, stems, leaf, but it still had to be cleaned up and packaged. So you get the weed around Christmas time. Then you have to smuggle it up. It takes weeks to move it in from Colombia, either by plane or by boat.
It is seasonal.
So it's seasonal, right? So there's so much more marijuana today because they can grow it in 4 to 6 weeks indoor. Mm-hmm. You have indoor, outdoor, light dep. Light dep is they bring the covers over it and they let it think it's night and day. The technology's gotten better. The technology for growing cocaine in Colombia is so much better that they're doubling and tripling their outputs from the back when I did it. That's why they have so much cocaine, because they've learned to, and the shipping,
expedite.
Yeah. And then the shipping techniques now, they can take coke and they can break it down molecularly to put it in this piece of furniture and then bring it over to Europe, and then they can reconstitute it back into powder.
Wow.
So what most people should know is today, 90% of the drugs are done in containerized shipping or some sort of shipping. The boats in the middle of the ocean being blown up, narco submarines are all real, but most of it's done containerized shipping. So anyway, I go on my honeymoon and I blow all my money. Like I said, like we're partying, I put on a wedding, I bought a fancy ring.
And this is all cash, right?
Right.
Like you don't
I'm just blowing cash. So I come back and I tell my wife at the time, I got to go back to work. A little tight here. I don't even have a truck. I sold my truck before I left just because I want to get a new truck. She goes, look, please don't go. We have a little baby girl. I'll get a job. You'll get a job. I don't care if I eat mayonnaise and bologna sandwiches. I just don't go. Because you know what? I did a show with a guy, Mike Riddlin. He's the Navy SEAL. He's got a show called Mic Drop. And he says, the Navy SEALs have a theory, trust your gut. And I didn't trust her gut.
You should have listened.
Should have listened. And I go, no, baby, I got to go. And so I get in the truck, we drive to Texas, and my connection there didn't have a load, but through Paco, through another guy, I found a load. And it was about 100,000. But at this time now, the weed's like $800 a pound, because we don't want the 240 pot. We want the stuff we can sell for 1,800. Yeah. And the 1,000-pound loads going to Ohio, 3-4 cars at a time, that was over. People wanted the high-end stuff. So maybe I'd only get 100 pounds and maybe it wouldn't sell as fast. But if I had 100 pounds, it cost me between 80 and 100 grand, and I sold it for 1,800 a pound, I'm making $80,000. So maybe I'm moving less, and maybe it's taking a little longer, but I'm still making.
What are you making? Yeah.
I'm still making the same money. And remember, when I bring it to Ohio, I go back to Florida and I don't have to do anything. They call me up when it's sold, and I'll come up and get the money, and I'll bring it in my little suitcase that I brought here, and I'll fly home with it. So, or we'll send a car up to get it, and transport, whatever. So I go out to Texas and we find a load, and it takes me a while because the drug deals are like, somebody came up with a great line. It's a DDD, delayed dope deal. It's going to take 20 times longer than you ever thought it could. We're stuck on the side of the road. We're playing, we had Frisbees in the truck, footballs, board games, you're just waiting, And so Paco and I load up a load, and I didn't get this. Again, a friend of a friend. I had a guy named Peru Lou that I used to get my Coke from, hence the name Peru Lou. And Peru Lou calls me up. He goes, I got a load in Texas that I can get out. I go, all right. So Peru Lou buys the load, and I had already sent a guy out there, and I was flying out with the rest of them. I forgot how it all went. I actually got caught in the airport with a stack with a bunch of money, but I didn't bring my smuggling suitcase. I already sent it out there with part of the load with the driver. So I had it in an envelope, but if you sealed it, I had it sealed in a big manila envelope, stamped and addressed. At the time, you kind of need a federal warrant to open that. That's mail. Mm-hmm. So the cops just had the drug sniffing dog smell it, and then they let us go. They had us out there. Anyway, I get the load. I follow Paco in a rent-a-car, and we drive up from the Texas border all the way to Ohio. And it's a couple days drive, right? I mean, it takes a day and a half to get out of Texas. And I tell Paco, don't smoke weed in the truck. If you need to smoke, pull over and I'll smoke. I have the pot in the chase car. I rented a car to follow him up. So what I didn't know is my partner, Terry in Ohio, had gotten busted. And he actually came to my wedding, I believe, seeing the ring, the wedding ring, meeting my daughter, spending time with us, already busted, already knowing that when I come back, he's going to set me up. I truly believe he knew it. Now, since then, we've reacquainted and he found me on one of these shows, and I'll tell you why I don't have any hard feelings towards him. So I get up there. Sure enough, the cops set me up and the door kicks in. You know, Terry was in there. Terry shows up at a hotel room. We never went to hotels. We always went to his house. But he said, look, the kids are getting older. I don't want to have the weed in the house. And he had said that to me once before. And what he had was he had a barn and he had his mother and father had a house on the property. It was their house. He had bought the property next to it. He had a construction company now, with all the money. And he was building houses and he had a barn he built on the two properties right in the middle. So this is the property line. The barn was like this. And what I didn't know is that my old partner, Kelly, was on the run for his cocaine charges, had went to Mexico, gotten a load of like 1,000 pounds and brought it up to Ohio. But we didn't have that business anymore. Like it wasn't that. We weren't. So Terry had to go out of his comfort zone to find people to buy this large amount of weed. And one guy with 1 pound got busted. And that one guy with 1 pound brought down a 12-year ongoing criminal enterprise that had moved probably 50 tons. I don't know how much weed we did. Thousands and thousands of pounds for years and years and years. So
Terry set you up.
Terry set me up.
It was at a hotel.
Yeah. And I remember telling Paco, we were driving up there and I go, Paco, I called him from my cell phone. I pulled up next to him. Don't go to the hotel. Go. And we parked behind a Taco Bell on the lake. And I just remember watching the waves come in, sitting in this parking lot going, something's not right. I had seen a car drive by me with some big guys in it. I don't know.
Second gut you should have listened to.
Trust your gut.
Yeah.
I go up into the hotel and I remember going to the lobby to get a roll of quarters to call home to tell, because we did everything by payphone. Even though I had my cell phone, you don't want to do that because it leaves a trail. And I remember the lady in the lobby like giving me a weird look, like, oh, I'm just using the cell phone, the payphone lady. I go upstairs and sitting on the second floor balcony is this woman dressed in gray t-shirt, like blue pants. Never occurred to me that was the arresting officer. Like, I guess.
Ready for you.
Yeah. She's out there looking on the balcony. Thank God the shirt didn't say police,
Wow.
So I go in the room and Terry comes in and meets me and he's wearing a raincoat. And I go like, it's not raining out. What's with the raincoat? Well, that was where the wire was underneath, right?
Did you tell him that? Or like, what's up with your raincoat?
I didn't have a clue. Paco's sitting in there. He lights up a roach. Well, that was the cue. As soon as he lit up the roach, the door came exploding in. SWAT team landed on me, handcuffed us all.
Paco was part of it.
Paco was with me.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, Terry was. And as soon as it happened, I just looked at everybody.
What do you mean the cue? Like, so if Paco didn't know, what do you mean? He was giving a cue? Or
No. When Terry lit the roach up.
Oh, Terry lit it. Yeah.
Yeah.
Okay.
Sorry.
Oh, Terry.
Sorry. Yeah.
Yeah. Well, that's why I was like, Paco was with you.
Yeah.
No,
Paco didn't know anything. The poor guy.
What was he wait? He was just waiting for you to verbally, have it all recorded of what was going on.
I don't know. No, they had the weed in the truck. They had it all.
Yeah.
They had taped. They had all our phone calls taped. I'm calling him from a payphone to payphone, and I'll show you how they do that because I happen to have the tools with me. Anyway, I don't say a word. Like the cops come in, they haul us all out. I knew right away Terry set me up. I'm handcuffed in a hotel room, and this prosecutor comes in.
What was the look of?
Yeah, the badass local prosecutor.
Oh, no. What was the look of the one who set you up?
Terry.
Terry.
Was he nervous or?
How was like,
that
guilty look? Did
he's
you remember
on the floor
anything?
handcuffed. Yeah, and I'm looking over at him and I'm thinking.
So they still handcuff him to keep up the show.
I'll tell you. We always do the show.
Yeah.
I've been handcuffed many times and looking at the guy going,
Yeah.
Always got to do the dog and pony show to make me like, I don't know really. Right. But anyway, so the prosecutor comes in, he goes, and these cops are like, when the prosecutor's coming up the stairs, the cops that are having me in this hotel room are like flipping out. He's the hatchet man. Everybody in town's afraid of this guy. And he comes in, he goes, you better talk and talk now. we've got you. We've got your weed downstairs, blah, blah, blah. And I was trained from the age of 14. I was raised in the business. I said, you got the wrong guy. I'm not saying nothing. And I got nothing to say. And he gets in my face. He goes, you're in really big trouble. You have no idea what's coming. You better talk. I go, I'm not saying anything. What I didn't know was I thought they busted me for 100 pounds of weed, which is like the smallest load I'd ever done. Like, what the fuck, right? I didn't know that they had decided to charge us with it running a 12-year ongoing criminal enterprise or RICO. And I was looking at 25 years. So I go to jail and I'm in jail and I look over and I see Kelly being arrested at the same time as me. So Terry had set up Kelly, who was on the run from a cocaine smuggling charge. The DEA and the feds were looking for him for years. So so why do you say, how is it that I'm not mad at Kelly? Terry. Well, here's what they did to him. That same guy that got in my face came to his house 8:30 on a Sunday morning with the SWAT team. They took his mother and father, brought him over and put him on his couch, put the wife, 4 kids, little kids running around, the SWAT team searching the house, put him on the couch in his underwear and said, the same guy says, here's what we got. We've got you for running a 12-year ongoing criminal enterprise. You're looking at 25 years. We're going to put your mother in jail. We're going to put your father in jail. We're going to
for what?
The weed was in the barn, and the barn was on both property because they agreed and he goes, we'll build a barn. We'll put it on our property line, and we're going to put your wife in jail because they probably had phone conversations, meat talk, whatever. And he goes, and you're going to have 4 kids who are going to be wards of the state. Or you got to cooperate. You got 30 seconds.
Who wouldn't cooperate?
Right. Yeah. What choice does I mean, it's one thing when they yell at me and I'm in Ohio and my family's in Florida and, he's threatening me. But when you've got your mother and father handcuffed next to you and your
kids, your daughters, the whole family.
Yeah. And your wife
is going down because of you.
Yeah. So he found me after 30 something years it's been, and we started talking and he goes, come up, fly up. He's living up in another state now. He goes, I'll buy you dinner. Everything's on me. I go, dude, you cost me like $180,000. I think you should pay for the plane ticket too. And the plane ticket's like $70. So he goes, I'll pay for that. And we haven't gotten around to it, but we talk on the phone a bit. But
so did they give you? So how did it end up?
Well,
did he give you a similar offer?
No.
That prosecutor?
No. So what happened was I said I wouldn't talk. So they put me in jail, and I'm in there like 3 months, and I'm in the county jail. And it turns out in Ohio it's a lot nicer. I always joke around in the Midwest. They're so nice, They don't lock their doors. The prison guards knock. We'll be getting up in about 15 minutes. Would you care for the fresh squeezed juice or no?
Yeah.
No, it didn't happen like that. But they were nice.
Yeah.
I actually made friends I was more aligned with some of the guards because I'm just an average guy. I'm not a street guy, and they called me out of my cell one day after like 3 months of trying to get bond, and the state's trying to stop it because they know the longer they can keep you in, the less chance you got of beating the case. And I got 2 lawyers, and I'm trying to get out. And they hand me my indictment papers, and the guard Bill, who was kind of friendly with me, he goes, and I open up the indictment. They call me out of the cell. Are you Ken Behr? It's either me or the big black guy, John. I mean, who do you think I am?
Yeah.
John was a great guy, but a little crazy. They had him on a lot of medication. Turns out I was locked in a jail cell where the guy had 3 personalities.
Oh, wow.
I found out, I go, what do you mean you have 3 personalities? What are the personalities?
Like
I go, what are your personalities? And he's sitting in my bunk and we're in our underwear and he wants to play hangman. And I can't spell. I'm dyslexic. I go, you're going to win this. And I go, what are your personalities, John? He goes, well, the first personality is Little John. And I'm thinking, well, me and Little John are playing hangman. He's drawing on the little pad. And, he had nothing, no family. So I'd buy his toothbrushes. I'd buy him candy, commissary. He kept using my toothbrush. And I go, John, the yellow one is yours. It's only this big. They cut the top off so you can't shiv. I go, mine is the blue one. Yours is the yellow one. Well, it turns out I was telling the wrong John because then I find out there's Little John.
Oh, geez.
I go, well, and the other one? He goes, Good John. I go, okay. What's the third personality? And he looks over, he goes, Bad John. And I go, okay.
Oh, God.
I hope Bad John likes to play hangman because I'm certainly in.
Is Little John good or bad? Or neither? Oh, God.
And it turned out they were giving him medication, brain, Thorazine or whatever. And he was trading it to the other prisoners and the guards knew it. They could see it happen.
And he wasn't taking his meds.
No.
Yeah.
And I'm locked in a cell with a 6'3" guy that beat up 5 cops when he got arrested.
Oh God.
And I'm hoping that, okay.
Hoping that all 3 of them like you.
Yeah, exactly. And any one of them can use my toothbrush. It's okay. Whatever you want to do. I'll get 3 more toothbrushes. So, and
he came to serve you or whatever.
Yeah, I'm sorry. Yeah. So they give me the indictment and Bill looks at me and goes, "We're putting you on suicide watch tonight, kid." And I go, "Suicide watch for what?" He goes, "You're looking at 55 years. And I'm like,
55.
And I'm glad he said that because it almost made it unbelievable.
Is that was a bullshit?
He just didn't know the papers. No, it was 25 years I was looking at.
Okay.
But I mean, I got back to my cell and I start reading the indictment. I got a picture of my daughter on the wall and I'm like, fuck me. I'm looking at RICO. It's 25 years, And that's how, so people know, that's how the feds broke the mob. A year earlier from that, that's how Sammy the Bull had testified against John Gotti. Because what they did was Giuliani had figured out to use the RICO statutes in a new way, and that was going after drug dealers and mobsters. Mm-hmm. And when you're looking at 10 years or 15 years, that's a lot, and figure you're going to get good time and you'll do 7 or 8. Horrible, right? I know a lot of people have done 7 or 8. My co-defendant, Kelly, did 10. But I was looking at 25 years. And with a newborn baby and a wife that really wasn't that stable. Like it wasn't going to be, what happens is when you have the limos and the blow and the parties and everything's good. And not just she was a bad woman. Yeah. Right. But let me tell you what I've learned over the years. When you dance at the party. When you walk alone. And usually somebody's shoe hits you on the back of the head on the way out the door. You couldn't believe how happy when people were. I think there was some people that were almost gleeful that I had come down from my high. I mean, I literally went from, flying in Lear jets and private planes and limos and concerts and dinners to I had to buy a $400 car when I got back from jail, a yellow Dodge station wagon with no AC. And I was working in a repair shop doing oil changes and helping a friend of mine paint his house. I had nothing planned. I didn't plan. But I remember I just went on the road. I had lost $100,000 in the weed, had to pay a down payment for the lawyers, spent the whatever 50 or 70,000. I can't remember what I spent on the wedding, the honeymoon, the diamond ring. I was broke.
I was always want to ask, what happened in this business when you make a deal with Cartel, right? You went and you will get the product from Cartel. They're going to give you, and they said, hey, you're going to pay us when you're going to sell it, right? Let's say if that's the deal. Yeah. And then you got busted with their product. What the fuck are you doing with, are you owe the money? What's going to happen?
No. If you can show them a newspaper, you prove them you got busted, they're not going to, they get it.
Nobody going to,
business, right?
Usually, if you got busted, you got busted. The best thing they're going to do is stay as far away from you as possible. Now you're radioactive.
Yeah.
I see.
Yeah, I got to tell you that none of my friends were taking my phone calls. What I did was from jail, I called my kind of right-hand man, kind of like guy that was, he didn't do it. I didn't have him get his hands dirty, but he was my good friend. He would do things like move money, whatever. And I said, tell everybody you know that I got busted. And no matter what I say, no matter what I do, when I come home, don't talk to me or do anything. I took a poison pill. I made sure that I wanted to protect all my friends.
Couldn't hurt anyone.
Yeah,
else.
You're not going to do exactly the same with your friends.
Yeah, I literally took a poison pill. But remember, I got busted in Ohio. And Ohio, I didn't know anybody in Ohio. The only people I knew were the 17 people that turned me in. I was the Florida guy. Mm-hmm. And they love the Florida guy. That's what they want. And I didn't have anybody. So I went home and I was, changing oil, rotating tires.
No, before you went home, sorry, I think we're missing this element. So
you got the indictment papers.
Yeah. I finally, after months and months, bonded out.
Okay. So how long were you in there?
3 months.
Okay.
So I didn't look, there's people
How much
I know.
was your bond?
Probably over 80,000. I think it was 80,000 for me.
Wow.
It was 80,000 again.
Where did you get the money?
I paid a bondsman this time. My mom put up her house because I couldn't put up my house because when you're a drug dealer, you can't.
You're going to sell the assets.
Well, they don't want the house because
don't they seize?
They didn't seize mine, but they wanted something, they didn't want my house because my house could have been asset seized. And
they want something new and fresh and
valuable. They wanted my mother because, I'm not going to leave my,
Yeah.
I could give them my house and run. I wasn't going to keep my,
So your mom sold it.
She put up her house.
She put the house.
Yeah. And it was free and clear. So, I put up the money for the bond, came home, and that's a whole story in the book because I got bonded out, and then they didn't release me. Like again, the same thing happened. I was like ready to go, and they said, no, you're not getting out this weekend because the cops wanted to keep me to. I go about it in the book, but I'm like, what do you mean I'm not going home? I gave all my stuff away to my cellmate. Don't do that. I gave my shower, another cellmate, my shower, my shoes, my shampoo, everything. And then I come back, it's Friday, and I realize I'm not going to get out till Monday, if at all.
You don't have anything.
Right. And I go, hey, I need to, he goes, well, I guess in jail you trade everything, like candy.
Nothing for free.
Side dishes. Yeah. Paper, stamps, use of a pen cost you. If you don't have a pen and I do, I can sell you the use of it. I'll get your pudding or I'll get your Jell-O, but I'll get something. And I wasn't like that because I was a drug dealer. I had the Miami Herald delivered to my cell. Like there's guys that remember, inner city black and brown youth, they don't have anything. And, the system's made to keep them and all these kids and these grown men, and they have their mothers, their cousins. There's family members, there's generations that, guys in jail with his brother and his cousin. I'm from Florida. I didn't know any of these guys. And the system's not fair. A guy like me with money, I can get my commissary filled. I just tell you, I belong to a charity called Freedom Grow, and freedomgrow.org. We raise money for nonviolent cannabis prisoners and help them with, like, when they get out, help their families. If you want to buy a card for your wife to send home for Christmas or your daughter, they don't have cards. I mean, some places might have it in the commissary. Otherwise, you have to pay someone who is an artist. So I just tell everybody to look at freedomgrow.org, and I try to raise money for them and do awareness and do events. My good friend Randy Lanier is one of the kingpins in that, who was one of the largest drug smugglers in the world. He got life in prison. He finally got out after 27 years. So I help Randy with his charity. But yeah, man, it's a place where if you don't have money, and I did, like I said, I had the Miami Herald delivered to my cell. You know what I mean? I'd have my newspaper. Here's guys that can't even read. And so.
You finally bond out.
Yeah. Well, so what happened was I didn't bond out. I'm waiting to bond out. And the guy next to me in the cell, he had done 15 years in Angola, which is one of the worst prisons in America. And he pulled me aside. He had me go to the library and bring him books. This guy could read an entire book in one day. And he goes, hey, you're looking at a lot of time. He goes, I did 15 years in Angola. He goes, I had a daughter a year and a half old, just like you. He goes, I'm going to tell you something. This is a guy that's got pale white prison tattoos, did an armed robbery, got 15 years, got out after 15 years and did another armed robbery. So what happens to you is that he's institutionalized. Yeah. And I saw myself going to end up like that. Shawshank, right? Exactly
the same. That's why, like when he was packing bags, remember?
Yeah, I saw. I just watched the movie, like
on the plane. Yeah,
yeah. I'm like, I like the part when he gets out and goes to the beach. So he says, "Listen, I had a daughter too. You know how many times I saw her? Once in 15 years." He goes, "The mores and values you're clinging to died a lifetime ago." He goes, "I know you're keeping your mouth shut, but your co-defendant's in pod number 1. He's already ratted. Your co-defendant in part number 3, he's probably going to rat." He's, look around here. It's not who is a rat. It's who isn't or hasn't ratted yet. Or is or hasn't ratted. He goes, everybody's going to rat. He goes, that's the mores, or the world has changed. Yeah. He goes, if you go home and you can change your life and save your family and protect yourself and improve your life, go do it. But if you ever go back, then you're nothing more than a rat. You deserve what you're going to get. So I took that, and then my lawyers, who I'm paying 2 lawyers, telling me, you're done, man. They have video stacks of cassette tapes, the keys to every mistake that, like, that's if you ever listen to a drug dealer, they'll have all these things they don't do. I had the keys to the truck in my pocket, the secret compartment. I had a matchbook from the Texas border in my pocket. I had my cell phone I'd used. I mean, I just did all these stupid things but it didn't matter in the end because I had 17 people testifying against me and my partner. So I get home and I'm, painting houses, and I get a phone call from who else? Remember the guy, Dave Jackson, that introduced Sandy Perkoff to Don Steinberg, the yacht broker. Mm-hmm. He had gotten busted in a conspiracy thing that he was going to sell a boat to a smuggler for cash. And that's conspiracy. That's like saying, so I can make it clear to people understand, let's say you're going to go rob a bank and I come up and I go, hey, let me borrow your car. and a gun, I'm going to go rob a bank and I'll pay. And you're part of the robbery team.
Right.
Same thing. The government got so vindictive or so aggressive with their conspiracy laws that they got Dave, who's never done a drug deal. He's living in a $1 million house. He's got boats. He's a big time guy worth millions and millions of dollars. And he's now going down because of he's tried to sell it. And he had financial troubles in this. And so he stepped out of his comfort zone and was working with a smuggler. He calls me up and he goes, hey, how'd you like to work for? I know you got busted. And we never did a drug deal in our life. We'd party, go on boats. And I go, yeah. He goes, how'd you like to work for the DEA? And I'm like I'm looking, my daughter's in the high chair eating Cheerios. My wife's in the kitchen. I'm hiding the phone going,
oh, so you went home, right? So
this is when I'm home.
You finally bailed out.
Yeah, I apologize.
No.
I finally bailed out. I'm home, cutting, again, I'm painting houses. I'm working in a place. I have a $400 car, which in 1992, a $400 car is like a $400 car today. Yeah. It's not nothing. Yeah. It's a $400 that didn't car. Change. Yeah. Right. And so he says, meet me for lunch. And he explains to me that he works for the DEA out of Jacksonville and that he's going to be, if I want to, I can go meet this guy. And I'm like, why are you doing this? He goes, I mean, what's in it for you? And he goes, well, I'll get credit. He goes, I told him about you, that you were a big smuggler and that you've been in the business forever and you knew everybody. I go, well, thanks for building me up, to the DEA. I go, I'm not Pablo Escobar, but okay. And I ended up getting in my yellow car, driving up to Jacksonville, meeting with my new handler. And the deal they made is the guys from Ohio came down. We took them all out on one of the confiscated boats for a day of boating. And
which guy from Ohio?
The arresting officer.
Oh, the prosecutor? No,
not the prosecutor, but the head of the drug task force.
Okay.
And the guy that had landed on me.
Okay.
I recognized him. And I didn't know the other guy.
Funny.
And I'm going to tell you something. It's been 30 something years and I'm still friendly with Dennis Kavanaugh, the arresting officer in Ohio, the head of the drug task force, and with the guy that was my DEA handler. I don't talk to a lot of my friends out of the business anymore.
Wow. Yeah.
But Dennis has been there for me. I call him every Christmas or every couple of years and go, hey, buddy, just want to know I'm still doing good. The kids are growing. Because what I didn't tell you was while I was out on bond, I got my wife pregnant. So now I have a 1.5-year-old daughter and she's pregnant. Yeah. Right. And I telling Dennis, he goes, what did you do that for? I go, Dennis, it just happened, and
you haven't been missing any time. You've been busy with everything. You're just do I have time? You're going to get twice pregnant. I'm going to get more money. I'm going to smuggle. Let's get you this. Let's do wedding.
So the day out on the boat was them making an offer to you?
No, what they had agreed on, which I found out when we got back in the salon of the boat, was that the DEA talked to the people in Ohio and said, look, here's what we're going to do. Kenny's going to work for us because he's obviously not going to do anything in Ohio. And everything he does, whatever we confiscate, you'll get a piece of. So they're going to chop up the assets. It's all about money.
So literally paying you.
Well, they paid me, but I'm saying they were going to pay the cops. So let's say we busted somebody with a sailboat, which we did. Then that boat would be sold.
They're going to get cut. So Ohio going to get cut.
Got to cut a cut.
Yeah.
And that's how they rented me out to the feds.
Well, what was their offer to you in exchange for the 25 years you were facing?
I work for the DEA. I do as much production as I can. At the end of the day, they'll let me know what they do. There's no deal. There's never a deal. You do it and you hope for the best.
So what did happen?
Well, I mean, my friend Terry got 3 years after he turned me in. I worked for the DEA undercover for 2 years. And I never really snitched on any of my friends. One of the weird things that was happening was a guy in jail, in Ohio, goes to me, hey, I'm never getting out of this. I know you're in big trouble. Here's a phone number of a guy in Detroit. He's on the run. His name is this. If you can help yourself, help yourself. And it worked.
Whoa.
And I mean, there's stories in the book. I go into detail. 2 guys planned an escape from the jail. And I didn't think they would ever pull it off. I mean, no way. But I figured I'll tell the cops. It turned out the arresting officer, Ernestine Bell, her husband was the warden of the jail I was in. And I actually told him, look, this guy who's a real career criminal, this is a bad guy. This is a really bad guy. This guy's planning an escape. I'm figuring this is never going to happen. They did it. And they caught him with my information.
Wow.
I know. And I mean, I didn't believe. I just thought I'm just telling them some innocuous stuff to get. And over the period of 2 years, and when you work for the DEA, there's no day off. There's one of my friends was getting married and I'm visiting with her now. This is years earlier. And she wanted me to fly out to her wedding. And I said to her on the phone, I go, listen, Ian, my friend, I'm telling you, I'm working for the DEA. She goes, well, can't you tell them you need a couple of days off to go to a wedding? I go,
like,
no. First off, I'm not even allowed to travel without.
And you're not actually getting paid, right?
So what would happen is, sometimes like they would tell it, like they'd bring, like what this guy did was what my DEA handler did, which was nobody else. He was a rogue. Like he had me, he had Dave Jackson, he had this other guy I named Sabo in the book, who was a big time smuggler. And we were a team. Like we would go and work on cases. Most of the cases I didn't develop. They would say, all right, Kenny, because remember, I knew the talk. Like I can tell you that the original kilos came in duct tape, and that when they were thrown out of planes or they'd break up a lot. And then the next kilos were wrapped in plaster, the cast material, right? And then the third generation was the fiberglass cast material, right?
You can see exactly
I know
which
the history.
Stage. You know the history.
I know the history. And then Carlos later always had a condor on the front of his kilos. I sold a lot of kilos with condors on. They all came from later in Escobar. When the marijuana would come in, if it came from Mexico, it was in small bales. Jamaica was a little bigger bales. Colombian was 40 to 50 pound bales. The really good weed would come in sometimes in Parliament boxes. I was there, so I could do the rap. I'll tell you a story. One time he calls me up and he goes,
you have a story? No way. Kenny. Tell us a story.
So the DEA calls me up. He goes, I'm in Fort Lauderdale. And that's the way he talked. He's a big burly guy. He goes, and I lived right in like a little house, you know what I mean? With my wife. And he goes, we had rented it or something. He goes, I need you down here right now. I didn't know he was in town, It's like, all right. So I get in the car and I drive down there and I go up to the hotel room and he's got the junior suite, I guess the government, he's got a legal pad and a paper and he's looking like a therapist with his legs. And I know he's a type A plus personality, and type A plus personalities hate doing paperwork. Right. And he's like, my superiors want you to proffer. And
proffer? What does it mean?
All right. So proffer is, and you're going to tell everything that you've ever done with anybody that you've ever done it with, and write every single thing and don't leave anything out. And if you leave something out, if they believe you've been 100% honest and put everything down on paper, you can't be charged with any of it. You've cleaned your slate. But if they find one thing or some person that says that you left something off, then everything you said you can be used against you in a court of law. It's a trick bag. So I looked at him. I go, buddy. I've grown up in this town my whole life. I've done drug deals with everybody from high school. I can't do this. I go, I'm going to jail. I have a 1.5-year-old girl, at this time maybe 2.5. I've got a son on the way, or I'm having a baby, and I can't leave my wife here. If I do this, she'll be ostracized. I just can't do it. I'm not willing to turn in my friends. I'll work for the DEA. I'll turn in some auxiliary, people that, weren't my blood, my family, my brothers, my kids I went to high school with. And he looks at me and goes, hungry? I go, yeah. He goes, let's go get a steak. So, and the first time I met him up in Jacksonville, when I drove up there and I met him, they bought me a steak dinner. I was like, hey, this DEA ain't so bad. They're paying for the steaks. So I go, hey, all right, free steak. And he puts the pad and paper down.
He didn't want to do it himself.
He didn't want to do it. He didn't want to do the paperwork, didn't want to do the paper. And he was trying to, he understood and he cared about me. We'd already been together a while. He already met my wife and my kid. He knew, and he just didn't do it. So we go into this restaurant, Chuck's Steakhouse in Fort Lauderdale on 17th Street. And what they would do is, just so you asked about the money, if somebody, they would always tell a mark, hey, we need money. You need to pay us to buy boats, this and that. Take like 20 or 30 grand from another drug, one of the guys we're setting up. And then here's $3,000 to you. Here's $4,000 to you. He would help keep us alive.
Yeah.
He was smart like that. See, he's different than other agents. He really understood that he built the team and he had to keep them running.
Yeah. And what's happening to your case while you're working?
It's just waiting.
Just floats?
It's just floating.
Wow.
They're just putting it up. I'd have to fly to Ohio once in a blue moon, show myself in court and go back.
Without knowing how or anything would ever change.
Nope.
Yeah.
So
it's like they put a pause.
It's like a Hail Mary.
Yeah. And you have no idea. And the reason they do that is because if you have to testify in court against somebody, what deal did the government give you to say this? And I'd say, I could get up and say, they didn't give me anything. That's why they won't give you a deal.
Right.
They won't tell you anything. So this is the craziest story. He sits me down And he goes, sit here with his back to the door. And I'm like, okay, well, he's got the gun. I'd rather he sit with this, but I go, all right, so I'm sitting in this chair and he's a big guy. We're eating dinner. I'm getting my steak and my mushroom caps and, the salad bar. Like I'm loving life. And he goes, look over my shoulder. I go, he goes, see the guy at the bar? I go, the guy, yeah, And he goes, the guy with the black leather jacket. I go, yeah. He goes, when I get up and walk out of here, when I clear the door, I want you to go up there and talk drug deal at him. And I'm like, huh? You expect me to walk up to a complete stranger? He goes, listen to me. When I clear the door, I want you to walk up there and I want you to talk. So he walks out the door. I watch his big fucking frame. You walk out the door and I walk up to this guy and I go, hey, Captain Bobby sent me. That was his code name. My code name was Kilo Bravo. And he goes, I start talking drug deal with the guy. And the guy and I are talking and, because I can talk it. I know the rap.
Yeah.
I can do this. And I'm looking around the bar to see if anybody else is with him. And I'm looking, the guy's being pretty open with me. And I notice he's wearing a leather jacket. And I'm thinking to myself, this guy's probably with customs.
Yep.
And, they're both working each side.
So was it a test or what?
I don't know if it was a test. It could have been, or was it just two different guys working off their beefs? But, I called him the next day and said, the guy was talking drug deal, but I got nothing out of him. I just pushed it off. But a second time, I did set up somebody I knew. And I also busted this 200 kilos of hash from Amsterdam that came in on a sailboat. But this one guy, another one of these, was a friend of mine. And I hadn't ever done a drug deal with him. He was a smuggler. We all raced cars together. His kid raced cars with me. He funded it all with drug smuggling. I knew it. He kind of let me know. And I knew he was actually in prison at one time with my friend Frankie Monteleone. And so we all knew each other. So I get busted and I'm out on bond, I'm working for the DEA, and he calls me up and he says, listen, I got 125 pounds of weed I need you to sell for me. And I go, buddy, I'm working for the DEA. I tell him that. I know he just got out of jail. And he goes, oh, I cooperated with the cops too. Don't worry about it. As long as you don't do anything like set anybody up now. He goes, help me sell this weed. And I'm like, what? I just told you I'm working.
Yeah.
Yeah. And I'm thinking, is this guy testing me?
Yeah.
Because he said he'd worked with the cops, the DEA before. So now I'm like,
questioning everything.
Well, you're in a whole spy versus spy world.
Yep.
It's a killer bee kill. People are like, well, what makes you? I go, listen, you don't understand. You're living in your little white bread world, and I'm living in a killer kill or bite or bitten world, or kill or be killed world. That's what it is. In the end, it's bite or bitten. And so anyhow, this guy, I end up setting him up, and I couldn't even do it. I could just drive to Jacksonville, see my buddy up there, and he brought the load up, and he rolled instantly on his guy in Jamaica. So they fly me. Now they're like, oh yeah, go down to Jamaica and find this. And I lived in Jamaica, so I know the run-ins. So now I'm in Kingston and I meet with this American black DEA
Full circle, like you said in the beginning.
Yeah. And I'm with this black DEA agent and he has me meet him in the middle of Kingston in his Range Rover in like the middle of the afternoon. And I'm like, that's not the way Jamaica works, bitch. Like here's a coconut telegraph. Like I'm a white guy in a sea of brown. And I'm not prejudiced. I'm just being pragmatic. I'm standing out. And the guy with the weed knows where I'm staying. So he's not showing up because he's like, I'm waiting for the connection. He might be watching the place for a couple of days to see if any can. So now I'm sitting in a fucking Range Rover in the middle of Kingston Square with the head of the American DEA. So I go back to the room and nobody's calling. Finally, I call the office and I talk to the head of the DEA. I go, hey, nothing's happening. I don't, all of a sudden there's a knock at the door and it's the Chinaman down there. A lot of Chinese people are in Jamaica. And, this is guy's he's part Chinese. They do most of the business on the stores. It's no big deal. He's really good people. Everybody in Jamaica, I will tell you, it's a wonderful place. It's a wonderful island. The people, it was part of my upbringing and my coming of age was living there. I love the people. I love their island life. But in this instance, the guy knocks on the door and I go, hey man, come in. And I don't know if he heard me on the phone or maybe he got some information, but he looks at me and goes, you're a bad man. You're a bad man. You know what happens to people like you down here? And I'm thinking, Machete party.
Yep.
And I go, buddy, I don't know what you're talking about. I've been waiting for you for fucking 4 days. I go, I'm on the phone with my people up in Jax because I'm planning on I'm going to go up to Negril where I know the run-ins because I lived up in Negril. I'm just going to go get a load from Orange Hill. And he's like, you're a bad man. And I go, the bad man shit. And I start yelling at him like, fuck you. You're not like that because you don't want to, I've been waiting on you for days. I'm going to go to Negril. I'm trying to do the takeaway and get my load myself out of Orange Hill, and he just goes, you're a bad man. And he walks away. Now I'm thinking, so I call back to the DEA and I'm thinking, I'm in this hotel in this, it's like I got a common courtyard, like open air, and there's a bar, like reggae. It's in Kingston, and I go, I call back and my handler's not there. So now I'm talking to the head of the DEA in Jacksonville, Peter, I can't remember his last name, but I go, hey, Peter, the guy made me. I go, but that's okay. Listen to me. I can save this thing. I'm going to get him back on the phone. I'll go out. I can save this thing. He goes, I'm not taking any chances with anybody's life down there. You're one of our CIs, confidential informant. You're not staying there. Do not. I go, well, where's, Captain Bobby? He goes, he's not here. I'm telling you, you're out of there. And I'm like, no, I'm telling you. And he goes, walk out of the room and go sit at the bar. And I go, all right. So I sit at the bar, as I swear to God. And I'm thinking I'm by
Are you allowed to drink? Can you drink on a mission?
No, well, you could, but you could do whatever you want. I don't know. And there's this black couple sitting next to me, Jamaican couple, well-dressed, and they're drinking what we call Ital, which is, like frozen drinks, but without the alcohol. Ital means al natural, no pork, no, that's the Jamaican Rasta way. And I look at them, they're standing next to me, and I sit down at the bar, and the one looks over at me and goes, go get your bags, we're leaving. And I go, and they go get your bags, we're leaving. And I don't move, and he looks at me, he goes, Kilo Bravo. Go get your bags. We're leaving. With your code word. With my call sign. I run in and I get this bag. And I'm going to tell you.
Full of weed, right?
No. Yeah. And no money. All that's gone. And I swear to God, I've never been in a car, through an airport, through customs, and on a plane faster in my life.
Oh my God.
They just whisked me. And here I am the whole time I thought I had no backup. But they were backing me up, I guess, the whole time.
You just didn't know it.
Yeah. But when the guy looked at me, I'll swear to God, Kilo Bravo, go get your bag. So we went on to set up, I brought down some hash deals. The final deal they plugged me into because they would, he knew the time was running out and he wanted to help me out. I mean, I was part of his team. We did a lot of work together, and a lot. It's funny when I wrote the book, I said, well, I'll tell my stories and I guess I'll mention, the DEA thing. And I kept writing as honest as I could be. I put 8 chapters. A third of the book tells many stories of what we did and how it happened. And I'm going to show you all how to do it now. But, I never saw all that coming. And I never thought that I would be so forthright. And so people that watch this show will say, I can't tell you the keyboard warriors are going to come out.
We know a thing or two about that.
Yeah. And I'm just going to tell you that if I'm all that, why would I lie about this?
Yeah.
You know what I mean? I mean, I truly never planned to tell the truth, or to be so forthright. I always plan on telling the truth. And so the last case we did, and you'll read in the book, there's 8 chapters on it. They plugged me into, it was 10,000 kilo case that they were selling these mobsters in Canada. And it was the Hells Angels, the Irish mob, the Italian mob, and then this local motorcycle group called the Rock Island something. And the guy that they were after was this guy, Billy McAllister, had already killed 14 people, like badass. They arrested him one time. He had a briefcase with a MAC-10 machine gun in it and a hand grenade. And he had a handle that he could pull the handle and the machine gun would fire through the briefcase. Jeez. He had robbed a Brinks truck. I mean, these were badass motherfuckers. And we flew up, and in the book, I tell the story about at one point, his partner flies to Florida, and my first wife, we put her out by Dave's house was a $4 million house on the water. We look like drug smugglers. I'm Captain Bobby's right-hand man. Sabo's there, Dave's there. We bring my wife, and my first wife, blonde hair, like Playboy bunny body. I mean, smoking hot, not prettier in any way than my current wife.
Good man.
My current wife is the woman that helped me have a real life. If it wasn't for my current wife, I mean, I raised 2 kids. My ex-wife ended up getting hooked on Oxycontin. You know what brought down my family was not the drug dealing. It was she got hooked on legal pharmaceuticals from surgeries, got hooked up and left me to raise both my kids in the end. I raised...
Is she still alive?
She passed away last year.
Oh, I'm sorry.
Yeah, she had a stroke they found drug, Anyway, I raised my kids from when they were 8 and 12. So I've had it, I mean, it's not a pretty life. It's kind of, just some tragedy, but isn't everybody's life. Mm-hmm. I say in the book, that we bury our scars in shallow little graves and I've had 2 open heart surgeries, a pacemaker, 3 shoulder surgeries. I've had, when I shave or when I brush my teeth, I see all these scars on my body. And I'll bring to your listeners, the question I always have is, what's more resilient, the human psyche or the human body? I mean, how many times can we be whittled on? I've had, I think, 12 surgeries. But what's more painful, looking at yourself in the mirror with these gaping, pacemaker and all this shit, or, the pain of all this. And I can tell you that, the scars that we hide, we take these pains and we put them under these little scars, and they're shallow. One little thing, Father's Day. And I mean, I might be fine. And then one day I'll just break down and bawl uncontrollably, from the loss of my father. I mean, I remember times just looking out in the ocean going, Dad, give me some, this book wouldn't have been written. And I probably wouldn't be here telling the story today if it weren't for the fact that I was raised without a father. 70% of the prisoners in jail grew up without a father. 20% of the population is dyslexic. 50% of the prison population is dyslexic. Because what happens is my wife, who's an expert in early child development, can tell you how many kids don't make it into pre-K because they don't get it, or do poorly in first grade because they didn't have pre-K, to how many prisons to build in 18 years. Matt Cox failed first grade. Kenny Behr failed, and not smart. I mean, it's just that when the little blueberry conveyor belt's going along, not everybody learns the same.
What do you say to single mothers that are raising a child that don't have a father? Like what?
Tough.
Right. What can they do to?
I did it by myself. And listen, when you're a single dad raising 2 kids, there's no support group. Yeah. It's not like the moms are going to go, let's do our nails and come over and let the kids play together. I used to make a joke. It's not like I can go in the car line and knock on some guy's window. Hey, is little Johnny busy today? Why don't you guys come over for a play date? Father's going to go out. Listen, pal, what's the matter? You got a problem?
Mm-hmm.
Well, that's the reason we ask, because we both, at some point, I lost my father when I was 6. Oh. And the reason I sitting here is because of sports.
Right.
And everything that you were talking about, when Coke was free, sex, drugs, and rock and roll, for me, it was different. It's like you wake up one day and there is no country. Soviet Union collapse. Yeah. You take a gun, you shoot people, you kill CEO of Starbucks, and it belongs to you, right? Yeah. So it's a crime, thugs, mafia.
Right. That's where the biter bitten world of the Soviet Union. Where do you think I got that from? I didn't make that up. That was from the guy from Soviet Union who told me that.
I sport completely changed my life. I was able to get the scholarship, getting 2 master's degree. And I know, in fact, I've been involved, but I got out because I was like, I'm going to go, I'm going to get yelled, I'm going to get smacked by my coach if I'm going to be late to the 100%, practice.
100%.
And you have purpose in life.
100%.
After school program doesn't exist.
Right. And that's what they should do. My kids, after my first wife left, my kids were 8 and 12, but they were in sports. My daughter was a star softball player. My son was a baseball player.
Wow. So
I didn't know what to do. I only knew that Tuesday night was practice, and I kept them in sports. And it's so funny because one time I was working the last deal we did was a 10,000 key Coke bust, and you can read about it in the book. But when I was working as a car salesman, because now I come home and the judge goes, I go up and I find out I'm going to get probation. And it didn't go quite the way, like when the prosecutor found out the judge was giving me probation, and I just left my wife and kids and said, I'll be home. The prosecutor goes, we're not doing that. And I had that stories. Every time it seems like, all of a sudden they go, hold on, So, but, somebody once came into the dealership when I was working there and sits down, some old man. He goes, how you doing? I go, good. I was the number one. When I got out of being a drug dealer and a drug smuggler, I went to work legitimately, and I worked fucking 12 hours a day, 7 days a week. I walked into a car dealership and I'd been selling cars 2 weeks and I got fired from this one asshole. So I go into this other place. I walk in and my tie had blown. I didn't know how to make a tie. I went to court the first time. I couldn't make a tie because I never needed to, and I used to go to put the tie on. When I first started selling cars, I'd bring 4 ties to work and ask the guys, which one should I wear? I wear black pants so I didn't have to match anything. I didn't know what to do. I didn't know how to dress, and I remember this guy sits down and this old man, you'll love this story. He goes, hey, how you doing? I got my picture of my kids and, and I'm working. I'm the number one salesman in the store. It took me like 2 or 3 months. I became the number one salesman in the dealership. I was the number one salesman for 8 years in a row.
Which brand? Which car brand?
Infinity. But I also sold Jaguar and Range Rover, but for Infinity. I mean, my name was like up and people hated me. Every Monday morning was let's beat up Kenny sales meeting. But I worked every hour of every day, which didn't help my marriage. My ex-wife used to say, I'm like a single woman. But I can't even get a date. But I said, honey, I got to prove to myself. I was making 6 figures as a car salesman. It took a while, but I mean, I did it. And this one guy comes in, he goes, hey, you got kids? I go, yeah. He goes, let me give you some advice. And they're already in sports. He goes, get him into something. Get him into sports, organized sports. He goes, that way they have, responsibility in this. Then he got up and left. And I was like, yeah, it's just the angel God sent in to talk to me. But the thing that helped us when my ex-wife left me to raise the kids was the sports. Because we had to go. And there was days, this, where you're a kid, I don't want to play. I don't want to do this today.
Oh my God.
And I'd say, listen, you're the pitcher. The team's counting on you. There's you cannot
accountability.
Right. You don't have to do this, but you have to finish the season. Yeah. If you don't want to play anymore, but you committed to this, accountability. Mm-hmm. And both my kids are, my daughter's a star doctor. She's an athlete. My son was an athlete. He's, they're both doing great. And it wasn't just me, there was a little bit of a village that helped me raise them, but yeah, but it's painful. I mean, sitting here telling this story for, I know some people say, well, I'll listen to him brag, listen to him talk, but there's pain, man. I mean,
yeah. My 2 questions, it's like the main questions that I had. One, it was that I already asked about like, how does it feel when you're selling death? Like selling coke, and you answered that. And my last question, and then we can do the
show and tell.
Yeah, I'm curious.
Have you ever been afraid of retaliation?
Yeah, of course. I mean, it's been 30 something years. So, but even doing these stories, I mean,
naming people, naming the gangs, naming these names.
Yeah, I mean, it's been 30 something years. Everybody, the big guys. Like I'm friends with some of the biggest smugglers in the world, and nobody holds a grudge against me because we all know at the top, this is the way the game is.
Yeah.
There's
no way out.
There's no way out.
One way.
Yeah, and they get it. And my one friend Randy Lanier, he had life with no chance of parole. He did 27 years. They have a movie about him, a Netflix special. He has a book out. They're supposed to be making a movie about him. He donates his time constantly to help other prisoners. And I said to him, Randy, I just want to let you know, I work for the DEA, because if you don't want to be my friend, I get it.
Yeah.
And he's like, no, man, I'm just happy you didn't do jail time. You can't. Now I'll tell you something funny. You know who Roger Reeves is?
I know that name.
He's a big time smuggler. Yeah, he was like he worked for Escobar. So we have a mutual acquaintance. So he lives out here. So I said to the acquaintance, and he's all over the internet, big smuggler, great book. It's called Smuggler. It's a 24-hour book. I listened to the whole thing, and he's done it all. He did 35 years in prison, escaped from 5 prisons. I can tell everybody watching this show that if you don't Google Roger Reeves and the book Smuggler, you're missing something. This guy's a big, and a wonderful author and a wonderful orator. But I was coming out here, so I said to a mutual friend, hey, see if Roger wants to have lunch or dinner while I'm out there, we'll connect because maybe the old guys are all getting together. And I said, but tell him I did work for the DEA. And Roger came back and said, I don't want to have dinner with him.
Yeah.
But I don't blame him.
Yeah. Makes sense.
Yeah, I don't blame him one bit. Now, I mean, maybe if he sat down and heard the whole story and realized,
the back of the story.
The backstory,
you never did time after the 3 months then, right?
No. I went back, I went up there, and again, the prosecutor didn't want to let me go, but they did eventually.
Walk us through the final task, the final day when your DEA, who brought you for steaks, who don't want to do the paperwork, he squeezed everything out of you. Everything is great. What was the finale? How did you find out that you're off the hook? Freaking
so he had written up a paper, and on the paper that he submitted to the state of Ohio, he had me involved in 14 cases, and one of them being one of the largest drug busts in U.S. 10,000 kilos to Canada. And the truth of the matter is, I don't know where he got them. I guess because he knew stuff I didn't know about things I did.
Yeah.
Like if I said, okay, this looks like a lead, and he wouldn't come back
and tell you everything.
They don't tell me. Yeah, it's none of my business. Yeah. And then afterwards I say, what happened with that case? And he'd say, well, he wouldn't, no.
Yeah. That's our relationship with FBI.
Yeah.
Trust me. Yeah, we know.
Yeah, they don't, exactly.
They're all the same.
It's a one-way street of information.
Right. And one time when we were up in Canada to do that big bust, the 10th, and we didn't do it the day we were there, but I'll tell you what, they flew up 3 cars that had secret compartments in a C-111 cargo plane. And those cars had a secret compartment where you turn the key on, turn on the radio and push in the cigarette lighter, so to speak, and the door pops up. Oh my God. And I knew about that. Like when I was running drugs, people would sell me, hey, you want me to get you one of these? And I go, no, because if you know about it, so does everybody else. Mm-hmm. I'm not having my car, they could be, I didn't want to be, but they flew us up. They flew the 3 cars with the 300 kilos of coke. They flew up a Learjet with all the big brass from it was all the case was set up in Canada. The guys were coming from Canada and they were meeting in Burlington, Vermont. It was a fucking circus, a road show, and me and Sabo were up there as backup. I didn't really need to be up there, but Captain Bobby wanted his team up there of CIs. It gets us more credit.
I just about to say, click.
Another notch on the gun belt.
Another one, like he did it, he part of this.
Yeah. And
nice.
I'm the only one that was allowed to go into, what you don't understand is, like when I went into Jamaica for that bust, that thing, I went in undeclared. And why they undeclare you means you're a secret. If you go into a foreign country as an American operative and you don't declare, you're a spy. And you can be treated. That's why, remember the guy that the Russian government kept for like 8 years, right? Because more likely than not, they felt or they knew he was a spy. So when I was in Jamaica, I met with the DEA, but I was undeclared, right?
If something would happen to you, Jamaican government
wouldn't know.
If they will find out that you're American spy,
well, the reason we don't tell anybody is because we don't want them.
Yeah.
Exactly. Like when we were running bringing the 10,000 kilos supposedly into Canada, the head guy, Billy McAllister, is like, hey, just put it in a truck. I've got customs wired. We drive truckloads in all the time.
Wow.
And you got to read the story in my book. I won't go into it, but it almost blew up on us, so we're up there and they fly in the Learjet and the brass, and they had another C-111 cargo plane. This is Air National Guard, flying over Burlington, Vermont with AWACS stuff, not AWACS, but with secret watching everybody. So like while we're up there with a team of guys, but here's the funny story. So they put me and Sabo, when we done these takedowns, they might wire me up. They've done that before, but we're in the back room. In other words, we might be on the same team, but we're not. Well, we're playing in the same game. As you know, we're not on the same team. Yeah. That's the DEA, that's the feds, that's the FBI, and then there's us. So at one point, they've got me in this room and they're doing a blackboard session or a whiteboard session, in this instance, in another area. So they bring Sabo in and they introduce him to so they want to show who the good guys are, right? And then he comes in, yeah, man, it's your turn. So I go down into this basement of someplace, and there's like 20 cops armed up, SWAT guys, this, that. And as you know, I'm not the tallest guy. And one of the cops goes, I'm wearing a baseball cap and a brown leather jacket. And they want me to wear what I'm wearing. So if they're going to be a gunfight, they don't kill me. And they introduce me. I'm in a big circle of like DEA Burlington, local Burlington police, the Canadian Mounted Police, the RNs, the Jacksonville Police, everybody wants to be in on it because they all want a piece of the pie, and it's in their backyard. And one of the guys yells out, "That's him? He's so short." And I yell back, "Shoot high."
Oh my God.
Yeah. So
what happened when you finally find out?
They tell me at the last, you're done with pulling the ticket. You got to go to court. I mean, it's been 2 years.
Yeah.
And they send up, the recommendations, and the arresting officer in Ohio, Dennis Kavanaugh, had asked that I get probation. And the DEA asked for the same. And the prosecutor usually doesn't follow that. And I asked Dennis Dennis called me when he retired. He goes, "Hey, here's my new cell phone number." That's how, I've already went
that's how close you guys are.
I went to Ohio, and I met with him before, after, since. And he says, I go, "Dennis, I have to ask you now, 30 years later, why did they give me probation?"
Why they did not give you?
Why did they?
Why they did?
Yeah, why did they? And he goes, "Kenny," because Rosenbaum, I mean, if you read my book and Google the guy, he was horrible. I mean, he's just not a good man.
The prosecutor?
Yeah, and he ended up, it's a long story, you read it in the book, but he ended up getting fucked up, and his family was fucked up. I mean, not by his own, it's in the book.
Yeah.
But they said to me, "You're getting probation." I asked Dennis why. He goes, "I don't know, Kenny. Everybody else got time. Terry got 3 years. Everybody got time. I'm the only person that didn't get time." And what did I do? I fucking did the right thing when I got arrested and kept my mouth shut. And I'm the only one that didn't get time. But I also worked for 2 years deep cover for the DEA. And maybe the guy just had a heart. I have no idea. My dad in heaven, my angels in heaven. Listen, I'm going to tell you this. I'm not going to sit here and start saying I'm a big religious guy, this and that. But I will tell you that when you've lived a life like mine, and you've had so many near-death experiences, and I've been armed. In the book, I talk about being armed, robbed, and tied up, in home invasion, and being surrounded by guys with machine guns. I don't know what the higher power is, but my lawyer once said to me, Michael Giletti, he's still practicing, the best lawyer you could ever hire. He said, "You know what, Kenny? You are always very cunning, but I really think what it is there's a God in heaven, or there's a universe, and I got lucky. I truly believe I'm not this good by myself. I couldn't be. I know I didn't have luck like winning the lottery. I had 2 weeks to live when they figured out I had a major heart defect and I had emergency surgery. And then so I didn't win. I don't have the good luck of winning the lottery, but I have the great luck of surviving myself and having a beautiful family that looks after me. And our kids are doing well. And
how old are you, Kenny?
I'll be 69 in May.
And that's what I want to say. When you watch all these documentaries, not a lot of people in this circle can last that long. Right. They either gonna get shot, executed, doing too much cocaine, overdose, diseases, always with hookers, always. There is with Pablo Escobar, his security always survived because he got locked up for 25 years and he got out and nobody else alive. Mm. It's either you rotten in prison.
Yeah. I mean, I'm not, I know it's a lot of times I do these shows and people think, oh, he's braggadocious, he's that. I'm humble. I mean, I'm humbled by, and I'm blessed to be here. And I truly believe that there's a higher power. What it is, I don't know, but I know this, I'm not that good by myself. Nobody's this lucky.
Kenny, I know what it is. New Orleans.
New Orleans. No. I made a deal with the voodoo devil.
Yes, exactly.
Yeah.
Exactly. You did something in New Orleans that
and I don't know about it yet.
There's something there. It's a blue freaking that you put on the girls after the night you spent. The blue robe.
No, the green robe. The green robe. Yeah. No, fuck it. That's too funny.
That's funny. All right. Can we do the briefcase?
Yeah.
Yes. Okay. So
unpacking.
I'm going to unpack the brief. What this is my smuggling suitcase. And when I was a kid, like in the 70s, I was with Sandy and he took me to this guy that made the special luggage down in Miami. And he made secret compartments and all different kinds of luggage. And I was not really a big drug dealer, but I'm like, and the suitcase was $400. So 1970, that's,
but a lot of money.
Yeah. But guess what? It's still perfect today.
It's still same suitcase.
Yeah. I mean, I've had some leather work done to it, mild, but
But the body's original.
It's all original except for some minor repairs. Somebody said to me, they go, man, I'd like to buy one of those. I said, I think the guy went to jail.
Oh my God.
I'm going to show you guys the suitcase, what tools we use to bring in a load, and what I worked with in the DEA to bust people.
Amazing.
So hang on.
All right.
So this is the bag. This bag was the one I had in Jamaica when, we'll try to, we'll do it like this.
Yeah,
there we go. There we go. Sorry, folks. So let's see if we can find the first thing is the secret compartments.
It's a nice quality. Look at this.
Oh, I'm telling you, this guy.
Last that long.
Yeah.
It would have to be.
So again.
Straight from Netflix documentary about drugs in.
No, it's not from Netflix. It's from the Trilogy Media guys.
There you go.
Even better.
Even better. All right. So let's say that I could hold $40,000 in each side of this. Now, remember, today, I don't know if the x-ray machines would be as generous, or TSA is a little more, but what I would do is put toiletries and books.
Yeah, of course. Yeah, please. So, yeah, of course. Here we go.
You would pull this apart and there's a secret pocket in here, right? What do you find in there? Let's see. Well, here's my passport in
the main pocket.
Right. And then in here, there's usually nothing, but this is $1,000 in $100 bills. I brought it, went to the bank. This is $200 in $20 bills. So they're the same amount of bills, right?
Mm-hmm.
But so in other words, the way to do this is getting the hundreds, right? And not always, but if I had hundreds, this secret compartment would hold $40,000 on each side of this.
Wow.
So we'd put it in there and I would put it in and so I could put drugs in here too. I did obviously, but not smuggled drugs. If I was flying to Colorado to go skiing and want to bring some weed and some blow, but I would never. So, and I know it seems kind of silly, but when it's all set up and you put some papers in here, some stuff in here, books, whatever,
you would not even notice.
And it's on both sides.
Wow.
So then, and this is the one I was in Jamaica when they say, get your suitcase. This is the suitcase.
Oh my God.
All right. So what else do we have in here? Oh, okay. Here's a whole bunch of stuff that opened up. Oh,
yeah.
Couple books.
Hey.
You guys.
Oh, thank you so much. We got to get you to sign it.
Yeah, I will. I don't know. Oh. And hold on. There's something else in here. Oh, this is when Nathan died in the plane crash. This is over 40 years too. Nathan had bought this. I don't know what he paid for it, but this was his little day planner thing. And so
when they buried him after it was,
he died in Colombia. And then he had other assets. He had a 911 Turbo Carrera that that's another story. I won't too long to go into, but I actually had to steal the car back from people. So we were able to do that because driving race cars, I knew how to start the car and move it because they're very difficult to drive, those cars, the 930s. Anyway, this was Nathan's. And I use it every day for my stuff. Hat. Who wears a hat? Either one of you?
Yeah, sure.
Yeah, sure.
All right.
It's a marijuana mercenary hat.
Nice. From
my website, Marijuana Mercy. Well, the book is One Step Over the Line, Confessions of a Marijuana Mercenary.
Got it.
So
you don't sell drugs, you supply them.
Like ammunition in a war. Oh, this thing opened up. So let me get all this out and then we'll move this. Sorry, guys.
No.
Okay, hold on.
You're like a magician.
I know.
With your own bag of tricks and everything.
Oh, yeah. So
it's funny. It doesn't look like you can fit a lot of things.
It's I tell you what.
It looks so empty.
So I'm going to show you this. You guys asked me about a bail. So this was, remember I told you duct tape? If you see a guy buying 30 rolls of duct tape, that's probably where it's coming from. So this was a piece of a bail that me and my buddy Big Jeff smuggled in. And you can see on the outside the burlap. And it was for Shell, Kingston, Jamaica. So it was probably a coffee bag that they reuse. Right? Yeah, but it was probably for coffee, right? So Jeff and I are sitting there one day and we're playing with a load of weed that we had. And he's like, hey man, look, this is cool. I'm going to cut this out, save it. One time we had about 1,000 pounds in a house I had on the water that we had unloaded from a boat. And I picked up a high school girlfriend hitchhiking on down the road. So Jeff's at the house. I come in and I bring the girl in. And he's like, what are you doing? She's a local girl. Girl walks in, she goes, wow, you got a lot of bales here. And we go back in the bedroom, and smoke a little joint. And I probably got the second base and that's it. But, she was a friend of mine. We had dated in high school a little bit. So I just gave her a ride home. So one of the big deals we did, Captain Bobby showed up and he brought us these pirate flags for me and the other two guys. And I found this in my stuff. He doesn't remember it, but he goes, hey, I want you to remember. I think this is right before we did the 10,000 kilo deal in Canada. And he goes, which did go down that day we were there. They didn't come up with the money, but then a month or so later they went. Because remember, the cops never run out of dope. They just put it back in the warehouse. Mm-hmm. And the other thing is they don't care. You may not, like if we were regular, me and Nathan, if we went and tried to sell these load to these Canadians and they didn't come up with the money, we just tell them, fuck it, we'll go find somebody else. But the cops are cats in waiting. So anyhow, this was one of the things that the DEA gave us to like prop us up for that one. All right, this. So I didn't tell the story. I got tied up and home invaded in my house. And they put guns to my head, and they did it to a bunch of us. We knew they were coming, and we hunted in the
rivals.
No, but in the book, that chapter's called "Thieves, Villains, and Scoundrels." And what I think there's two of them of different drug dealing murders. There were people that were cutting people's throats, and they were all around. I mean, I go into it in the book, but when they tied me up, they would ransack in the house, and what I did is always kept some money and some blow on my table, on my dresser. That way,
that's happened in Florida.
Yeah, if somebody broke in, they maybe take a couple grams and a little bit of money. These guys weren't falling for that. But I had another thing I did. I had in my front bedroom, I had a safe, and I had the safe unlocked so that they could steal. There was some silver, some shit in there. But I also had, my house had 3 or 4 different secret compartments. I also had a safe underneath my bar, which I had like $60,000 or $70,000. And they couldn't find that. And I had actually had $10,000 in a suitcase, like on the counter. So when they put the gun to my head and goes, where's the money? Where's the money? I go, that suitcase has got 10 grand in it. So in the soffit above my bar, I had a little door built by my carpenter. And this was the key. I would stick it up in the soffit. Mm-hmm. This is actually a piece of silver wire that I had. And you'd hook it up on a nail and pull it down, and the door would open up. And when they were robbing me, I had 2 kilos of coke up in the soffit. And at that time, the coke was $35,000 a kilo. So there was $60,000 in cash in the safe and $70,000 in coke.
Oh my
that
God.
They never.
And I never found it.
No, I tell the story in the book how we went after them because I literally had their names on a piece of paper in my kitchen next to my phone with the 25-foot cord. And I remember one day it was like a sticky board, and I remember opening it up, going, you know what? I'm going to turn this around in case they come in. They don't see their names. It might. And they did come in. They didn't find their names, but we knew who they were. We kind of had an idea. And then what I did was, in that instance, Nathan and Lee, Nathan, the guy that we smuggled, we knew a guy that knew those guys. So what Nathan did was went over and shot a couple bullets into the parents' house, soffit of the house. There's no attics in Florida, so you just put some bullets in. Well, what happened was, and we talk about this in the book, the guy gets on the phone and starts calling all the home invaders and his buddies saying, fuck, somebody just shot at my house. One of our guys' sister worked at the phone company. So a couple grams later, I had all the phone logs from that night. So I was able to, and then we got the phone logs from their business. And because there was no cell phones back then. So yeah.
Wow.
So let's go into, here's a little Coke spoon I found. I don't know that I ever used it, but I'm going to go into some of the smuggling stuff first. So remember I told you.
It's a cross. That's how innocent I am with drugs. I was like, cross from somebody.
Is that the runway?
Yeah.
Oh my God.
So that's how you break the lights. And these would be attached to either bales of marijuana or duffel bags full of blow.
And just make a runway.
Yeah. And we'd throw these. Here you go.
Mm-hmm.
You can have one too. So after you leave, you guys
strings.
can play. So we would if we were throwing bales out of a plane, we would tape those to the bales. Anything you taught, and when the duffel bags came out of the plane with the coke, in that low-lying airport run, that was what was taped to them.
Wow.
So this is an example. This is an example of what we left on the runway. I would run, and I had to pull these out of a duffel. I had a backpack, and I'm running, and I'm pulling these out, breaking them, pulling them out, laying them out. Remember, you're doing this in seconds, right? And then this is an example of what we put on the side of the runway. These are going, if you go off a boat, these are like emergency life raft, but they're beacons. So when the plane's coming in, it's got a straight line in the center where to line up. And then this is where to tell him not to put his tires off on the beacons. And then, missing one.
Thank you for bringing all this to show. This is so
cool.
I
it's hard to do unless you have the time. So these things are called, they were called fireflies, and you put a 9-volt battery on them, and they're so bright.
Oh, that's the one that's gonna make you blind.
I couldn't see. Yeah, because it was so bright. They don't work anymore.
Fuckers,
right?
Huh?
They're military issue stuff.
Yeah, that makes sense.
Right.
Yeah.
And then
right on the battery. Yeah. Holy shit.
And that's what we would use. Then this. So we have to use beepers. Before there were cell phones, there were beepers, and before the beepers would have a screen that says 954.
Remember that?
Yeah.
Before
I used
that,
to have that on my belt.
Right. Before that, they would like a 30-second message. So you'd be sitting somewhere in the elevator and go, "Hey man, where are you? We got the load. You got to get over here." Maybe at the like, no, don't, But this was the beepers.
Wow.
And
brings memory.
Yeah, but here's the thing: not every place in America had payphones. I mean, push button
communication.
No, but they'd have dials. And so what I did was I had people don't remember, there was an answering machine back in the day, and you'd have 2 cassettes. So I'd have that set up at a safe house, somebody that's cool's house, a 3rd phone line going in. And I would call it and get messages because we didn't have cell phones. Yeah. And even with the beepers, if you were in the middle of Ohio, there was hardly any push button phones. There were dial phones. So this thing, my mother actually bought me, but she didn't know. She helped me, thought it would help me spell. But what it would do is it's a phone book, and you put people's numbers in there, and then you put it up to the phone. See that little thing? And then you could hit it, and it would go dee-doo, dee-dee-dee-doo-doo, and dial a number. And then while I was trying to get the messages of whatever somebody I was looking for, I could use this to enact the machine, because you needed a push button phone to get the phone hit deed, dude. You know how the phones work.
Yeah.
Right. So this was my key. Wherever I traveled, I had this. Not only did it have the phone numbers, but more importantly, it would activate, if I was at a rotary dial phone, it would activate either the answer machine or the beepers, right? Because you have to push a number in. Or when it got to that, those you could leave a message, but the newer ones you had to put a number in, right?
Wow.
And this is the mini cassette that the DEA made me go buy. And this is the smallest micro cassette recorder ever made. So today, to buy this thing used is like $900. I mean, I bought this one in op just because my ex-wife had stole my other one. I don't know, she sold it or something. And you would put these little cassettes in it.
And that's how you were wired.
Right. So there's 2 ways to be wired. One is you with a transmitter. The other is this. And then after, like this tape is, I don't know, some notes from some case. Then I'd have to put that onto these. What does that say?
Yeah. DEA.
Drug Enforcement Administration.
Yeah, bitches. I ain't making this crap up.
That's insane.
And you remember back in the days, it's like if you listen the whole cassette, you put in a pencil.
And spin it around.
And you spin it around for 20 minutes. All right, you got it?
Right. So I would have to, the way.
Gosh, I'm old.
So I'm going to show you the 2 ways that this would work. So the one thing about being wired with a transmitter, it's obviously people were listening to you in real time, and I've had that happen. But I know a guy named Tommy Adams that was sitting in a warehouse, and he was wearing a wire, and the Colombians were in there when he was trying to set up a deal, and he was with the Hollywood local police, not the feds. And there was an AM radio playing. Probably they were listening to Spanish music, and that was the only way to get it. And all of a sudden, they're talking, and the voices are coming over the speaker because the radio picked up the closest transmitter. And Tommy jumps in his car and starts running up 95. The Colombians chase him. The cops chase the Colombians. The Colombians fucking shot him, killed him on 95 with the cops behind him. They didn't give a fuck. They were going to kill this motherfucker.
Because he's a red.
Yeah, he set him up.
Oh my God.
So I will tell you that this
way safer to use just the tapes.
It can be. So this is the way this would work. Let's say I was going to go make a phone call on a drug deal. I go to a payphone and I plug this in and I have this, and then this goes in your ear, right? And then you put the phone receiver up. So it's recording
what they're saying. Yeah.
Yeah. And so this is what happens if you're ever going to get set up. This is what they're going to do. They have to time, date, stamp everything so that nothing has been edited. So I'd go to a payphone, say, all right, it's December 12th, 3:45 in the afternoon. I'm at payphone number, blah, blah, blah. I'm calling payphone number, blah, blah, blah. I'm going to be talking to
blah, blah, blah.
Art, about doing a cocaine deal, 300, blah, 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 and go. And I would record. And then at the end, I would say, end recording. I'd say the time, the date, and out. That way, it's all documented. No, it's usually the minute.
Can't trim stuff out of it.
Right. It's a minute and 27 seconds. It started on this time exactly. It ended at this time. Right. Now, let's say I was in a situation where I was with somebody. So then you take something like this. This is actually.
Oh, yeah. Here we go. That's what we use on set. That's what we do. Yeah.
Right. So
this. Mic yourself up. Yep.
Right. So this is actually not the original one, but this wouldn't be on it. Right. So I do this. I put this in. If I'm going meet a mark, and I'm going to stand up and show you. Mm-hmm. So you take this, put it in your pocket, take the microphone, and take the little part. Just put it right there.
Right in the corner.
Right in the corner.
Uh-huh.
So, I mean, you can see, you can't even see it.
Yeah.
And then I would hit record. And again, I might go on a boat meeting somebody, like, you read in the book that I've done that, and say, hey, I'm going to see so-and-so. It's so-and-so and so-and-so. It's time start. Hit the recorder, go down to the boat, talk to the mark prospect, then come up and again, end of conversation, blah, 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 blah. And those are the tools of both how to smuggle and now remember, in today's world, this stuff can be a lot smaller.
Because
it's all digital now.
It's all digital, but there's a problem with digital, and that is
it can be more easily edited.
Yeah, or maybe even found. But like the big bust we did in Canada, and this is 92. We actually had a cell phone that could record and transmit while it was off.
Whoa.
That was James Bond Secret Service stuff. That was 92. That was not me. The DEA had it right on the table, and the whole time it's transmitting, even though it's off. And I'm sure today they have shit that's.
Yeah. You probably know these, obviously, but maybe that's going to be information for Ashton. So Russian mafia, why the reason why always do business in Banya / aka sauna?
Yeah.
Because you're naked. There is no wires, nothing. For this exact reason.
Yeah.
Everything in sauna, all business clothes in sauna. You go to sauna, sit down all these oligarchs or all these mafia, and they talk about what, when, who.
But remember, if the cops know you're going to go there, they can wire the sauna.
Mm-hmm.
But, they usually, they're smarter than that. But anyway, that's my story, my brothers.
This is, wow.
And I'm sure this is a drop in the ocean.
Where can people support you? Get the book.
All right. So, because I love these two guys like brothers,
thanks, Kenny.
Here's what I'm doing. You can buy the book on Audible. I did the audio version myself. I'd like to tell people that I'm profoundly dyslexic, if I didn't mention it. I failed first grade. I never graduated high school. I wrote the book myself. I edited the book myself. I did the audio book myself. I'm kind of proud of it because it was way out of my comfort zone,
As you should.
Yeah. And
wow.
You can get the book on Audible. You can get it on Amazon. You can get it on Kindle. Or you can go to my website, onestepovertheline.com. Go to the blue button that says book. Click on it. And for the listeners of the show, put in promo code Trilogy, and you can download the either audio or the digital version. Obviously, I can't shove a book in the internet.
No, it's already.
But if you want me to make some money, buy it on Amazon.
Please do it. Support it.
Get it.
But there's not a big profit in books, But if you want to support me like that, but I want everybody to have access to the book, especially the audio book. I'm really proud of it because I did it myself. So go to onestepovertheline.com. Go on the top left, you'll see a blue button that says book. Click on that, and all you have to do is put in promo code Trilogy, and you'll get a free copy of the book.
That's amazing.
Just got to download it.
That's very generous. We'll have all the links in the description below as well. We'll tag you and everything. And
I don't even know what to say. I still have one question.
Go ahead.
But I know, again, respect of times and everything that's supposed to be for today. Really quick, can you tell us that story? What happened in a boat with a girl?
He did.
I told you about that with Brenda.
He wasn't there when it happened.
I wasn't there. She got thrown.
That's okay.
That's the girl that got thrown.
Oh, that's the girl. I thought like there is another one that it's like got it with the anchor.
Yeah.
Brenda.
Yeah.
All right.
Yeah.
No,
I feel yeah.
You had nightmares?
No, but I mean, listen, man, it's just, that's not the business that I was in. The business I was in, we never hurt anybody. We never killed anybody. We never robbed anybody. We started so innocuously, so nonviolent, so just
hippies.
Just hippies. Yeah. But what it grew into, and again, I want to reiterate, the war on drugs created a war. It's the longest running war in U.S. history. If you just go from Nixon in 1973, don't go back. Remember, there was an opium war in the 1840s where the British were bringing opium to China, and China fought them, and they lost the war. And the British forced China to give them Hong Kong. If you do the research, in the Civil War, the American government was giving the soldiers opium to keep them marching.
That exactly in Germany in 1939. Yeah,
speed.
They will give Germany.
In World War II, we let Lucky Luciano was in jail for life for heroin, and because he was able to make sure the docks were secured to move the merchant ships to the European theater, and Lucky Luciano also worked with the Italian mobs to get information out of Mussolini's Italy during the war. They let Lucky go home back to Italy. They gave him probation. He got to leave, and he still ran the Italian-American mob from Italy. We talked about earlier about the Iran-Contra scandal and the American government smuggling drugs in 1980s out of guns into Nicaragua and heroin and cocaine out to fund it. In Vietnam, there's there's movies, books, and stories about the CIA helping the warlords of Laos and Cambodia smuggle heroin out in exchange for them being able to help them fight the war behind the Vietnam, because we weren't supposed to be in Vietnam and Laos and Cambodia. I only switched sides. Yeah. The American government's been running drugs and doing this and double dealing us for years. And I don't have the answers, but if we made drugs, I know it sounds crazy, but if we didn't have a war on marijuana, it's the longest, even if you go back from 73 till today, 50 years we've been doing this. We spent $1 trillion. And what have we done? We made Pablo Escobar. We made the Ochoas. We made the Medellin cartel. We made Guzman in Mexico.
El Chapo,
El Chapo. We've got Venezuelan people being blown up on fishing boats. China bringing opium coming in through Mexico. If we didn't have a black market, none of this would exist. Yeah. Now, I'm not saying that we should all do, those hard drugs. I'm just saying the definition of insanity is doing the same thing over and over again and expecting a different result. Yeah. It's not going to change things. And that's all I got to say.
Kenny,
thank you so much, man.
Absolutely a pleasure. And we can sit for another 10 hours, and I'm sure you're going to have a lot of stories.
Honestly, I'm out of stories.
No, thank you so much.
Absolutely grateful.
An honor.
Somebody said, "Why don't you write a second book?" I go, "I don't have a second story."
There you go.
Wow.